Congratulations on graduating HTML. I'm so proud of all of us for making it, and you should be proud of yourself. We're about to enter a whole new world, the world of CSS. It's a world that might seem scary, it might be exciting, it might be both, but it's certainly full of possibilities. This is the start of an amazing CSS journey, not just the end of an HTML journey. Today is the first day of the rest of our... Okay, all right. I guess that's about as much as I can do. This is our first CSS section. It is a big landmark in the course. We are not done with HTML. It's going to play a role from pretty much here on out in most sections. In fact, we'll be using a lot of HTML in this section because CSS is used to style existing HTML elements. So we have a couple of sections on CSS. It's a relatively huge topic, but it's also pretty simple. So this is an introductory section, and like most of the intro sections, pretty much everything here is crucial. Understanding CSS conceptually, what it is, what it does, understanding the basic CSS syntax, the recipe, if you will, for using CSS, crucial. Including styles correctly. We need to be able to include CSS files in an HTML document. How do we link to them? So it's just a single new HTML element. It's pretty straightforward. We'll talk about color systems, crucial. We use color a lot in CSS. We need to be able to specify text color, right? Here's black text, here's white text. Background color, here's green, yellow, purple. Things like the color of a border. So there are different color systems, and we'll spend a little bit of time talking about them. Now, I have this one yellow card for common text properties. There's one video in this section. I think I cover like 6 or 7 different properties that have to do with styling text. Some of them are quite important, but then some of them are just much less commonly used, like changing the spacing between the individual letters in a word. Good to know, but you definitely don't need to stay up at night making flashcards and quizzing yourself on those properties. Then we do talk about one called font family, which is how you change the font of some HTML elements, rather. It's pretty important too. I'm going to call it crucial. This is an intro section. All of this stuff should go by pretty quickly. I hope you enjoy it. I found a lot of students do enjoy Intro to CSS and CSS in general. It's pretty easy. It's just big. So I think there's actually a video in this section called CSS is Huge, Don't Panic. And that's coming up pretty soon. So without further ado, good luck. And it's been an honor teaching and learning alongside all of you, each and every one of you. Onwards we go. Why don't we start with a quick recap of what HTML, CSS, and JavaScript each do. You might recall this slide from early on. The purple dino danced. The idea here is comparing HTML, CSS, and JavaScript to different parts of grammar, where we have nouns, adjectives, and verbs. So we just learned HTML, the nouns, the what, the dinosaur in this case, or in HTML, it might be something like the button, or the heading, the form. So we're moving on to adjectives, to CSS, which describe those nouns, the purple dinosaur, or the purple button, the large button, the small button, the rounded button. CSS allows us to style and manipulate the visual, for the most part, visual representation of our HTML content on the page. But we still have to have that HTML there first, which is why we began with HTML. So CSS, I guess we should get this part out of the way. It stands for Cascading Style Sheets. The style sheets portion, I think, is relatively self-explanatory. We're styling content. The cascading part is something we will come back to once we learn a bit more about CSS. So just to recap what CSS is, it is a language. It's not a programming language necessarily, but it's a language that we can use to just describe the appearance or the visual representation of our documents. And in the next video, I'm going to address this bottom point, that there is a lot to CSS and it might seem intimidating, but it's actually pretty easy to get started with. And as long as you don't have the wrong mindset going into it, it should be a relatively painless process. It's a fun thing to learn in my experience. So whenever we write CSS, we're writing CSS rules. They look something like this. Now this is a generic sort of extracted version. This is not valid CSS here. This is the basic pattern or template. So we have something called a selector and then curly braces and then property : value : semicolon. So let me make this a bit more real. Here is how we would make all H1 elements on our page, of which there should only be one in the first place. Here's how we make them all purple. H1, and then curly braces, color, purple. So this will make all H1s purple. This formula, this pattern is very simple, but it can get more complicated. We can do two different properties. We can set the width and the height. So width will be 100 pixels and height will be 200 pixels. And we'll talk more about these properties and, what pixels are and different units and height and width and color and all of that later on. But for now, this basic pattern. Make all image elements 100 pixels wide and 200 pixels tall. Here's a much more complicated one, but it still follows the same pattern. We have a selector up top. This whole thing up top all the way until the curly brace, that is selecting something. What it is selecting is every other text input. So this is saying all inputs where type is set to text, and I want every second one. Don't worry about remembering this or memorizing it for now. What we want to do is give it a 2-pixel solid red border, and it would look something like this. So it's always this same pattern. We select something, all H1s, all images, every other input with the type of text. There's all these different selectors we will continue to learn about. We're not really learning about them yet, so we will learn about them in the next couple of sections. But for now, this pattern is what is most important. Select something and then set these properties, set these styles on those things we just selected. So just to give you a better example of how powerful CSS can be, here's another code pen I found. Did not make this. I am not a talented designer, but it's a pretty nice looking book e-commerce website, I think, or a read books website. There's HTML over here, and here's CSS. I'm going to comment out all of this CSS or delete it, and this is what we're left with. Our content is still here, but everything is huge or tiny in some cases. No nice fonts. Everything looks completely different, but all of the content is here. So all of these images for the books and the authors, all of the text, all of the descriptions, the ratings, all these paragraphs, more images, all the content is here, but I got rid of all of the styles. So HTML, the nouns, CSS, the adjectives, or the structure. Let's give it a second and then see what it looks like. And there we are, back to normal with our CSS. Look at all that stuff. It's a pretty amazing transformation. Same underlying content, CSS plays a crucial role. So we've got a lot to cover, but hopefully it's something you're excited about, or at least can recognize that it's important. And in the next video, I'm going to start by just showing you how many possible properties there are that we can style. There's quite a few. Before we go any further, I want to address this bottom point. There is a lot to CSS. There are tons of properties that you can use at any point. That does not mean you need to know them all at once, that you need to memorize them, that you need to worry about them. It can be intimidating. Compared to HTML, there's just a lot more to know. None of it is terribly complicated, fortunately, but there's just a lot. So just to give you an example, I put together a quick example here. These are all individual properties that have to do with border, the border of an element. So there are different properties to change the color for the entire border, or just the top, or the bottom, or the left, or the right, or to change the rounding, the radius of the corner for the top, the bottom, the left, or the right, to change the width of the border, the style of the border, to change all sorts of things. You can see there's, I don't know, I didn't count these, but probably almost 50, maybe 40 different properties here. You do not need to worry about most of these. They exist, and there might be a time you need one of them, but the beauty of all of this, especially CSS, is that you don't need to hold it all in your head. You can find information when you need it online. Nobody expects you to be a master of every single property. The ones that you use the most, you'll just naturally come to remember, but the ones you don't use, or very frequently use, you'll just look them up. So MDN does have a CSS reference. Where are you? Technologies, CSS, CSS reference. Scroll down. This is a list of all of the CSS properties. So if you need to use a property and you're not sure how it works, for example, if I needed to use, I'll show you something I never remember, which is the gradients here. A conic gradient. I never remember how this works, but MDN explains it. We've got examples. I can see the examples here. I can toggle between them. I can scroll down and read more about how it all works. I probably chose one of the more complicated properties to show you right now. Most of them are even simpler than this, but the documentation is incredibly helpful. So keep that in mind. MDN's a great resource. And the other thing that I do a lot sometimes you just may not know the property that you need to use. You may not know the name, you may not even know if it exists. So you can Google things. There's lots of guides and tutorials. For example, I might want to make some shadows in CSS, some shadows around text, so I would Google something like CSS shadow, and we'll find a couple different results. Generally, I try and avoid this website, W3 Schools. We've got MDN, so there's something called box shadow. There's something called a drop shadow. So there's all these articles that will explain different things, and there's nothing wrong with consulting them at all. It's just part of being a developer, is doing this research and finding things. So there's also a different type of shadow. We can do a text shadow, which I never remember the syntax for either. We can find it here. There's also these tools that you can use to help you out. So the fact that a tool like this exists, it helps me make a text shadow. I can choose how much I want to shift things up or down. You can see the result here and here. This is going to just spit out CSS that I can copy. The fact that this exists shows you that for a lot of people, they don't remember or they struggle to build these from scratch. There is no shame in researching any of this. Here's a different type of a shadow on an image. Here's a rounded shadow. Here's the text shadow documentation on MDN. Long story short, there's so much to know in CSS, but honestly, you don't need to know most of it. There's so much you could know. And there's a small subset of things that you definitely will know just by using them enough. And the rest you can just access when you need it. So don't feel like this is a huge thing you have to memorize. Please stay calm, light some candles, stack some rocks, smell some lovely flowers. Everything's okay. Just focus on the syntax, the patterns, and being able to access information if you need it, but not cramming it all into your head at once. So let's begin. All right, so before we start writing our CSS, let's talk about how we include it. Where do we actually write it in the first place? There are a couple of options for writing styles. I have them listed here. The first one is to write your styles directly inline in your HTML elements. This is not at all a good idea, really ever, but I'll show it to you. You may come across this. I'm going to make a new document. This one is called index.html. It's just a common name, just a sort of a standard home page or main page for an application, but it can be named anything. I'm just going to add an element or two very quickly in here. So let's do CSS intro, and then down below an H1. And if I have a button, I could do something like, how about background color will be pale green. Sure. Refresh the page. There we go. So this is not a great idea, mainly because it's really difficult, it's impossible to share these styles without duplicating them. For example, if I had another button on my website, often we want them to be branded and styled the same way. So if I want this button to have green or pale green text, I have to duplicate this whole thing and put that in here. And then if we decide, actually, we don't want pale green, now we want just forest green or green, I'm going to have to change that in two places. Or in a real website, I might have a dozen or more buttons. I'd have to change them all individually. Also, I can't share these styles between documents. I might have 10 different pages or HTML documents for an application, and they all need to have the same styles. So this is not a good approach, but you may see it. The next option is to use the style element, which allows us to write CSS directly inside of our document, but not nested or not embedded in an element. So I'm going to get rid of this, or maybe I'll just comment this out so you can see, inline styles. Bad. And then I'll add in something else in here, like let's do an H2. I am an H2. And then what I can do is in my head, I can add a style element just like this, and I can write my CSS in here. Now we still haven't seen much CSS at all, but I can write some in here, like make all H2s have a color of, how about pale violet red? And I will refresh, and there's my H2. It is pale violet red. And I could have multiple H2s now, and they will all share that same color. So this is an improvement upon this approach where I wrote my styles in quotes in each element because I had to duplicate that style for every similar element. So this is much better. I can style all H2s, but we still have the problem of if I have multiple documents, multiple pages on my website that I want to use the same styles, I would have to copy and paste this into each one. So the best approach, and the one you'll see the most, is to write your styles in an external style sheet. So we'll make a new file, a completely separate file where we write our CSS. It needs to end in .css as the file extension, and then we can include that file in our own document or any other documents we make. So to do that, first I'm just going to comment this out. What we want to do is make our file, not new folder, new file, and I'm going to call this one probably app.css or my styles or styles.css, just anything .css. And I'm going to write the same exact rule that I wrote, h2, maybe we'll give it a different color. How about color of indigo? Just like that, and save this file. But I'm not done yet because these are not connected in any way. This HTML file knows nothing about that CSS file. We need to tell it about it using a new element called the link element. The link element goes in our head. So it's one of those things early on when I introduced the head, I said, we put the title in here and this is where we include scripts and style sheets. Well, now we're including style sheets using the link element. So we write link and then we specify an href attribute, which is the path, or it should be the location of the style sheet we're including. And then there's this rel equals style sheet. I don't think it's actually mandatory, but most editors will put that there for you. VS Code does, and you'll see it most frequently because there are other things you can include with a link tag. So let me just show you how we would do this. We'll add our link. You could just hit link tab, and it does this for me. It already gives me rel equals style sheet. href equals, and the path where I can find this exact file, app.css. It's in the same folder, but just like before, with when we did images, we could have a nested, styles/app. Now, that doesn't exist. I don't have that folder, but I could, and I would use this syntax. So app.css, these link tags always go in our head. They are meta information. The style sheet itself, that link element, is not something we want to show up here. So we put them in the head. We set that href attribute. Let's refresh. And now we're getting our indigo h2s that tells us everything is working. So anytime you make a style sheet, app.css, styles.css, silly.css, it needs to end in .css. Also notice I'm getting the syntax highlighting from VS Code. And then to include it in a separate document in an HTML file, use the link element and specify the href attribute. We'll do that all the time. Follow that formula. Every single time you make a new style sheet, you'll need to connect it with a link element. So we're going to begin with some of the more basic, commonly used CSS properties, things like color and background color, changing font sizes, all of that stuff. And then we're going to talk more about selectors. So there is more to this first piece, right? Selecting, we've seen it already. You can select an element, or you can do fancy stuff like this. We will cover that, but we're going to begin with what goes in between these curly braces, the different properties that we can set for an element. And we're going to start with this one right here, color. So we can select, in this case, an H1 or all H1s, and set their color to be purple. The color property on MDN, I'm looking at it right here, is something that accepts a bunch of different types of values. Following this video, I'll actually have a standalone video on how color works in CSS. You can see there's all these different systems. We've got named colors, which you might be familiar with. We've got hexadecimal, RGB, HSL, HSLA, RGBA, all these different systems. But all of these values here just represent a color. However it's stored, how it's represented is different, but they're all just used to represent a color using text. Okay, so the color property is going to change the text color. So if we set this, a paragraph or something over here that's being updated, it's the text color. It's not the background color, it's simply the color of the text. And that's really all there is to it. So again, we're going to focus on colors in the next video, but if I make a couple of different elements here, I've got H2s, a bunch of them. Let's make a couple of buttons. Button 1, I'll duplicate that. Button 2, what else should we do? Let's do a paragraph of text with some lorem ipsum in there. Okay, so actually, you know what? Maybe let's do a little bit more. Let's do lorem times 3. Okay, so here's my paragraph, here's my buttons, and my H2s. I'm now going to hop over to my app.css, my style sheet, and we've already set color here to be indigo on all H2s. We can play around with some different values, right? We have the standard colors, red and orange and yellow. I'll show you the specific named colors we have. Let's go with something like teal. And as we've already seen, the text color changes on every H2. This is not the first H2, it's not the only one, it is all H2s in the document. So let's work on the buttons. Let's set them to have a color of, how about magenta? So when I refresh, what do you expect to see on these buttons? The text color changes to magenta, not the background, but the text. And then let's also do it for our paragraphs. So the P element, we use the name of the tag, right? P button H2. If we were making an anchor tag, or if we had an anchor tag over here, so the A, we're not going to write out anchor, we just write A. We use exactly the same syntax over here to select by element type. So H2 button, P tags are going to have a color of, how about olive? Sure. Not old lace. Well, let's just do olive. I didn't even know that was a color. And refresh. Okay, so that's working. But then we also have background color, which is different, and probably you can figure out what it does. It's going to change the background color of whatever element we are selecting, or elements we're selecting. So it's background dash color, and we can set both color and background color on an element. So if I wanted my buttons to have a different background color, I think the default is sort of a whatever grayish color, I could change it. Background dash color, and of course we have autocomplete here. So background dash color. Thanks to VS Code, I'll go with, how about cyan? It's going to be quite the bright pair of buttons here. And there is our bright cyan background. I could do it on my H2s. I'll set background dash color to be, how about, we have teal there, pale, violet red, papaya whip, how about plum? Refresh. There we go. Now remember, an H2 is an example of a block level element. It goes all the way across in this case. It takes up whatever space is available in the container it's in. In this case, it's the body. Our body goes all the way across. So it takes up all that space, and the text itself is small, but by default, the background will fill all of that up. Okay, so that's background color. One quick note, you may see this as well. People using background without the dash color. So for example, on my paragraph, I could set background to be orange. Now, if I refresh, that does work. It's changing the background color. But technically, background is a different property from background color. Background does a lot more than changing the background color. We could set a background image. We could set a gradient. We can do lots of things with this background property. We'll learn more about it. So just know that background color is the specific version just to change the color. Background, as you see it right here, is actually more powerful, or it has a lot more options. All right, so those are our first two properties. Next up, we'll continue talking about colors, specifically some of the values, the different systems that we can use to reference colors. This is something that will come up a lot, not just with the color and background color properties, but also things like border and shadows. There are so many things that we can assign a color or associate a color with. So we've already seen some examples of named colors. These are probably the easiest colors to get started with, but also the most limited set. Each browser, or all browsers these days, recognize, 140 named colors. So these are colors that have a specific name in English that you can reference, and every browser is supposed to know that, medium violet red is this exact shade, this exact color. So some of them I've put on this slide here just to show you. They range from simple names like orange and red and pink to dark khaki and medium aquamarine and light sky blue. We use some of them already. So anytime we have a property like color or background color that is expecting a color value, we can use those names. So what do I have here? I've got, so ugly. If I want to make the background color, instead of plum, I wanted to make the background color, one of these would be light sky blue, or if I like, how about papaya whip, I can just copy that name, papaya whip right there, save, refresh the page, and the browser knows the color I'm referring to. So these are easy in some ways, although remembering the names of all of these is pretty difficult. But even with that, we only have 140 different colors available. which is pretty limited given the fact that most computer monitors these days display 16 or so million different colors. Now, we can't all perceive those colors as humans. Maybe some of us can, but the point is that there's a lot more nuance and there's a lot more options than just 140 different colors. So there are different color systems that we could use to reference those colors. The problem with named colors is that we can't give a name to every single possible color value. I mean, you could, but there'd be no way to reference them. 16 million different names, it just makes no sense. The first system we'll take a look at are RGB colors, red, green, blue. So if you've ever seen a pixel up close, or a computer display, the arrangements might vary, as you can see here, but behind the scenes there are 3 different colors of light, red, green, and blue. And these colors can be added together to form every other color that you might need to display. So this RGB color model goes beyond the world of the web or browsers or even just computers, televisions. I mean, there's cameras. It's used all over the place. It is an example of an additive color system where we have different colors of light, red, green, and blue, and you can add them or mix them together to make different colors. So you can see it here. For example, red and green makes yellow. Red, green, and blue makes white. So you don't really have to get super familiar with how it all works. You don't need to be an expert. You just need to know the basic syntax. So each channel that we have in a red, green, blue color in the browser goes from 0 to 255. So 0 would mean off. So if we had 0 red, there's no red in this color. If we have 255 red, it's maxed out red. So here's an example or a couple of examples and the specific syntax that we use with CSS to reference a color using RGB. So we write the letters RGB, then we have parentheses, and then our 3 channels in order, R, then G, then B. So here I have maxed out red, 255, and I have no green and no blue. So we're just pure red. Here I've done something similar, but I have zeroed out red and green, and I've maxed out blue, RGB, so we get pure blue. Here at the bottom, I have zeroed out everything, so we get black, 0, 0, 0. There's no light. If you're imagining, these 3 channels of light that we're turning on or off, or sliders. I like to think of like at a recording studio, those sliders on the desk that you move up and down. All of them are down here. 0, 0, 0 gives us black. And then here's a more complex color. You can see that we have some red, some green, and some blue, but we have a lot more red and blue than we have green. And we end up with this purplish color. Now the thing to remember here is that you're not expected to be able to just come up with these codes yourself. These are just things that you'll find from color pickers or from color palettes online. I'll show you an example. If we go over to this color picker, this is just one I like, but there are built-in color pickers on your machine. There are color picking apps. There's websites. If you just search color picker, I'm pretty sure Google just comes with one. Anyway, if you play around and you want to find a color that you like, can see over here the red, the green, and the blue channels are being displayed. So let's say I want a nice sort of olivey green. I don't know, that's not really olivey. Let's see, I need a bit more yellow, I think. Maybe something like that. I don't even know if olivey is the right term here, but let's say I like this color. It's 89 red, 151 green, and 0 blue. So to use that, I just need to remember that. 89, 151. And let's give our background color to our H2s, or how about our paragraphs? No, they're already olive. So let's do the background color for this H2. RGB parentheses. Red was 89, green was 151, I think, and blue was 0. Is that correct? And if we refresh our page, there we go. That's the color that I selected. So there is no need for you to be able to tell me, if I need to make a very light pinkish color. You don't need to be able to tell me the exact numbers, but if you know the basics, you know that we're going to need some red, right? And if we just play around with it over time, you get more comfortable with it. But you'll see, we're maxed out red, and then we have a lot of green and a lot of blue, because remember that this is an additive color system, and the way that we get white is by maxing everything out, and the way we get black is by zeroing everything out. So if we want a pinkish color, it's going to be fully red, but still a lot of green and a lot of blue, because it's a lot of light to make something lighter. Fortunately, this is not something you really need to be an expert at. You need to just be an expert at this syntax, which is nice and easy, just RGB and then parentheses, R and then G, then B. Each one goes from 0 to 255. Copy the colors and the codes from color palettes and color pickers. There's a lot of them. If you search for color picker, pretty sure, one pops up right here from Google. So you can find your colors there, copy that. If you're working for a company, they usually have a palette that you're going to be limited to. So you'll have the color codes ready to go. And we've only covered RGB so far. Next up, we're going to talk about hexadecimal, which is a slightly different way of representing the colors, but the same principle. So next up, we're going to talk about another way of representing colors, which is using hexadecimal. Most people just say hex colors, short for hexadecimal. So it's based off of the exact same color model, the same system of having a red channel, a green channel, and a blue channel, and each one ranges from 0 to 255. But the big difference is that hex colors are actually written using hexadecimal notation. So if you're not familiar with that term hexadecimal, no worries at all. Let's start with the idea of decimal. Most of the Western world counts using the decimal system, where every digit in a number ranges from 0 to 9, right? So the largest single digit number we have is 9. Then we move on to 10, which is a 2-digit number. The largest 2-digit number we have is 99. So with a single spot, a single little place in a number, right? If we have a couple of slots like this, the single largest number that can go in each one is 9 in a decimal system. But we have other number systems. For example, binary. In binary, we have exactly 2 choices for each spot in a number. So the largest 3-digit number in binary is 111. Now, what we're talking about here is hexadecimal, which is different. It is base 16 instead of base 10 or base 2 like binary. In hexadecimal, every spot or every slot in a number has 16 choices. And because we run out of numerals, what are they, Arabic numerals, I think is the right term, 0 through 9, we then use letters, A, B, C, D, E, and F. So F here is 15. It represents 15 if it were in decimal, but we're storing it in a single spot using a letter. So the largest single-digit number that we can represent with hexadecimal is just F. F is the same as writing 15 in decimal. So the reason that we would use something like hexadecimal is that it can lead to more compact color names or color references. We're basically giving a number to every color, that not every possible color on Earth, but we're giving a number to a bunch of colors, and we're using letters to help make those numbers shorter. We're using hexadecimal so that we can store more information in a single digit. Even if that digit happens to be a letter, it's still considered a number in hexadecimal. Anyway, here's what it looks like. So we have 6 numbers, and they consist of 3 pairs. So the first 2 are the red channel, the second 2 are the green channel, and the third 2 are the blue channel. So just like RGB, as we saw previously, we have a red, a green, and a blue channel, and they range from 0 to FF. But FF in hexadecimal is 255. So don't get too hung up on the math, but this is another way of saying 0 to 255. It's just a little bit more compact, and we do have this hash symbol, or I think it's technically an octothorpe, pound sign, whatever you want to call it. We have to have that there to indicate that we're writing a hexadecimal color. So this example here is full blast red, full green, and no blue. And in the RGB color model, red plus green gives us yellow. So that's what you see there. Here's another example. Here we have something a little bit different. We've got some red, some green, and some blue, and I do not expect anyone to be able to just look at this and know exactly what shade or what color it's going to be, but you can see that we've got a decent amount of blue, we've got a decent amount of green, and we've got some red, and we end up with this sort of, I don't know, like a darkish blue-green color. But just remember the order, RGB and 0 to 255, except it's really 0 to FF, which is the same thing. So if you look at any color picker out there, it's going to give you hex codes, and they're very commonly used, more so in my experience than RGB colors. Even though it's still an RGB system, it's just a little bit shorter. So if I want to use one of these colors, how about like a light blue like that? I'm getting the hex code right here. I'm also getting it here. I can just copy that and paste it over wherever I want to use it. Let's use it for the color of my text. There we go. Let's refresh, and you can see I'm getting that color here. So very easy to use. You do not need to really be able to look at this and understand what it is, but VS Code, one of the nicer features for CSS is this little color preview. It tells you what you're looking at. I really appreciate that, because otherwise if you just saw this and you didn't have the little light blue square, it's a little hard to know what you're dealing with. So two different ways of referencing colors. RGB, where we write RGB parentheses and then using decimal numbers from 0 to 255 separated by commas, and then also hexadecimal, where it's the same principle with an R, G, and a B channel, but each channel is stored with 2 hexadecimal digits. So use whichever you prefer. I generally use hex codes. So if I'm going to a color picker, this is an app that builds a palette for you. You can find different color palettes and upvote them and downvote them and all of that. But if I like one of these colors, I just copy the hex and I use that. If I like this one, copy that, or play around with this and find a color I want and use that inside of my code. But you can also use RGB. They both are equally good, and they both are much better than using the named colors built into your browser. Oh, and before I forget, there's also a shorthand that you may run into. You can have a 3-digit hexadecimal number if each triplet is the exact same digit. So that doesn't really explain it very well, but imagine we had 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0. What color is that, by the way? No color at all. No red, no green, no blue. That's going to be black. So if I don't know, how about I give my body a background color of black? So background color, just like that. Put my semicolon there, refresh the page, and it works. But because the red, those 2 digits are identical, same for the green, same for the blue, I can actually shorten this to just 0, 0, 0. Refresh, exactly the same. Now if I had a different color, how about something like CC, I don't know, I'm just totally making this up, 55EE, that pinkish color, sure, there it is. I can actually shorten this just to be C5E. I refresh, and it's the same color. So if you ever see that, if you see a 3-digit hex, you could expand it if you wanted to, right? Just add that in, CC55EE. Just know it's a shorter way of writing the same color. But we have way fewer options if we're only using those 3 digits, versus with 6, we can have all these other colors that don't have the same digit for each pair. Also, while I have you, this is super useful in VS Code. If you hover and you want to change something, hover over the color, change its value, just like that. And I don't know if, okay, you can click to go between RGB and hex. There's also a third system I'm not going to go into here called HSL. I actually really like HSL colors, but I just don't want to bog things down too early on. We could spend an hour talking about colors, and I don't want to do that. But I do have a YouTube video if you want more detail on HSL. It's really not going to be important for now whatsoever. We've got 2 color systems down, and they're the most commonly used, RGB and hex. Okay, I just want to quickly address something that I may not have made a big enough deal about early on, which is the semicolon at the end of every property declaration here. It's essential. You definitely need it in CSS. Unfortunately, you won't get a message or an error if you leave it off, but it is wrong. For example, let's say I leave it off here, color magenta, and I save. I'm going to refresh my page. My styles aren't applying to my buttons. They're not magenta, and they don't have a cyan background color. Now, VS Code does tell you in the editor, it tells you that it's expecting a semicolon. That's one of the good reasons to use VS Code. You get that little highlight. Hopefully that shows up on here. This is super useful as well with things like JavaScript, but we don't get any error in the browser. It doesn't tell us we did something wrong. It just ignores that. So those semicolons are crucial. It's how we tell CSS, or it's how the browser recognizes this is the end of a property declaration and we're on to the next property. So make sure those are there. And if something does not appear to be working, that's one of the reasons. If you're sure that it's written correctly, just check that semicolon. I don't know if I made a big enough deal about it, but now I have. Okay. So next up, we're leaving color behind for a bit, and we're going to talk about text and different properties that we can use to manipulate text. It's text alignment, the font weight. Is it super bold or very lightweight? Is it italicized? Line height, letter spacing, and other things, including font size. That's actually missing from this list for a good reason. We're going to devote an entire video just to font size and the different units. So all of these properties have to do with text. And let's begin with text align. Before we go any further, I'm working in an empty document. Well, it's not empty, in a new document with no styles, just to keep things simple. The previous document with all those ugly colors was getting a little messy. So I copied some of the content from the Wikipedia page for cuttlefish, one of my favorite animals. You can download this code and follow along, or you could just type anything that included an H1 and some paragraphs and an H2 and some H3s and that sort of thing. It looks like this when I open it in the browser. Nothing crazy. Okay, so we're going to play around with text align first. I do need to make my app.css, or I already have it, but I need to connect it. So I'm just going to do that quickly. App.css, they're in the same directory as you can see right there. Okay, so text align is what we use to set the horizontal alignment on an element. Now that does not mean how an element is aligned on the page itself, not spatially where it goes, but within an element. How is the text aligned? So let me show you an example. Let's play around with one of these paragraphs, or maybe the H1 is where we can begin with. So this H1 right here, there's only one of them, but I'm technically selecting all of them. H1, text align, and right now it's set to left by default. I could set it to center, and I'll refresh, and now it is center aligned. It just so happens that the element itself goes all the way across the screen, right? You can see there in the DevTools. So it's aligned to the center of that. And if I did text align right instead, it's going to go all the way to the right-hand side. There you go. But let's say I gave this H1 a width, which I recognize we have not yet covered, so don't worry about this. I'm going to give it a width of 50% of the page. Okay, now this is still aligned to the right. Can you see that blue box there? That box only goes halfway across the screen. So text align is not going to move the entire H1 around. It only operates within the confines of the content for that H1. Or for a paragraph, could do the same thing. So I think I'm going to go back to center align here. I could do paragraphs, text align, let's do right. And now they're all aligned to the right of their respective paragraph sort of content boxes. So that's text align. The next property we'll take a look at is font weight. So font weight is how we can control the boldness or lightness of a given piece of text. There are a couple different ways that we can set this. We have keywords like normal, bold, lighter, bolder, and we also have numbers, 100, 200, 300, 400, and so on. Typically, the most common weights are going to be 400, which is usually normal, and 700, which is bold. And it's important to note that not every single font on Earth is going to have all of these available weights. So font is actually a topic we'll cover later on, and specifically how we include our own custom fonts and, use some nice cool looking fonts. For now, we're going to just talk about font weight. So I'm going to head over here on my H1 and set font weights to, why don't we start with normal? Because most H1s by default are bolded. Now it is normal weight. If you can see that there, it is large. It's bigger than this text, but it is not bolded. I could also do a number to go back to bold. I could set it to 700, and now it's bolded. I don't know if we'll have access to extra bold. Let's do 900. Yeah, so the browser, this font, whichever font it is, the default font for an H1 in my browser does not come with all those different weights. So I'm just going to go back to 400 or normal. It's the other way you could write that. So if you try and use a font weight that cannot be found for this given font, like if I tried to do font weight 100, the browser is just going to pick the closest one that does exist, which I think is 400 in this case. So we're not getting anything else. It looks exactly the same as it would if I had said 400 or if I had said normal. It looks exactly the same as if I had said 400. Yep. Okay. So remember, we have not yet covered changing fonts. I can't even remember if it's Arial or Times New Roman. That's the default font in Chrome. But anyway, we'll learn how to add fonts in and customize all of that. For now, we're working with the defaults, and it might be different depending on the browser you're using. But font weight is how we can make something bold or unbold something. So I guess I should show the opposite, taking a paragraph or something that's not bolded and making it bold. So all paragraphs are now going to have font weight of, I could say bold, or I could write 700. Oh, that is just hideous. I'm not going to do that, but that is how I would bold something. So the next property we'll look at is a bit different. It's called text decoration. And text decoration is actually surprisingly complicated. We could devote a lot of time to it. Complicated is the wrong word, but there's a lot to it. Text decoration controls the appearance of decorative lines on text. So this is how we control things like if there's an underline, if there's an overline, if there's a line through. So I'll just quickly show you an example. Why don't we make, I guess on our H1, we'll set text decoration to be underline, just like that. I'll refresh, and we get an underline right there. Well, there it is. We could also set that to be overline, and it goes above, and we can set it to, I think, is line dash through, and we get a strike through or line through, which can be nice if you're doing a to-do list or something like that, and you want things to be crossed off. But it's actually more complicated than this, than just doing an overline and an underline. We can specify the color. So I could say something like, I want a blue underline, and there it is, a nice blue underline. Or I could use any of the other colors that we've learned about. So I could use a hexadecimal color. I'm just going to make one up here. Whoops. Let's see what that looks like. All right, it's an orangish color. There we go. But it's actually more complex than that because I can also control the style of the line itself. Is it a dotted line, a wavy line? What else do we have? Just a solid line. Let's see, if we look at this property, text decoration style, solid, double, dotted, dashed, wavy, quite a few different options. Let's try wavy. So wavy like that and save. Okay, there's our wavy underline. So I think that's good enough for now. Most of the time I'm just using this to either do strike through, or another common situation is to actually remove a default underline. So if I add an anchor tag in here somewhere, let's do around mollusks right here. I'll do an anchor tag. href will just be nowhere. And I'm going to put mollusks in there. Save, refresh. By default in our browser, we get this underline. And if I don't want that, I believe on Wikipedia they actually remove that. Yeah, all of these are links. There's no underline until I hover at least. To do that, I can use text decoration and set it to none. So I can select all my anchor tags, text, decoration, none. And I'll refresh, and now it's gone. So we still have that color. We could change that, of course, but you definitely want to make your links clear. You don't want it to just look like regular text, but if you want to remove that underline, that's how you do it. So that's most of text decoration, although technically we also skipped the thickness. You can change the thickness of the line, but this is just way above and beyond what we need to know for now. But you could make it a really thick line or a thin line, but we'll just leave it at that. Next up, two pretty quick ones. Line height, which controls the height of a line of text. So you can see here, this is a normal line height, just whatever the default is. Now we go up to 2.5. There's a bunch of units you can use. We have not yet talked about units. We will cover that shortly. But if you just put a number in there, this is going to take the font size of whatever the element is and just multiply it by 2.5. So basically 2.5 times the normal font size for that line. So I could make something double spaced if I wanted to. I could take my paragraphs and give them a line height of 2. This is what they look like right now. Let's look at this one. Now it's double spaced, just like my old essays in middle school and high school. Got to pad them out. We can also do things like make it smaller. I think we can shrink things down. I'm not sure if I've ever done this. Ooh, that's quite the headache to look at, but it is possible. Let's go back to 2 for now. So that's line height, ignoring the other possible units. They all do the same thing, though. They all control that height of each line of text. So it's not controlling the text itself and its size, but the height of the line. You can see if I highlight something, let's refresh. I'll highlight one of these pieces of text. That highlight extends far beyond my text to the height of the line. And then we also have letter spacing, which is how we can control the spacing between letters in our text. So I can use a bunch of different units again, which we still have not yet covered, but I'll just show you an example. Let's do a trendy H1 here. I'm going to do letter spacing and space them out quite a bit. How about, 10 pixels between? Let's see what that looks like. Yeah, that looks okay. We could even do more. How about 15 pixels? We have not yet covered what pixels are, but there we go. I'm getting slightly nicer looking H1. I mean, it kind of looks horrible too, but it's at least different than what we had before. So those are the basic text properties for this video. We covered text align, font weight, text decoration, letter spacing, and line height. Most of them are pretty simple. The only one that really requires a lot of explanation is text decoration. It can do a lot, but most of the time I just use it to remove an underline or set an underline or strike through. I don't think I've ever actually used the wavy thing in real life. Usually it's just a straight line. Alrighty, so next up we've got more important text properties, things like changing the fonts and changing the font size. We need to talk about units. That will help us a lot if we understand what pixels actually mean and what ems are and rems. So that's all coming up. So in the previous video, we talked about quite a few different text-related properties, but we did not cover changing the size of some text. The property we use to do that is called font size, and it's honestly very simple. On one hand, it's just font-size, and then we specify a size. However, what makes it a bit more tricky at this point in time is that the options for these values range a lot. We have all sorts of different units in CSS and different values for sizes. We have things like these named values I've never used in my life, small, medium, large, extra large, and so on. We have pixels. We have these things called ems and percentages. We actually have quite a few. Ems, rems, VHs, VWs, centimeters, inches, pixels, millimeters. The good news is that most of these are not used frequently. And also we don't need to use any of them right now. I'm just going to show you pixels, which is actually not something I generally recommend using all the time, but it's the easiest to get started with. And then we'll come back and learn more about these left-hand units, the relative units like ems and rems and percentages. So pixels, just px, are the most commonly used of these absolute units. Now they're absolute because the end result size of using pixels does not depend on anything else, no other elements or a parent's font size. It's always going to be the same, at least in your document. If something is 10 pixels and something else is 10 pixels, they will be the exact same size. Now it's important to note that, yes, it's called a pixel, but it does not necessarily equal the width of exactly one pixel on your machine. So it varies depending on the size of your display. It varies on a lot of things, actually. So it is not guaranteed to be 1 pixel wide, but it is guaranteed to be very small. A single pixel 1px is tiny. Note that I put at the bottom, not recommended for responsive websites. Just keep in mind we'll come back and we are going to learn some of these other units that are more commonly used today. But pixels still have a place, and I'll point that out when we get there. So let's play around with it. Let's change the font size of something. How about this right here, our H1? It's just font-size. And then I'm going to do pixels. How about 100px? Refresh. And there we go. It's significantly larger. Now I'm not going to do that. How about maybe 80? It's still pretty big, but maybe that's okay. So we can change the font size of anything, any text. Pixels, px. We also have these other very weird absolute units that I've never seen used on a website, like millimeters and centimeters. I'm told that those are more commonly used in print, like if you're laying something out to print out, but I don't know if that's true or not. But pixels have been used for a very long time. They're very common, but like I said, there are better units to use in today's world. We will learn them in time. Okay, I promise. So font size, super easy. The actual property itself, font-size, and then you specify some value. The last of the font adjacent properties that we're going to cover for now is font family. Font family is what we use to actually change the font of an element. So you can see some examples here. Just watch this text. That font is changing. Now, I have to warn you up front, changing fonts is maybe not as simple as you might think because it really depends on the fonts that are built into your browser. Until we learn how to install or include custom fonts, which is a separate topic, it's not terribly hard. It's actually very easy. It just takes a separate video. Until we get there, we have to rely on browser fonts or web-safe fonts. These are fonts that we can assume most users will have in their system. And there aren't very many. There really aren't. If we go to this website, I've included the link in the alongside this video in the resources. This shows us some of the most commonly used fonts and how many Windows machines have it versus how many Mac machines have them. So you can see something like Arial, lots of support on Windows machines and Macs. But then we have other fonts like Franklin Gothic Medium, very common on Windows machines, uncommon on Macs. So if you want to use one of these fonts, and it's the only font that you want to use for a given element, you have to keep in mind that it may not be fully supported, and some of your users will see something different. If I don't have Franklin Gothic Medium on this machine, my text will look different. That doesn't mean the text won't be there, it just won't be the right font that you intended. So the way that we use this is font-family, and then the simplest form is just picking a font. So how about what's Arial, very common across both platforms. How about something like Verdana? Let's try one of those. So let's do it on our H1. Font family, Arial. Watch right here, I'll refresh, and it did change. It's not a huge change, but it did change fonts. Let's also try Verdana. I'm going to refresh, keep your eyes right there, and it changed again. Okay, so that's the simplest option, but generally what you'll see is something called a font stack. And a font stack is basically a list of fonts that you would like to use in order. So here's my first choice, Gill Sans Extra Bold, and then my backup, or just a fallback font, is actually not a specific font, it's a family, Sans Serif, any other sans serif font available. So let me show you what I mean. Let's play around with this. Let's pick a font I do not have on my machine. For example, I'm on a Mac. I don't have Perpetua. I'm just trying to see if there's a very obvious one. How about Sego UI? I'm probably butchering that. So if I wanted to use that, Sego UI, I'm pretty sure I don't have that font. And yeah, I don't. It's not showing up here. But I can then provide a backup, or my next choice, using that comma to indicate this is my first choice, then here's my next choice. How about, sure, Futura, like that, refresh, and that is indeed Futura. And I could continue on, right? I could specify something else like, Arial, which I do have. But that is not going to be displayed. I won't see Arial being used unless I don't have Sego, I don't have Futura, but I do have Arial. So it shouldn't change at all, and it doesn't. Now I can also provide this backup option, the fallback just to a generic family. And these are the families I can use. If you don't know much about typography, it's okay. I don't really either. But there are different types of fonts. Serif fonts, sans serif fonts, monospace fonts, and then some odder ones like Fantasy. You can see some of the examples here. Basically, your browser will just pick one if you choose Fantasy or Monospace or Serif. Now, this is not a comprehensive list, but these are some of the most commonly used fonts. So if I wanted to, I did Sego and Futura, these would be sans serif fonts. So I could just say pick any backup sans serif, which is probably what I would do, right? You're trying to design your application or design your site with some font in mind. And if it's a serif font and the user who's viewing your site does not have that font, you generally want them just to use some other serif font at the very worst case. So I'm not going to see a difference at all. But if I did something like this instead, font family, just to show you, Fantasy, that's not specifying a particular font. That is a family of font types. And I think this is Papyrus. It's just a lovely font, isn't it? It just picked it for me. Same thing with, if I did monospace, it picked a monospace font. I don't know which one it is, maybe Monaco or something like that. I'm not positive, but one of these here. So that's basically it for now for font family. You just pick the name of the font or multiple fonts in a comma-separated list. This is your highest priority, and then your next highest priority, and then your third, and so on. You can have as many as you want. Typically, usually you have one or two, and then a backup. It's always best to provide a backup, this generic fallback, just a type. And then later on in the course, we'll see how we can include our own custom fonts so that we can guarantee that the user will have, or just about guarantee, that they'll have access to the font we want. Maybe it's some fancy font that most machines don't have. That doesn't mean we can't use it. We just have to take some extra steps. But for now, we're just relying on built-in fonts that most users will have on their system. Okay, so that's font family, and that about wraps up all this text stuff, at least for now. Now that we've seen the basics of CSS, it's time to talk more about selectors. We've been working with very basic CSS selectors because we really haven't covered it much. We've been styling every H1 on the page, or every paragraph, or every div, or whatever it is. But there's a lot more nuance to CSS, and that's what we're going to focus on in this upcoming section. So there are quite a few different ways we can select elements to style, and I'm going to go over a lot of them here. There's a lot of green because most of them, they don't take a whole lot of time to cover. They're all selectors, so conceptually, they kind of do the exact same thing. They just select different elements or different subsets of elements. So a lot of crucial stuff. We've already seen how to select by elements, but I'm still going to put that in crucial. We'll learn how to select by classes and IDs. We'll talk about descendant selectors. Let's group adjacent selector, direct descendant, attributes, pseudo-class, pseudo-elements under important, but not as important as the bread and butter of CSS, working with elements, classes, IDs, and descendants. Honestly, the stuff in this column here under important, it is important and it will come up in the real world, just not as much as this over here. So I don't want to overload everybody with a whole bunch of CSS selectors. I mean, that's what the section is. So I kind of am overloading you with it, but I want to set the stage and just, highlight what really matters here. They're all useful, but these are the main focus. Then there's this one remaining card, CSS specificity. So this is a bit of a different topic. It's not a way of selecting things like all of these selectors are. Instead, it refers to a couple of videos at the end of this section where I talk about how does CSS figure out what styles to apply when there's a conflict. When you have, two different selectors both targeting the same element, which one wins? And that's a pretty important topic for a couple of reasons. So I'm going to put it under crucial. Number one, you will run into problems with CSS where your styles do conflict and you can't figure out why one is winning and the other one is losing. If you understand specificity, it helps you debug your own code, but it also is really important to help you write better CSS. If you know the rules of how CSS calculates specificity, how it treats different selectors, it can help you structure your code better. So it does take a bit more time to understand. It's really the meatier part of this section. These are all green, quick topics, but important. This one yellow topic, I would spend a bit more time trying to understand if needed. Okay, so let's get on with CSS selectors. So we're going to begin here by covering some of the most important CSS selectors that we can use. This is a crucial part of writing good CSS, is having a grasp of the different selectors that are available for you to use. So just to recap here, a basic CSS rule looks like this. We have a selector and then our curly braces and then some set of properties that we're setting. So we'll be focusing on that selector up top. There are lots of different possible selectors we can put there. Things like selecting by an element, as we've already seen, make all H1s purple, all the way up to more complicated things like what we have right here. This is a combination of an element selector with a attribute selector and then a nth of type pseudo selector on top of that. So quite a few things going on, but by the end of this unit, you should have a good understanding of what the heck this is. Before we go on to our first selector, I'd like to just mention that I have a starter HTML file. If you want to follow along with me as I'm typing here, you can, or you can just see the finished result in index.html. And you can see this is the web page that we'll be styling. We're not going to do anything crazy here. It's not going to look beautiful. We will have projects that do look nice, but this is purely focused on teaching the selectors. So it's kind of a very slimmed down version of, like a Reddit or some sort of blog where we have posts. There's a little form to sign in or to search and then to log in and sign up, 2 different buttons. We've got upvote buttons. We've got, who posted something. We have, there's a couple of things I'll highlight as we go. Let's just leave it at that for now. So the first selector we'll learn is the universal selector. Honestly, I don't think I've ever used this. It seems like you might have a good use for it. It selects everything in the document. And so if you wanted to make everything black or you wanted to make everything, a certain font size, it might seem like you could use this, and you definitely could, but it's not generally a good idea because on a larger document, it can be pretty inefficient, and there are other ways to achieve this. So if you're trying to select every piece of text and make it black or make it purple, The star or the universal selector here is also going to be selecting every possible element on the page, including things that you're not going to be able to make black, like an image, for example, or all of the divs and containers and other elements that may not actually have text to style. So I'll just show it to you though. Here's my app.css. It's connected to my file, and I will select everything using that. And we can do something like color is pink. Refresh, and now everything is pink, as you can see here. Or I could do, a background color is cyan. Now we get our body with a cyan background, but also the buttons have a background. The input has a background. Everything has a background of cyan. So that is the universal selector. Again, not very commonly used, but it is a thing. Now, the next selector we've already seen, it's the element selector. This selects everything of a given type. So all images, or, if I wanted to make all of these, or all buttons, or I don't know what I would do. But let's say I want to select all buttons on the page and make them a bit larger. Button, and then font size. How about, 30 pixels? Again, we're not going for looks, but those are our larger buttons. So that's every button on the page. And then the last thing we'll see in this video is that we can use a comma to combine multiple selectors in a list. So right here, h1, comma h2 is going to select all h1s and all h2s. So it styles both of them and makes them magenta. So we can use this comma in multiple situations. We'll see this, but this is a very common one if you have two elements or more than two that you want to style similarly. So how about I want H1s and H2s. So this is an H1. These are three H2s. If I want them to all be of a certain color or a certain size, let's just do color. H1, comma H2. I want color to be, how about white? Okay, well that's hideous and impossible to read, but it works. So how about something else? How about our color will be dark slate blue? There we go. All right, so those are the first basic selectors. Universal selector with the star, not very common. Element selector, extremely common, selects all elements of a type. And then we can use the comma to combine various selectors. And in this case, two element selectors. All H1s and H2s, make them dark slate blue in color. Next up, more important selectors. We've got quite a few. Next up, we're going to see another very common selector, the ID selector. So if you can think back to when we first covered forms and inputs and labels, we talked about how we associate a label with an input. We use the ID attribute on the input, and then on the label, which I actually don't have here, but I could add one quickly, for, how about search, and that will be our label text. I need an ID here that says search. So I have connected this label to this input. Let's go back to our window, click, and I now can focus in on that input, and this is more accessible for screen readers. Now, if you don't like how this looks, there are ways of still making it screen reader accessible while hiding this, but we're not going to worry about that for now. The point is we've seen IDs, but they have another use, not just to associate a label with an input, but we can use IDs on any element in order to provide a hook for our CSS to single out a single element. So an ID is something we can add on in our HTML as an attribute anytime we need to be able to style one thing differently. For example, I've got a bunch of buttons on this page. Log in, sign up, vote, 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 and right now I'm styling them exactly the same, but maybe I want this login button or the sign up button to look different. Maybe I want it to have a dark background color with light text, and I want this one to have a light background color with dark text or something like that. Speaking of which, I'm going to be using a color palette here. It's going to look terrible, but I like this website, Coolers. You can explore, if you click here, you can explore trendy or trending color palettes. You can also generate your own. It has a nice interface. There's a whole tutorial. It's a little app where you can pick a color, you can freeze it, you can randomly get a new color. Anyway, so I'm going to redo some of these colors very quickly. Let's take this background color, and I'm going to comment out this selector. I'm going to give my body a background color of that, and it looks like it does not copy with a hash sign or octothorpe. Okay, and then I'll also copy that darkish color, and I'm going to use that for our H1s and H2s. That will be our color there. I'll paste that. All right, and then I'm going to make all of my buttons have a lighter background color, like maybe this color right here. So all buttons, background dash color, just like that. Again, I'm just copying those colors. Okay, so there's that. And then what I'd like to do is make this sign up button have actually the inverse. I want it to have a dark background color. So I'm going to use this color here. And I need to be able to select that one button. Right now we're selecting all buttons. So I'm going to add an ID to that one button. Again, this makes no visual impact, at least not yet. It's purely just a hook for me in my CSS to refer to this button. So why don't we give it an easy name like sign up or register or something like that. Generally, IDs should not have spaces. I like to keep them as short as possible while still making them meaningful. And then over in our CSS, we use this exact syntax, the hash sign, the octothorpe, the pound symbol, and then the name of the ID. So for us, that is sign up. And then I want the background color of that button, if I can type it here, to be this color that I just have on my clipboard. It's just a dark color. So I'm going to refresh. There we go. This one button and only this button has that color. And I'm also going to give it lighter text. So I want this color. Maybe I'll just do the very light off-white color. So I'll set the text color, make sure I include that hash symbol, and refresh again. Okay. So I have singled out that one sign up button using an ID. Another very, very important thing to know about IDs is that only one thing on the page should have any given ID. So search, it should only be used once. Sign up, only used once. The whole idea is that it's singling out one thing. It's a unique identifier. So that's pretty much it for the ID selector. You add an ID to your markup, and then you reference it using the name of the ID and the hash sign, octothorpe, pound symbol, whatever you want to call it, in front of the ID. So no space or anything like that. Of course, this is very different than using a hexadecimal color. Yeah, it's the same character there, but a very different meaning in CSS. Also, just one thing to highlight here, it can be tempting to use IDs a lot, but there are other selectors who'll be learning. You want to try and keep them to a minimum, but that doesn't mean you should avoid using them. You just don't want to spam them all over the place to style everything differently. There are other strategies and approaches. So I'm not trying to scare you away from using them. I'm just saying don't have thousands on a page or hundreds. No, that's even over the top. I usually wouldn't have more than a handful on a single page, but that's just my personal approach. And we'll see something in the next video that I use far more often, something called a class. So that's coming up next. The next selector we'll learn is one of the most commonly used alongside the element selector. It is the class selector. So we haven't really seen classes yet. Basically, a class is a similar idea to an ID where we add something into our markup so that we can hook into it in our CSS, except that a class can be applied to multiple elements. It's creating a class of elements. So I can have different groups and style them similarly, which is really common for a typical website. You're not going to have every single thing be completely different. You often will have groups of things or classes that you style similarly. For example, I've got a repeated pattern here. So this is a span, and this is a span, and this is a span. It also happens that this right here is a span, this is a span, and this is a span because I want these to be little tags. I don't know if you've seen this on Reddit or similar websites where in the post you can tag the title with something. If not, hang in there. I'll hopefully explain it. But let's say I want to make all of these spans grayed out and maybe a little bit smaller, or maybe not gray, but I want them to be maybe like this lighter blue color. So I'm going to select all spans to begin with and give them a color. Make sure I add in the pound sign there. So no classes or anything yet. Okay, so it grayed out those spans, but I only want it to apply to these spans. What I'd like to happen to these is I want to give them a background color, a red or a green or something bright, a background color, and indicate that they are a tag. They are not actually part of the title, but somebody tagged this with funny or someone tagged this with dogs or I don't know. It's just, I don't really know what it's supposed to be, but maybe you've seen something like that before. So I need to single these out in a group somehow, and that's where a class comes in. So over here, I'll find those spans. Let's see, where are you? Here's one right there. And I can actually do multiple cursors, which is what I'm going to do. Here's the next one. I'm holding Option and clicking. And then I'm going to type class equals, and I'm going to come up with some class name. How about tag? Nice and easy. Just like that. So now they each have this class called tag. It does nothing right now. They look exactly the same. But I can use this selector syntax where we use a dot or a period and then the name of the class. So very similar to an ID selector, except we use a dot instead of this hash symbol, but we still use the name of that attribute, whether it's the ID or the class. So in my CSS, I can select dot and then tag. And I can give them a background color. And I'm going to steal this reddish color from here. Paste that in. And I think I'm going to shrink them down as well. And I'm going to give them a very light text color, like that. And I'm going to make them smaller. I'm not sure exactly, but let's do font size of maybe 16 pixels. Might be too small. Okay, so it still does not look very good. But we haven't yet covered things like rounding corners and adding more spacing, which is what I would do. Make these larger. For now, though, this is good enough. The point is not really to make it pretty, it's to talk about the selectors. So by defining a class, we're able to group together content, and they don't have to be the same type of element. For example, I have a span, span, and span, but I could also give this class to something else. Not that I really would, but how about this anchor tag? Class equals tag. Save. And it gets those styles too. So I'm going to undo that. But I don't want you to think that, a class has to consist of all spans or all H2s or something like that. It's just a label. It's like a little just sticker we're putting on whatever elements we want to return to later. It's just like when I was 10 years old and my parents split up. My dad went around the house and tagged everything that he wanted or everything he was taking with him with a little blue dot. And my mom went around and tagged everything she was taking with a little yellow dot. And then, of course, everything had a blue and yellow dot on it, and it didn't really solve any problems. It just caused more fights. But that's the idea. We're tagging these things with some sort of class so we can reference them later. I do see students mix these up, the dot for a class versus the hash symbol, octothorpe for an ID. Make sure you keep that straight. In my experience, you'll use classes far more often than IDs, but both of them are important to understand. The next selector we'll take a look at is the descendant selector, which we write using a space. So in this case, we have li space and then a. And this is going to select all anchor tags that are nested or are descendants of an li. So they descend from, they're somewhere nested inside of an li. It's a long way of saying that. So that space is very important. It's very different than a comma. A comma is LIs and anchor tags. A space is anchor tags inside of LIs. So no LIs will be styled in this example. Only anchor tags if they're nested inside of an LI. So over here, on our example, we have a couple different things that we could play around with. I've got this anchor tag right here. Each one of these is inside of a span. And I might want to make it the same color of this, whatever that light bluish green color is, but I don't want to style all anchor tags. If I style all anchor tags, I mean, we know what happens, but I'm just going to find that color. I believe it's this color right here. And if I select all anchor tags or just A and then set color to be that, we end up with every anchor tag, and maybe, actually that's not the color I wanted. Whoopsies. I want this blue color here. All right, but maybe we do want every link and every anchor tag to be the same color, but maybe not. Maybe I just want these to be that color, and then I want these to be a different color. I can do that in a bunch of different ways. I could give a class to each one of these. I could give a class to this down here, but I'll show some examples using the descendant selector. So instead of just saying all anchor tags, I could say anchor tags inside of a span. Now that's still kind of generic, and I might have other spans on my page with anchor tags inside that aren't these, I don't know what you would call these, posted by little bylines, posted by not funny, posted by Gooner for life. but you can see that only those anchor tags in a span got that color. The other anchor tags are unchanged. So I could repeat that, but do it in a slightly different way. I could actually make this even more specific if I wanted to. I could say, if you look at my markup, it's an anchor tag right here. Where are you? Inside of a span, inside of a section. So I can actually repeat this stuff. If I go to my CSS and do something like section space span space A. Now I wouldn't recommend that necessarily. What I would do is something more like this. I might give every one of these posts, like this is a post right here, and this is a post right here, and this is a post right there. I might give that section a class. And the reason I would do this is it kind of represents a thing, right? And we might have styles we want to apply to each one of these. Eventually we'll learn how to do borders and add spacing and padding and margin, and we might want to, move these things around and space them out and just make them look nicer. So it would be nice just to have a class on each one. We'll just call it post or item, something like that. And now what I could do is combine what we've learned already, the class selector with the dot, and the space or descendant selector to do something like this, dot post space A. So all anchor tags inside of a single post, anything with a class of post. If I refresh, we shouldn't notice anything different. These are still the same color, that bluish light blue color, and these are unchanged. And if I wanted to style these specifically, they are nested inside of a whole bunch of stuff. They're inside of LIs, inside of UL or AUL, inside of a nav, inside of the footer. So if I wanted to make them a different color, maybe I want them to be red as well. Let's just grab that color from over here. I could come here and say any anchor tag inside of the footer, give it that color. So that space is very important, and I'm kind of just going on about it, but there you go. We get that red. I don't really like using the red down there, but it's a different color. So that's the descendant selector. It can be nested anywhere inside of a footer, and that's important to note because the next example I'm going to show you is not, or it behaves differently. So here we've got an anchor tag, and it's nested 1, 2, 3, 4 levels down from a footer, but it still is a descendant. Each one of these descends from a footer somewhere up the tree. So that's the descendant selector. It's very commonly used as well alongside the class selector, kind of like I just showed you here, dot something and then a space. This is pretty common because often you will have a class on something, but you don't need to apply a class to every single thing you want to style similarly. If we define this whole thing as a post, I could say the anchor tags inside of a post, the buttons inside of a post, instead of having to give each button a class as well, or each anchor tag a class. Sometimes it makes sense just to give the parent thing a class and use that as our reference. Anyway, that's descendant. Next up, a 2-for-1 video. We're going to cover 2 selectors that you should definitely know about, but they're not as commonly used as the previous selectors I've mentioned. We're going to talk about the adjacent selector and the direct child or direct descendant selector. So the adjacent, technically these are actually called combinators, just for the record. The selector here is H1 and paragraph. Those are element selectors, and this is a combinator that sort of alters the behavior of the overall selection. But most people just call it a selector. Anyway, this plus sign is the adjacent combinator, and what this will do is select the paragraphs that are immediately preceded by an H1, or you could think of it the other way, paragraphs that come right after an H1 on the same level. So they're adjacent. They're not children or parents, are not nested in any way. It's one after the other. So we don't have a lot of, I can't think of a good situation really just to demonstrate this here with our current markup, but I'm just going to show you anyway. If we look at our markup, we've got an input and then a button immediately afterwards. It's a login button. If I wrote input and then a plus sign, button, and then let's do something like maybe change the background color to how about pink, just for a quick demo. I'm going to refresh, and we can see that the one button that comes immediately after an input is turned pink. It has a pink background color. Now, I'm not going to leave that, but let's find another example. How about if I actually work with these buttons to vote right here? Any button that comes immediately after an H2. So this will apply to all matches. The previous example, there was one match, but if we have more than one, like H2 plus button, maybe I want to resize them. I do think they're a bit big, definitely. So let's do that here. Font size, and I don't know, how about, what did I set them all to up here? 30 pixels? Maybe 20 pixels. Refresh. That's not super noticeable, but it did work, but let me just make it really noticeable right away. Background color, magenta. There we go. So every button that comes right after an H2 on the same level, and that's exactly what we have, H2 and then button. Okay, so I'm going to undo that. I don't want magenta, but I'll leave this here so you have a record of it. And now the next selector we'll look at is the direct descendant or direct child combinator. We use the greater than sign, that right angle bracket. I think that's a right angle bracket. I'm not sure which direction you label them by. Anyway, it's a greater than sign. And this is going to select the LIs that are direct children of a div in this case. So not just generic children nested somewhere in a div, but they are the direct descendant, the direct child. So in other words, one level down. If we look at our markup here, what's a good example? I think I'm going to add in an anchor tag in this footer. And I'll do something like this. Content is available under these licenses, and I'm just going to make up a URL, license. Okay. So we have, 5 anchor tags? I think I'm going to move this actually after the nav. We have 5 anchor tags nested in this footer, right? 5 of them are here. I'm going to refresh, just make sure. And they're all getting that red color because of this line here. Any anchor tag in a footer is red, or this color of red. But if I wanted to select this one and single it out specifically, well, it happens to be a direct descendant of the footer. These other ones are nested inside of LIs, inside of a UL, inside of a nav, and then inside of the footer. So I can target this one using the direct descendant selector, footer, and then that greater than bracket, and then anchor tag. And I don't know what I want to do. I guess a different color maybe. Maybe this light greenish blue color. That might be too light there. Let's see what that looks like. Yeah, it's pretty light, but you can see that it's working. It's a direct descendant of a footer, versus the others are just general descendants. They're nested further down, but they're not direct descendants. So I don't use it all that often, but it definitely does come up, and there are situations where it is very helpful. So I don't want you to write it off. I just want to make it clear that it's not as commonly used as some of the other ones we've seen, like element selector, ID and class selectors, and a generic descendant selector like we have here. Any anchor tag nested anywhere in a footer, any anchor tag that is directly the child, directly descended of a footer or from a footer. Okay, so that's adjacent selector or combinator using the plus sign, and then the direct child selector / combinator using that greater than bracket. The next selector we'll look at is called the attribute selector, and this allows us to select elements based upon some particular attribute. So a really common example is working with input elements, where we've seen the type attribute drastically varies the actual rendered input, whether it's a checkbox, a radio button, a text input, a password input, and so on. If we wanted to select one type of those, in this case I'm selecting all inputs where type is set to text, we use the attribute selector. We use the square brackets, and then inside the attribute name equals something. So we don't really have a great example to select on this page. What I'm going to do is, I guess I'll add in another input type. I'll add a password input perhaps, maybe down at the bottom. I'll do, maybe just up top. I'll probably delete it, but just demonstrate this. So input type equals password, and I'll add placeholder that just says password as well. Okay. So I'll save. There's our beautiful password input. And if I wanted to select just that one and style it differently, maybe change the color of those dots, what I can do is go into my CSS. I'm not going to select all inputs. I mean, I could start there and just say color is, how about green, yellow? Sure. Refresh. And now as I type, ooh, that's horrible to read, but you can see we get that green, yellow in there and over here. Maybe you can't see that. It's pretty tough. Very low contrast. But if I instead said input where type equals password, just like that, I need those square brackets. I need type equals password. Now it's only this input or any other password inputs. I just happen to have one, not this one, which is a text input. Okay, so that's one example. You can even do things that are kind of janky and odd, like I could select using any attribute, including something like class. Class is an attribute, so is ID. So I could say every section where class is equal to post. Now, it'd be much easier just to say post, right? But I could do this. Section where class is equal to post, I'll give them a background color of purple. And I'm going to delete this, but I just want to demonstrate that we can select by any attribute. Actually, a better way of doing this, just for the record, if we had this class post applied to multiple different types of elements, so not just sections, but maybe it was on a div or a nav or something else, and I only want to select the sections with that class, I can do this, section dot post. And that's going to select only the sections with the class of post. Anyway, there is more to the attribute selector. It's pretty rare at least in my experience, to use this syntax, but you can use these other versions where instead of just a direct equal sign, which is the most common, you can do things like star equals, which is like a fuzzier matching. So in this case, any anchor tag where the href attribute contains example. So why don't I go back to my index? Let's look at some of our hrefs here. We've got, they all start with this hash sign, but why don't I make one of them? How about instead of puppies, I'll do Google. And then in here, I'll do google.com, maybe www.google.com. And then if I wanted to select just this anchor tag, I personally think this is kind of janky to do it this way, but I can. I could say anchor tags for the href, star equals, and then Google. And I'll give it a different color. How about magenta? Sure. Refresh. And there it is. It gets that magenta color. And none of the other anchor tags do. So that's saying anywhere inside of the anchor tag. I can also do things like this. A $ equals, which is the href has to end in .org. Now this is not only for hrefs, by the way. This could be for any attribute. So I could do really weird things like any input where the type attribute starts with the letter T or the letter P or something. I don't know why you would do that, but you can. But most of the time I'm just working with the equal sign, if anything. But there are these other variants, just not as common in my experience. And if you have more questions on this, I wouldn't worry too much, but you can take a look at the MDN documentation. There are a couple of other versions that we did not talk about, and they have examples for all of them. There's also ways to make it case insensitive. So, if I had Google here with a capital G, it's not going to match right now because the attribute href on that anchor tag only has a lowercase g. Okay, so that is using the attribute selector most commonly. I'm using it for things like this, selecting based off of the type attribute to get one type of input, or maybe using an href attribute, but it's not very common that I want to style links differently based upon where they're from. So honestly, just know that it exists. It is important, but nowhere near as commonly used as the other selectors we've seen. So next up, we're going to cover some pseudo classes, which they're kind of modifiers. They're keywords that we add on to the end of a selector that specify a particular state of those selected elements. So this is how we can target things like checkboxes that have checked, or elements that are being hovered over, or things like button, selecting buttons, but we only want every other, or every fifth, or every 10th. They are modifiers, they're keywords we add on. And notice that they all start with a colon here. That is important. We do need to add that colon to signify we're using a pseudo class. And why don't we start with one of the most commonly used ones, which is hover. So hover is going to modify our selection. Here we're selecting all anchor tags, and then this is saying all anchor tags when they are in the special state of being hovered over. So this is how we can make an effect like that right there. It's super common when you hover over something to have some sort of different behavior, or just a different, behavior is the wrong term, but a different visual representation to show you that you can interact with it. It's all over the place with anchor tags. That button right there, the sign in button. Is there anything else? All of that. That's all done with hover. So why don't we work on maybe our buttons, the anchor tags. We could do the anchor tags first. No, let's do the buttons first. So when we hover over one of these vote buttons, let's have it change colors. And maybe we'll have it get dark red. So that will be button hover. And we'll go with background color is this reddish color. And then let's give it the text color of this light white right there. Just using VS Code to autocomplete. It's giving me the colors that I've used in this document already. It's really nice. Nice little preview. Okay. So I'll go back. I'll refresh. We don't see anything. Now I hover. Hey, it's working. So only when we're hovering. That will apply to all buttons. But you might be noticing this button here, it's not working. Now we're going to talk about why in a couple videos soon in this section. It has to do with something called specificity in CSS. It technically is being applied to this element, but it's losing the battle to the ID selector, which is making this dark blue. Anyway, we'll come back to that. So I can hover and they change. I can also get more specific, and instead of saying all buttons, I could say a button inside of a post. So I would just write the selector to do that. A button inside of post, and then when you hover over that button, just like that. So I'll just revise it here, dot post, button hover. When you hover over a button inside of a post, which is something with the class of post, it still works, but these other ones are unaffected. So hover, very common. We could do the same thing for anchor tags. I could make all anchor tags behave differently, give them a different color, or change their text decoration. I don't know how that would look, but we could try it. Anchor tag, hover, text decoration. How about overline? Refresh. And there, that's horrible. I'm not going to keep that, but it is working. We've got a hover effect. Or we could instead, we could remove the text decoration from all anchor tags. Or how about all anchor tags instead of a post? Text decoration none. So they don't have that underline. And then when you hover, we'll add the underline in. But we should make those anchor tags a little bit, I think maybe just bolding them. So font weight, 700 to make them bolder. So you know there's something there. And then when you hover, we'll set text decoration to underline. And now hover and we get that underline effect. Okay. So I think that's slightly nicer, but totally up to you. And we're only doing this currently to, well, this is actually all anchor tags we're doing that to. We should say anchor tags inside of a post. We shouldn't notice much of a difference. All right, so we have other pseudo classes, including things like active. Active represents something that is currently being activated. I don't know if they have any good examples here. Here's one. So when I hover, we get one state, and then I'm going to click but not release. You can see it turned red. Or on a button, that's pretty common, where you're clicking on the button, it's active. You can give it a different color or different states. So it's red, and then when I click, why don't I make it, I don't know, what's a different color? How about something totally different? We'll make it this bright green color. Sure, that one right there. So I'll just do button, active, and then background color will be that color right there. And I'm going to specify inside of the post class, just like we did there, right there. Okay, so I'm going to hover, it's red, I'm going to click, it's active, and it turns green. Now I release, we go back to hovering, and now I leave, we're no longer hovering. So I can combine them as you've seen here. This is a class selector with an element selector with the descendant combinator and the active pseudo class. So we have some others. We've got checked. I won't necessarily show this in an example, but this is how you can select any radio buttons or checkboxes that are checked. So not unchecked, right? You can see there the styles here are saying any input with type of checkbox where it's actually checked, or any input with type of radio where it's checked. You can see it's checked. We get that text. This is checked. It changes color. As soon as I uncheck or switch, in the case of a radio button, it changes color, and those styles are applying. So that's checked. And then one more I'll show you right now is nth of type. Nth of type helps us select based upon position in a group of siblings. So if I had a bunch of, we've got 4 links here, but if I had a bunch of them, or maybe if I had a whole lot of these posts here, so maybe I'll just duplicate my posts. I'm just going to duplicate all of this, so I'll get like 6 sections or maybe even 9, just paste it in there. If I wanted to do something to every other one, or every 5th, or something like that, I can use nth of type. So I'll just start by selecting those. They're the class of post, and I can give them a background color. Let's do a slightly different background color. So this is, what color are you? This color. Let's put this in a color picker. I'm just going to paste it into Google with that hash symbol there. Is it really a greenish color? Wow, I guess, yeah, it is. And then I'm just going to darken it ever so slightly. I'm just going to drag it down. That's one option. Once we talk about things like RGBA colors and HSL colors, that's another option. But I'm just going to copy this new color right there. It's just slightly darker. So every other post, I want to have this darker color. Right now, that's not going to be the case. Every post gets darker, as you can see right there. It's not particularly nice looking. Okay, so in order to do things like every other, I'm going to use nth. So it's a pseudo selector, nth, or pseudo class rather, of type. And then this one's a bit different. I need to specify that n. So if I do something like nth of type 3 and refresh, I'm now selecting the 3rd of these post classes. So it's not every 3rd in a row, right? So it's not counting by 3s. It's just the 3rd one. But if I use this syntax, 3n, this will get me every 3rd. There we go. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. So if I want every even number, every other, I could do 2n. And there we go. I don't know if I really like how that looks, to be honest, but I'll leave it there. That's nth of type, and I think that's good enough for pseudo classes at the moment. There is a more comprehensive list on MDN, so we have quite a few of them. You can do things as granular as changing an element styles when the placeholder text is shown, right? So we've got placeholder text there, and I could style it one way, and now when I click and type, it goes away. We could have different styles. There are things like first of type and last of type. I think that's enough for now. That is pseudo classes. Next up, something kind of similar sounding, pseudo elements. All right, so we just covered pseudo classes. Now it's time for pseudo elements. A lot of people confuse these, and honestly, it doesn't really matter terminology-wise, but they are distinct concepts. So pseudo elements are also things that we add on, sort of like modifiers to our selectors, but they are going to select a particular part of the selected elements. So we can style things like the first letter or the first line of some elements. There are nowhere near as many. I'm looking at MDN at pseudo elements. If you remember, there were quite a few pseudo classes. And also, if you look at these ones that have that little flask next to them, they're experimental and they should not be used in production code, is what MDN tells us. So that really cuts it down. There's only a handful of them. And generally, we use 2 semicolons to indicate a pseudo element. However, most browsers don't actually care. You could use 1. Let's take a look at first letter. First letter is how we can select the first letter of some selection. So I could select the first letter of every paragraph or of every, span or something, and this is what we would end up with. So I'll try an example. Let's do the first letter of every H2 maybe in one of these titles. So that's an H2 inside of a post. I think we only have H2s in posts anyway. So I could do first dash letter. And let's make it bigger maybe. Font size. I don't actually know what font size they are right now, but sure. It's not that beautiful, but we can do that. And that's first letter of every H2 on the page. And before I forget, I'll just show you, if we leave off that second semicolon, it still works even though there's supposed to be 2 of them. Chrome is able to figure it out. So a lot of people do mix those up. They'll even use 2 semicolons for pseudo classes, which you're not really supposed to. But they all work, at least in Chrome. So I'm not saying you shouldn't care, but just you should know that some people do mix them up. So that's first letter. We also have things like first line. It does kind of what it sounds like. The first line of some, I don't really have much to do that on, but the first line of a paragraph. If I had a bunch of paragraphs in here, let's just add a paragraph with a bunch of lorem ipsum. lorem times 10. All right, and then I'll select paragraph. First, I already forgot my 2 semicolons there, first line. And let's go with a different color maybe. How about the first line will be purple. Refresh, and there you go. The first line of text, all of that is purple. And then one more we'll take a look at is selection. So this is going to apply to any part of the document that we have highlighted. It doesn't have to be any part of the document, but any part of some selected elements. As you can see here, we can change that style. And that's using the selection pseudo elements. So where would I want to do that? We'll just play around with this paragraph. So when you select that paragraph, selection, how about a background color of maybe just one of these colors? Let's pick a really nice bright one, maybe that yellow right there. Sure. Let's see what that looks like. So now we get this yellow selection. So I could also, if I wanted to apply this to the entire document, I could do that. And now everything I select is going to have that yellowish color. Or I could narrow it down like I did originally. So that is selection, first line, first letter. Those are examples of pseudo elements. We're selecting particular pieces, actual things on the page, rather than pseudo classes, which are states. If something's being hovered or active or checked, pseudo elements are things or parts of an element we're selecting. So that's it for our brief intro to pseudo elements. If you are the adventurous type, you could take a look at before and after. They are pretty interesting, somewhat useful pseudo elements. Do not feel like you need to go learn them right now. You've got a lot on your plate if this is all brand new to you, but I would be remiss if I ignored them entirely. So if you're curious, take a look, and that's it. I'm going away. Bye. In this video, we're going to talk about the cascade. Remember that CSS stands for cascading style sheets. We're now going to revisit that cascading part. It's actually very simple. All that it refers to is the fact that the order our styles are declared in actually matters. Think of a cascade going down, starting at the top of our styles all the way down to the bottom of a style sheet or onto the next style sheet. The order matters, and the order that things are encountered in is going to be reflected in what you see in the browser. So if there is, in this case, 2 conflicting styles, 2 H1 styles, one is red, the other is purple, it's going to be set to red first, but then, thanks to the cascade, it will actually be set to purple instead. So we could see some simple examples of this, right? I'm making H1s and H2s this color here. I could then afterwards, anywhere on here, say actually H1s and H2s are actually going to have a color of yellow. And I'll refresh, and they do. That order matters. And that order also matters if we have more than one style sheet. So if I had another style sheet here, just call this more styles.css, and I include that, link more styles.css, and then in here I'll do something like all H1s and H2s actually have a color of about olive drab, just like that. The order matters here. The browser will encounter all of these styles first, one after the other, just going down the page, and then it gets to the next link, which is this style sheet. So it goes here and it encounters these, and it's going to overwrite what it had earlier. So originally all H1s were supposed to have this bluish color, and then actually scratch that, they're supposed to be yellow, and then actually now they're supposed to be olive drab. So if I refresh, there we go, we're getting that olive drab color. So that order matters, and if I had moved that in front and I refresh, now they're set to yellow. Okay, so I'm going to undo that anyway. I don't really want that. But this is just a very important, hopefully easy to understand topic in CSS. The order things are declared in does matter. But there's a more important topic we have to cover next, which is specificity. Next up, what happens when we have conflicting styles that are targeting the exact same element or elements? Well, we already talked about how order matters. So in this case, if H1, that's our main selector, just all H1s, we want them red, and then later on, all H1s, we want them purple. Well, they're basically the exact same selector. They are the same selector, so it just comes down to order. But what if we have different selectors? This is where specificity comes in. Specificity is how the browser decides which rules to apply when there's a conflict. So We have a couple examples of this actually. I'm going to undo this hideous yellow color and go back to this. Okay, so at the moment, I have my buttons here inside of a post. I gave them this background color when we hover, if I can find that, right here. They get this red color when I hover. But maybe I decide I want all buttons to have maybe an orange or a green color when I hover. So it doesn't matter really where, but I'll do it at the bottom just to be safe. Button, hover, background, color, and I'll do olive. Just like that. And I'm going to refresh. Nothing, well, I shouldn't say nothing happens, but they stay red. Nothing here, but this one turns green. Why is that happening? It's kind of odd. And what if I do something else, like I set font size to be very small on any button that we hover over, 10 pixels. Let's see what happens. So that does work, but the color is only working on this button. It's turning green, but every button is changing size when I hover. So what's going on here? Well, it all has to do with specificity. There's a conflict where I have more than one style that is applying or that could apply to the same elements. So let's take a look at what is competing. So in the case of these buttons right here, inside of a post, we've got this right here. I'm just going to move it down so we can group them together. We've got these two conflicting, where I have a button inside of something with the class of post. When that button's being hovered, make it red, versus here, any button on the page, when it's hovered, make it green. So both of these could apply to the same elements, and if I get rid of this style, right, we'll see that these do turn green, just like this button. But when this applies, the red wins out. So in situations like this, the browser actually does a calculation. It measures how specific a given selector is, and the more specific that a selector is, it will win. It will beat out competing selectors. So here, this is calculated to be more specific than this. Now there's an actual calculation. You don't really need to know how to do it. You don't need to know, the exact math behind it, but you can generally get a feeling for it. I mean, something like this right here. We've got an element selector, just all paragraphs, make them yellow. And then here, an element selector plus another element selector. Make all paragraphs inside of a section teal. So if you just look at it, this seems more specific, right? We have 2 times the number of element selectors, and indeed it is more specific. But it's not that simple. This is the general formula you should remember. An ID is extremely specific, and it will beat out any number of class selectors. And class selectors are pretty specific, and they'll beat out any number of element selectors. So if you actually wanted to do the math or know the formula, it looks like this. Imagine 3 digits arranged left to right. ID selectors, our score goes over here. Any class, attribute, or pseudo-class selectors go here, and any element and pseudo-element selectors go here. So we total up the number. Let's start here. Total up the number of element and pseudo-element selectors. Well, 1, 2. So we put 2 right there, and our total specificity score, we read it from left to right, would just be 2. Now here's another example. If we have an ID, we put 1 right here, or if we had 2 IDs being used, we would put 2 there. And then we read it from left to right, and we get 100 as a score. So you can see that these count for 100 times more than a single element selector, or a class selector counts for 10 times more. So if we were comparing these two, this selector is far more specific. Here's another example. In this selector, we have all anchor tags with the class of active nested inside of a nav element. So that is 2 element selectors, 1, 2. We put a 2 there, and 1 class selector. Once again, this is not something you need to be able to do on your own, but you should be able to quickly recognize that an ID beats out a class, and a class beats out element selectors. And if you have a tie, more element selectors, like 6, if you ever had that, is better than just 1 element selector, or more specific rather, it's not better. And if you ever are confused and you want to learn more, there are tools like this one I'll include as a link, Specificity Calculator. We can take these 2 styles here. So we've got this one, or these two selectors, button, hover, nested inside of a post class, paste that in, and then take this one, just button, hover, put that there, and we see the difference in specificity. This one has a single pseudo class, hover, in a single element selector, so we get 11 as the score. And this one has a score of 21 because it has another class or pseudo-class selector. So post and hover are both in this category. We read this top to bottom, 21 versus 11. This wins. Now that's only going to apply when we have a conflict. So background color here, there's a conflict. Which one wins? The more specific, which is this red one. But then font size still applies. It's just there's no conflict, so they're all going to be 10 pixels when we hover. But then we still have this one up top, right here, that's working, but this one is not changing color. I'm going to get rid of this font size, it's obnoxious. But this one here, sign up, when I hover, nothing appears to happen. Why is that happening? Well, let's look at how we made that one dark blue. If we inspect it, you'll see that we gave it a background color using an ID selector. And an ID selector is very specific, as we know. Here it is. So we have our ID selector sign up. And that is going to be, if we go to our calculator, and I just put that in here, sign up, a score of 100. So it's way more specific than what we have here. So this will win. And that's exactly what's happening. The background color is being set to this dark blue color, as we see right there. It doesn't matter, this other style that's supposed to apply when I hover, it doesn't apply because the selector is not specific enough to win. Now, another thing you should know is that this is not a normal number system, a decimal system where, if you had 10 classes, it would equal one ID. I could continue to add on elements. I'll just do an example here, right? And it's just going to keep adding them into that one number here. So I could have 29 element selectors, and it's never more specific than a single class. So it's not the same as a typical number system. So you might think that this is 28 versus 10. It's not quite that simple. It's 28 of element selectors, but one class selector that is still more specific, is higher priority. So specificity is something that it will come up a lot. If you're dealing with CSS, you'll find that you have things that aren't necessarily applying when you expect them to. You're not sure why something's not applying, and the dev tools can help with this, and I'll actually show that in the next video. In this video, I'd like to quickly talk about some of the CSS dev tools that are built into Chrome that are very useful. So we've already seen that we can right-click on an element and go to Inspect, and we've got our HTML element nav or element inspector up top. I can navigate through them, I can open, expand things, but I also get this CSS down here. So if I'm not sure why something is applying or not applying, I can select that element. So how about this right here? I've got these two, or these H2s, I select one, and then I can see the styles here. And I can see that they are set to olive drab, but why is this blue color here and it's being crossed off? Well, that's showing me that yes, this could be applying, or it could apply, but it is not winning in the specificity battle. So for whatever reason, maybe it's order, maybe it's less specific, this style is not being added, it's not being applied to this H2. And if we look, right, this is something we did earlier. I set them to be olive drab in my second style sheet, and I set them to be blue, wherever that is, in my first style sheet. And if we look at the order, first one and then second one. So they're going to be blue first, and then they're overwritten to be green. And if I wanted to see what they looked like, I could uncheck that, and you'll see they go back to blue, but that's not changing anything outside of this one window. My style sheet is unchanged. If I refresh the page, I lose that, but it does let me play around. So I also can do things like tweak the color here. I could put my own color in here. I also get a color picker. If I click on it, I now can look at different colors. I can play around with colors and see the hex code there. Once again, it's not updating my HTML, but it is very useful. And I can also add things in here, like maybe I want them to be larger. Font size, 30 pixels. I can do that inline in the browser just to play around and see what things look like, toggle them on and off. You'll also see down below some of the default styles that we get from Chrome. So for example, every H2 has font weight of bold, but I could change that and say font weight normal. And there we go. It's no longer bolded. I refresh, everything goes back to normal. So those dev tools can be very useful, especially when something is not applying the way you expect. Here we can see, I've got this button, all buttons, have a background color of this light blue color that you can see right there, if I don't hover, that light blue. But this one has an ID, and so its background color is this dark blue. But if that ID selector were not there, it would be light blue. You can see that specificity battle happening right there. This is more specific than this. So this is crossed off. That's Chrome's way of telling us this does not apply because of specificity or order or some other reason. So that's all I want to mention with the Chrome DevTools. Super useful. There's more to CSS. I mean, if you have a ton of styles, there's a lot that you can do in here. You can search and filter. Also, if you're trying to figure out what's going on with hover state, right? So why is this turning red and this is green and this is, let's say, why is this not turning green? Let's start with that. If you toggle this, force element state to be hover, and I'm going to do it not just on that button, but let's do it on this button here. So I select that button, once again, click, select, force to be hover, and then we look at the styles. You can see our selectors now, button hover, it does have that red background. This green is not being applied because it's less specific than this one here that also has a class selector. So these dev tools are super useful. Make sure you get comfortable using them. Just practice, play around with them, and you'll honestly find a lot of situations where you have no choice but to use them anyway, or else you go crazy. So highly recommended, Chrome DevTools, CSS, bye. To wrap up our discussion around specificity, there are two other things I need to mention. The first is inline styles, which are actually more specific than IDs and classes and elements. They are the most specific thing we've seen yet, and that's one of the reasons that almost nobody recommends, I don't think anybody recommends you use them, and almost nobody uses them. But remember, they are a valid way of styling an element. So for example, I've got an ID on this button, and I have the color set to white through that ID selector right here. It's white-ish. But if I added an inline style on that button, which is right here, I could do something like style equals, and then color is actually what's really obvious. How about coral? Sure. Just like that, and I refresh, you'll see that the text is indeed coral. It doesn't matter that there's an ID that we have used to select and set the color, because IDs are less specific than inline styles. So generally avoid inline styles. They can lead to confusion. The fact that they are separate from your actual style sheets is extra confusing because, I may not know that I actually set this style here when everything else is set in my CSS. So avoid that. And then the next other topic that I have not yet mentioned is something called important. The important rule is something that we can use on individual style declarations. It is generally something you should now use. I don't recommend you use it, but you should know about it because you may see it, and there could be a time where it makes sense to use it. But here's what I will do. When you assign a declaration, a style declaration as important, let's see, as you can see right here, you put it after some property. So color, red, or firebrick, important. It's exclamation point important. What that is going to do is signal to the browser that this should be the most specific possible thing, and it should override any other declarations. So technically, as you can see here, it has nothing to do with specificity, but it is, you can think of it as super specific. It's actually an exception outside of the model here. It's not like there's a calculation for important. It just wins automatically. So I'll show you an example of that. Why don't we take a look at the same button that has this ID that is making it dark blue, and instead of setting the background color to be blue here in the ID, I'll just do a generic button selector, and I'm going to give it a background color of magenta, just super obvious, right? And we only see that take effect on these buttons that don't have any more specific selectors targeting them to set that background color, but this one does. Its background color is set through an ID selector. But if I simply add on important right here, important, just like that, and refresh, now this one also has a magenta background color. So I'm kind of throwing a wrench in the whole system. I'm messing everything up by using important. Now, there are maybe some situations, like I said, where it might come in handy if you're working with styles that somebody else wrote, like an external library or a tool that you don't necessarily have control over, and you're trying to change or override something. You can use important, but generally, I don't think I've ever used it. I mean, not in the last couple of years. I haven't had a situation where I've needed it, but you should know about it. So two things that are kind of bad ideas to use. One is inline styles. The other is the important declaration, which will just ignore specificity and just make something win automatically. So both of them are there. They are things. You should know about them. And more importantly, you should know not to use them. Next up, one pretty quick topic, which is CSS inheritance. It's something that we've actually seen in practice, even if we haven't explicitly called it out yet. It's just the fact that some CSS properties will be inherited by child elements if they're not set on that element specifically. So I'll show you what I mean in this new demo that I've made. It's nothing fancy. It's just some basic HTML, no styles yet. It's in a new folder. I called it Inheritance Demo, if you want to follow along with the code. So we've got the body, an H1, and then a section that has an H2 and 2 paragraphs, and then another section with another H2 and a form with a label, input, and button. Okay, so if I go to my app.css, which I've already included, it's empty, and if I give the body a color, let's start with color, just text color. So color is, let's do purple, just like that. What do you expect to see when I refresh here? The body element itself has no text directly inside of it like this, but it has a bunch of elements. Given that this video is on inheritance, you may have gathered that these elements will inherit that purple color if we have not explicitly set a color on them. So if I, style an H1 and I give it a color, of course, we've already seen this color. How about blue here? That H1 is blue. So that is not inherited from a parent. That is set specifically on the H1. And if I open up my DevTools here, go to Elements, and we look at, how about this section here, maybe that H2 right there. If you want to know where that purple color is coming from, we don't see color purple set anywhere here on H2. But if we scroll down, inherited from body, color purple. So that's how the DevTools handle inherited properties. You can play with them. You can change those colors. You could do teal instead and see what happens. So inheritance continues to work. Let's say I take each section and I give them a color. How about aqua? Just like that. We look at our markup. We have two sections. Here's one and here's another. So they have content inside of them. And let's just refresh and you'll see what happens. The H1 still has no color set on it explicitly. I removed that blue color. So it inherits purple from the body. And then these elements don't have a color set explicitly. So they inherit from the closest parent that does have a color set. So they could inherit purple from the body, but there's a closer element, the section here, and this section that has a color set on it. So I could do one more level, right? I could set this form to have a color. Form color will be, how about a green color? Like green, yellow, sure. And I'm going to refresh, and you'll see that this label does inherit that color, but these two elements don't, the two form controls. So we have a text input, and we have, well, actually, just to demonstrate for sure that the color is not inherited there. This is placeholder, which is different, but here's text. This is what would change if the color was green. And this button doesn't change either. Oh no, I submitted my form. So why is that happening? Well, certain elements don't inherit things by default. And if you want them to, there is a workaround. It's not that common to do this, but I could select my button, just as an example, and I can set the color property to the keyword inherit. And I can actually do this for any property. I can set it to inherit. And if I refresh, oof, it's a little horrible to look at, but it does inherit that color. And I could do the same thing for this input. Input, that's all inputs. Set that color to green, and there we go. Well, I'm not setting it to green. I'm setting it to inherit from whatever the nearest parent is that has a color. So if I got rid of this, what color are they going to be now? Well, they're in a section, so they're going to have that aqua color. And if I got rid of that, they're going to inherit from the body, because everything's in the body. So not every element will inherit every property. As we just saw, for color on a button and input, we had to explicitly set color to inherit. Not super common, but I just wanted to show you that you can. Also, not every single property on Earth will be inherited anyway. Some of them are not inheritable. If you take a look at any property on MDN, we haven't actually covered border yet, but it does what it sounds like. It makes a border on elements. And if you scroll down, there's always this blue little box here of additional information or special, properties. And if you look for inherited, it says no for border. But if we look at another property like color and we scroll down, where are you? Here we are, inherited, yes. So if you ever have questions, you can look at that, but you'll also just figure it out over time that certain elements or certain properties are inheritable and others aren't. That's all I want to say for now. Just a quick demonstration. Okay, so that's inheritance. Today is day 6,799 of teaching CSS in this course. I'm still alive, very thirsty. Haven't had anything to eat in at least 10 days. Whenever the last full moon was, I've lost track of time out here alone. I guess that's supposed to be funny or quirky or something, who knows. Anyway, we're still talking about CSS. We're in the middle of a large CSS island. We've got a lot of content about this topic. In this section, we're going to talk about another pretty fundamental aspect of CSS, something called the box model, which really consists of four different properties. Well, a couple more than four, but four key properties that work together to form something called the box model. Anyway, I'm getting ahead of myself. Those properties are border, crucial to understand how border works, padding, also very important, margin, very important, width and height. All of those, very, very important to work with and to be able to explain, but also use on your own. One that is not as important, it has border in the name, but I'm going to put it in nice to have, is border radius. It just allows you to change the curvature of the corners. So you can see here, right, this isn't a straight 90-degree box or an angle. There's a nice little corner there, or a rounded corner. That's thanks to border radius. Anyway, I'm not supposed to be teaching you in these videos. I'm supposed to explain what matters. So these are definitely crucial. Box model is simple enough, honestly, but yeah, it's not crucial. Then we have two other yellow cards. Two yellow cards makes a red card in soccer, but not here because I make the rules up. Display property is going to be crucial. The reason it's yellow, just a single property display, but it's yellow because it actually impacts how some of these properties behave. So in that video, it's not as simple as me just saying, here's this one property and here are some values. I also have to explain how those values impact other properties. And then another very important topic we cover, at least we start to cover, are units, different CSS units. We've talked about pixels before. Now we talk more about some other units, percentages, ems, rems. So it's a little bit of a longer topic because it's important and there are different units, and we still only touch a small subset of the units that are available in CSS, but it is yellow because it's more complex in some of these other topics. So yeah, unfortunately this section has a lot of important things, very crucial. I recognize, this video is not all that helpful if I just say everything matters. But, well, as my stepmother used to say, it is what it is. So annoying. It's a horrible phrase. All right, so we're going to begin with a discussion around the box model. The box model is basically just the idea that everything in CSS is a box, and those boxes have a couple of different properties. If we look at any web page, this one, for example, on MDN, and I open up my dev tools here, and you've seen this definitely before. As I hover, you can see there's a box around pretty much everything, even things that don't necessarily look like a rectangle. Let's see if I can find an example here. How about one of these icons down here, the Twitter icon? If I hover, we can see there's a box around that, even though it's not actually a box, the thing that's being displayed. But in the mind of the browser, everything is treated as a box, or it has a box around it. And each box has a couple of different properties. You can actually see different colors, right? You can see blue, you can see green, and you can see an orange color. And those each indicate something from the dev tools. So that's just how Chrome displays it. But that shows us that there are different components or different pieces. And in this diagram over here, we can see the core pieces. We have an inner content box where the actual content in an element is, like the text in a paragraph. Then we have something called padding, we have a border, and then we have something called margin. So we're going to talk about all of these different properties because they're essential in laying out our contents, in changing the size of our content, the appearance, the border, the spacing. So we need to understand all of them. And we're going to begin with two that control that inner content box, width and height. So width and height are relatively simple. they do exactly what they sound like. They'll set the width of an element or the height of an element. Now, technically, if we go and read the MDN page for one of them, width, for example, it says by default, it sets the width of the content area. But there's this other property we're going to cover later called box sizing. And if you change it to border box, it will set the width of the border area. Let's ignore that for now. For now, in our box model, in this world, width and height control this part of your element, the inner content area. So I have a new HTML document. It's empty. It looks like this. Beautiful. I'm going to add in, I guess we'll just do divs because we're not really, let's see. Yeah, let's do some lorem ipsum text in there. Lorem, just like that. I'll duplicate that. Maybe 3 of them. 3 divs. So there they are. 3 divs. Beautiful. And good enough for now. If I inspect this, and we look at one of these divs, that blue area right there is the content box itself. It looks like currently it's 859 pixels wide. I don't know if you can see it disappeared, but there's a number there, 859. It's actually just taking up the width of the page, as much of the available space that it can. But I can change that, and I can say each div in my CSS has a width of 200 pixels to start. Now, there are lots of units that we can use here. We still haven't covered things like ems and rems and percentages, but I'm going to use pixels for now until we cover those other units. Now I'm going to refresh. And you can see immediately that these divs are definitely nowhere near as wide or as long. But if I hover over them, you can see that blue area. Don't worry about that orange for now. That blue area right there is the content box. We set the width on it. We restricted it to 200 pixels. So now the content takes up that much space. Or it may take up less space if we had, one word in a div, but that is the width of the content area. So I can do the same thing for the height. I can set a height. How about, let's do something shorter, like 100 pixels and see what happens. And there we go. They're smashing into each other, as you can see. Each div is restricted to be 200 by 100. That's at least the inner content area. But I'll probably do maybe a square, 200 by 200. Okay, so now we have this dead space or just empty space where there's no text, but the width has been set, or the height has been set explicitly, and the width to 200 by 200. So that's width and height. If I give them a background color, we'll do something like background color. I'm going to steal from one of these trendy color palettes, maybe that color right there. Put that in there. You can see that that background color now only goes in that content area, at least with what we have right now. It doesn't go all the way across the page like it would if I hadn't set that, right? We've seen this before, or on an H1, for example, if I have one of those in here, H1, hello, and I give my H1 a background color of pink. That background color goes all the way across, so we can see right there, even though our text doesn't take up a lot of space, the width of the element goes all the way across. Now I could change that. Width is 100 pixels, a very skinny H1. And now that background color does not go all the way across. Okay, so that's width and height. As I mentioned earlier, there is this caveat we need to come back and talk about with border sizing, or border box and box sizing, and we have to talk about different unit types. But all of these values control the width of that box, and the same thing goes for height. All right, so that was width and height. Next up, we're going to talk about border. Now, border is actually, well, there is a border property, but there are also dozens of border-related properties because there are different pieces that we can control, the thickness, the style, the color, and then we can do that for the left, the right, the top, the bottom. Plus, we can do things like rounding the corners. There's quite a bit that we can do. So we're going to take it slow, but obviously a border, well, I shouldn't say obviously, but I think border is one of the more obvious one of these properties for the box model. It is the border around an element. We see borders all over the place. This is MDN. If we take a look at, this right here, that search box has a border around it. It has rounded corners, but it is a border. Right here, we've got a border around this element, or this, whatever this is, a div, a nav, and a side, and then likely a top border that is different. Same thing here. We've got a blue border around each one of these little items and a thicker left side. So we can control all of that. We can get quite granular. Here, I assume, is a left border, a thick left border, and no border on the top, right, or bottom. Long story short, borders are all over the place. They're an important part of making, first of all, a nice looking website, but also they play an important role in making it clear what certain things do or bringing attention to certain elements. We can change the border, for example, as I hover, and that makes it very clear that I'm doing something when I click, or that this is clickable or selectable, right? I can interact. Okay, so the main properties you need to understand, the first three are border width, border color, and border style. I don't know if I went overboard making this diagram. It's not very intuitive, but I'm showing that border width controls the thickness. We have border color, it controls the color, and then border style controls the line style. So that can be dashed or dotted, solid. There's a couple others. Most of the time I'm just dealing with a solid border, but I'll show you all the possible options. So if we want to add a border to one of our elements, I think I'm going to start by making these just have a quick, a different color, just quickly. So I'm going to give them each div an ID just to make them easy to target. So ID equals 2. This is not really a good strategy if you were trying to style these in the real world. I mean, you could, but I'm just doing it to make it very clear here. So we'll have background color there. We'll have 2. We'll have its own background color as well. I'll use this background color for 1. They'll all be 200 by 200. And then 3, we'll have this darker color, I guess. Is that right? Sure. So background color on 3. And I'm just doing this to make them distinct, because right now we can't exactly tell where one ends and the next begins. Okay, so those are our 3 elements, 3 divs. Now what I'm going to do is add on a border. So I'll just do it on the top one maybe. I'll set border width to be some number of pixels. Now we can use other units, but pixels are commonly used for borders because generally a border is going to be small and it's going to stay roughly the same size. So pixels are a pretty good unit to use. So I'll do something like maybe 5 pixels, a pretty thick border, and we don't see anything. Well, that's because we haven't set a color and we haven't set a style. So that next property is border color, and there's no order here. You don't have to do width and then color. But let's start with black. Do we see anything? Nope. And that's because we're missing border style. And border style, I'm just going to start with solid. But we do have other options. And finally, I have my border. Alrighty. So a couple of things. You can see the border here. It goes right up against our content, up against this pinkish salmon-y color background, whatever you want to call that. And then it's 5 pixels wide. So that means 5 pixels here, 5 pixels here. So it's shifted over 10 pixels. You can see that difference right there compared to the one below it. This element is no longer 200 pixels wide by 200 pixels tall. It's 210 by 210 because our border is 5 pixels on either side. And if you look right here, I'll hover again, you can see that Chrome tells us 210 by 210. Now we can actually change this if we wanted to. I'll just show this very, very briefly. We have a property called box sizing. If I set it to border box, now the width of our element is actually going to go from border to border. So from the outside edge to the outside edge of the entire element. So what that means is, if I refresh, this element, when I say it's 200 pixels wide, it's going to be exactly 200 pixels. And if I have a border, that's actually going to subtract from that 200 pixels. So we end up with, 5 pixels, and then this pink area would be 190, versus when I get rid of that, the width that we set, 200 pixels, corresponds to the width of our content on the inside, and then the border is added on top, so it actually grows. So 2 different models that you can use. It really depends. Sometimes this is easier because you can set the width of the entire element, including the border. Anyway, so that's the first little bit of border. Let's play around with a couple other things. Let's give a different border to the second element. So border, let's do border color of, how about, let's steal one of these colors again. How about a very light border there? It's not that light, is it? But we'll steal that. Border width will be 3 pixels, and border style this time will be something else. And I'll show you some examples of what we can do with border style. You can have a dotted border, an inset border, which I guess is supposed to look like an inset box. We can have a dashed border, and you can actually have more than one style at once. If you can see this here, you can have dashed and then solid. This will do the top and bottom, and then the left and right. Or we can do something like this. We can have 4, where we set the top, and then the right, and then the bottom, and then the left. Honestly, very rare that you need to do that, but you do have that option. I should just show it to you. But here are the ones that we can use. I'll do a dashed border. So let's try that. Border style dashed. I'll go back to my code, refresh. Ooh, that is just so hideous. But there's my dashed border, and it's 3 pixels on each side. Is that what I said? Yes. Okay. So we can also do things like set the border left color to be different. So we have all of these properties, color, width, and style, or border color, border width, and border style, with variants for each side. Border left color, border left width, and border left style, and for right, top, and bottom as well. But I'll just change the color of the left one maybe, or how about the thickness maybe? Border left width will be 8 pixels. We're not going for beauty, but you can see we do get that thicker border there. All right, so now what I'll show you is what you'll most commonly encounter, which is the border shorthand. It's a single property that can be used to set the border width, the border color, and the border style in one go. So it's just border, and then typically I provide a thickness, I provide the style and the color in one go. You can also provide just one of those at a time, or you can provide all of them, but that's what I like to do. Always reference the docs if you have questions about the order of things, but width, style, and then color. So we provide those 3 in a row. Now this is a pattern, this idea of a shorthand property, which will set multiple other properties in one go. Border is just one example. We'll see some others, but let's just start with border. So if I wanted to add a 4 pixel dotted border, it's going to be ugly, and I want it to be, black, sure, or white. Let's do white on this one. We'll do black. Okay, if that's what I want, I can simply set border, and then first is the thickness. So I said 4 pixels, I think, and then next is the style. So I'll start with solid, and then after that, the color. So 4 pixels solid, white. Refresh. It's a bit hard to tell because the background is white, so that was very stupid. Let's do black. There you go. You can see that black border. It's 4 pixels. It's exactly the same if I had done these properties individually, border color, border width, and border style, but it's shorter. And this is definitely what you'll see the most often. And what I like to do is, if I have all sides are going to be black, but then actually one of them is going to be thicker, or one of them is going to be dotted, you can set them all like this, and then afterwards say, okay, border left style will be dotted. So you can come in and update one out of those, or 2, or whatever you need to do if there's a situation where that makes sense. Just as an example, like one of these divs right here, or whatever these are, they've got some border, let's say it's 2 pixels blue on these 3 sides, and then the left is thicker. So you could totally do that using this exact same approach. Set them all at once, and then make the left one thicker, or dotted, or something like that. And while we're on the topic of border, one other thing I should mention that is related to border is border radius. Border radius allows us to set the radius of our corners here so we can make more rounded edges. So you can see some examples here. This is setting border radius to be 30 pixels. So you can use a pixel value, though often what I like to use is actually a percentage. And the reason for that, I'll just show you here. Let's make one of them, what should we do? Maybe the bottom one here. These are all going to be pretty ugly looking. But if I set a border radius on here to be something like 10 pixels, and I refresh, that applies to all 4 sides, and we get slightly rounded corners, which is nice. But if I use a percentage, the percentage will be a percentage of the width of our box and the height of the box, depending on, so it does 2 axes. You can set your border radius, right, to be different, going one direction versus the other. You can have an elliptical corner instead of just a circular corner. Anyway, what I'm going to do is set this to be 50%. Just start with that, and you'll see what we end up with. This is a really common approach to make circles. So the content itself is not going to be contained in that. But we could use this to create circular images, and there are ways of getting your content to stay within this. But for now, just wanted to show you can play with border radius to make slightly rounded corners or very rounded corners. You also can do it just for one corner or two corners. You can see there's a bunch of different options on the MDN, and there's also separate properties like border top left radius, border top right radius, and so on. So you can set them individually, set them all at once, set it with a pixel value, or set it with a percentage. And it's how you can create these nice rounded corners. People use this to make different shapes as well. So if you do it differently on two corners versus the other two, you can end up with these kind of nice looking shapes, some of them at least. But generally, I use it most frequently to either round the corners slightly, to create something like this maybe, or to make actual circles. So that's border. We saw a bunch of border properties: border width, border color, border style, and then we saw the border shorthand, and then we also saw border radius. Really commonly used properties. They'll come up a lot in the rest of the course. So the next piece of the box model we need to cover is padding. Padding is the space between the content, the actual content box, and the border of an element. Think of padding in the real world. If you're shipping something that is fragile, you have the actual content, then you have your box that you're fitting it in, and then in between the two, there's some sort of padding, whether it's styrofoam or bubble wrap or who knows. So just like with border, we have multiple properties to set padding. We have padding left, padding right, padding bottom, padding top, or we have the shorthand property, which is just padding. That will do it all at once. And that's what I tend to use most frequently, but I'll just show padding left, right, top and bottom quickly, and I'll show some examples of padding, by the way. If we take a look at really anything on this page, but how about something like this right here? If we look at this element right here, it's an H3. You can see that it has a background color. Here's the content itself. If I hover, can you see what turns blue? And then what turns green is our padding. And we can see that there is padding. I'll toggle it on and off. Now that space, some of that space at least, goes away. Or here's another example. This element right here, zoom out here, this entire box has content. That is our content in it. Here is the border. There's only one border on the left. But if we had a border all the way around, there would still be a lot of space between that border and the content area. Again, that's the content area in blue. In green is the padding. And I'll change some of that. I just removed the padding on the left. Other elements on this page probably have padding all over the place. Things like this right here. There's padding for sure in this table. You can see there's space between the content in the table, which is in blue, and then the border, which is very thin. It's a white border. There's green padding. Green in the DevTools, not green in the actual browser. Okay, so let's try adding padding to one of these elements. How about we start with our H1 up top? So I'll go to my H1. And I'll give it, how about padding left of 30 pixels? Okay, how about 100 pixels? Great. Let's do padding top as well, just so you can see it. Padding top of maybe 50 pixels. So we are adding space between the border. Now, we don't happen to have a border showing on this piece of content, on this H1, but the border would be all the way around that pink, between the pink and the white. So we have space between the content box, content area, and the actual border. Or let's do another example here with, how about this one maybe? Or the second one? Sure, 2. Let's set some padding. How about padding right, 50 pixels? I'll refresh. And now we have space there. So padding is actually really common and very useful. It's just commonly used when you're spacing things out and you want to make something breathe a bit more. Let's find some other examples of padding just very quickly. Here I'm on YouTube, and just this button right here. There is space between the edge of that border, the edge of the button, and the content. There is padding, and I could actually remove all of that if we want to see what that looks like. I'll select that element. Okay, and I'm just going to set padding to be 0. And that's what it would look like without padding. So the same goes for, actually I believe there's padding on each one of these elements. It shows up in green. So there's, I think, 24 pixels of padding right there on every one of these little text, description, title, whatever you want to call them. There's padding around the sign in button. You can see it there. Got to make sure I select the button. And then if I set padding back to 0, There you go, much more cramped button. So yes, padding is used all over the place to add some space and to make things larger without actually making the text inside larger, right? I might want a larger button that takes up more room, but I don't want this text to be any larger. I can add padding to pad it out. Okay, so yes, we have padding top, left, right, and bottom, but we also have the shorthand property called padding, which is used to set all 4 at once. So there are 4 different ways of using it. In the first example, the simplest, padding and then a single value, that value will be applied to all 4 sides. So why don't we use a button as our demonstration here. So I'll add a button, pad me, okay, just like that. And then I'm going to select our button down here, and I'll begin, well, why don't I begin with no padding so you can just see what it looks like. There it is. Now I'm going to give it padding. I'm going to give all buttons padding of 20 pixels. The shorthand padding property will set 20 on the top, left, right, and bottom. So there we go, even padding around on all 4 sides, 20, 20, 20, 20. Then we have the next option, which is to pass in or to provide 2 separate values separated by a space. The first value will be used to set the top and bottom, the vertical padding, and the second will be the left and right. And this is pretty common. So let's just do an example of that. Let's do 10 pixels top and bottom, 20 pixels left and right. Okay, now you can see we have more on the left and right, but we still have some on the top and bottom. Also, if you ever want to remove padding or you don't want anything, let's say on the top and bottom, we can just add 0 or use 0. And now we have, kind of like that YouTube button I showed you, padding on the sides to add some more space, but not on top and bottom. Then we have this option, which honestly I pretty much never use, which is 3 values. It's the top padding and then left and right together and then the bottom. Now I think that's just kind of confusing. Why is horizontal together? I'm sure there's a good reason, but I never use this syntax, but it's there. And then we have the 4 separate value syntax. And the order here is top, right, bottom, left. Think of it as going around a clock. Top, right, bottom, left. So this is pretty common to see in the real world. I think it's just the way my brain works. Every time I see it, I have to stop and remind myself, okay, clockwise, top, right, bottom, left. I don't know why. I just can never seem to remember it. But you will see this frequently instead of doing, 4 separate padding left, padding right, padding bottom, and so on. One line, and we could set, how about we do something very obvious, like 10 pixels on top, 20 on the right, 30 on the bottom, and 40 on the left. There we go, smallest, medium, slightly more, and a lot more padding over here. So that's the padding shorthand. Lots of different options. Just keep these in mind. This one's very common to add padding to all sides. This is common to see. So is this one to some extent. This version with 3 values is rarer in my experience. Also, pixels is not the only unit that we can use for padding. We can use any of the units that we've seen so far and many that we haven't seen yet, like ems and rems and percentages. But for now, the property will behave the exact same way no matter what unit you're using. I could replace this if I really wanted to with millimeters for some reason. And it still works, it just is a different length, a different size. It's just very weird to do that. But soon we will see some of these other more useful units. So that's padding. It's the space between an element's content area or content box and its own border. It's internal spacing, like the layer of fat between your muscle and your skin. Okay, goodbye. The remaining piece of the box model we have yet to cover is margin. So margin is the space outside of an element's border, between that element and something else, other elements. So padding is the spacing on the inside of the border, margin is the spacing on the outside. And just like padding, we have the 4 individual properties, margin left, margin right, top and bottom, and we have the shorthand margin property, which works exactly the same way as the shorthand padding. In terms of the syntax, we can provide 1 value to apply it to all 4 sides. We can apply 4 separate ones. It goes clockwise, so top, right, bottom, left. We have 2 and 3. It's just margin instead of padding. So if we take a look at some examples, I'm on MDN. We can find margin all over the place. You may not see it right away, but if you inspect and you just get that little, where are you? There we go. Click that, and we start to hover. Anytime you see orange, so there's a little bit right there, or how about further down, right there, that orange is margin. So it looks like this element, is it this H, what are you, an H2? It has margin on top, a significant margin, 60 pixels to add some spacing there. So that space is not on the inside of this border. I think this is a top border. Yes, it is. As you can see right there, border top. So the spacing is on the outside between that border and other elements, which what comes next, that div right there. So that's margin, just one example. In the Chrome DevTools, it shows up as orange. You can also see it here, the little box model DevTools. You can play around with it. I believe you can edit it too. If you wanted more margin on this thing, how about 200 pixels? There we go, a lot more space. So let's play around with it on our elements. Let's pick one of these, perhaps. Well, why don't we start with this H1 actually? I don't know if you can see this. Hopefully you can. I don't know why you wouldn't be able to. These elements don't have any spacing between them. They're just divs. But this H1, by default, it actually gets margin. Just like by default, an H1 has a larger font size and it's bolded, it also has margin. So I can remove that if I just set margin bottom to be 0. If I only want to remove that bottom margin, margin bottom 0, and refresh. And now there's no spacing there. Now we also have margin over here and up top, so I could use the shorthand property of just margin 0. Now we set all 4 sides to 0. Now that still has some space. Where's that space coming from? Well, this is actually something we just haven't gotten to yet, but by default, your body element has some spacing. It has some margin associated with it. It looks like it is 8 pixels by default, but I can set that to be 0. And that's what a lot of people do when they begin a new web page, is set margin to be 0, so that we don't get that extra space and our content goes all the way across. There we go. Now you may not want that all the time. Sometimes you want a margin on your body, but a lot of the time it's useful to get rid of it first, and then you can add in your margin when needed. Otherwise you have that mystery space. Okay, so I got rid of all margin here. Let's now add margin onto this element, which is our, the ID of 1. So I'm going to start with maybe margin left, just as a demo. How about 50 pixels? And it moves over 50 pixels. It has that margin of 50 pixels. Okay, now we also have top, left, right, and bottom. Let's just pick one of them. Margin, how about top? Will be, actually, how about bottom? Margin bottom will be another 50 pixels maybe, or 100 pixels. And we get all of that space right there. Okay. Then we also have the shorthand version, which we can use to add margin on all sides at once in a single property. So let's pick maybe our second element here and just set margin to be, how about 200 pixels? Very obvious. That will add 200 pixels of margin, top, right, bottom, and left at the same time. And there we go. You can see we get a lot of margin there. I think that's honestly all I need to show you for now. There is more to be discussed, specifically around, I'll just show you an example. If I have, within this H1, I have a span. Hello, what should I put in here? Maybe a happy face to start. And if I wanted to style this happy face to have some margin, well, first of all, you can see that I've exceeded the width I set. So how about 200 pixels wide for that H1? Okay, so if I wanted to, I don't know, maybe move this thing over to the right, you might think, oh, just select the span and set margin left to be, let's just go with maybe 30 pixels. And that should do it, right? And it does do it. But then what if I wanted to move it down? So I'll set margin top to be 30 pixels. Nothing happens. Why is it not moving up or down? That's something we're going to cover in the next video. We need to talk about a very important property called display. So margin, just to wrap this up, is the space between the outside of an element and other elements. Between the border, even if that border is not visible, there's always a border sort of present in the model. So margin is that space between elements. Padding is between the border on the inside of an element and its content area, and then width and height will control that content area unless we play around with that property that we saw earlier, which is box sizing. We can set it to be border box, and then width and height will actually govern the entire total width and height and border and padding will be subtracted from that. But with what we've been doing so far, and by default, width and height control this grayed out area. Okay, next up we'll cover another very important property. It is the display property. So early on, like very, very early on, I think maybe the first 15 videos of the course, I showed this slide where I talked about how some elements are inherently, or rather I should say by default, inline, or by default block. So an inline element is going to fit alongside other elements in the same line. So you can see here, the sky in yellow is not pushing everyone else onto a separate line, which is what a block level element does. Now that's not actually the sole difference between the two. Now that we've covered things like margin and padding and width and height, we can further explore the difference. So there is a property called display. And this display property actually does a lot. There are a lot of different possible values, which is why I wrote our first encounter. If you look at display on MDN, these are all the possible different options that we can set display to. So there's a lot of them here. Although a lot of them currently are not fully implemented or have been phased out across different browsers, there's a lot of red here. But still, there's a lot of green too. So we're going to focus just on 3 possible values to start: inline, block, and inline block. It's kind of confusing. Inline, and then block, and then inline dash block. So let's head over to an empty document I've made. I'm in a new folder. I'm just calling it display. There's nothing to look at yet. And I'm going to start by just putting 2 H1s here. I am H1, and then duplicate that. I am also H1. Okay? And as we know, I'm going to refresh. These elements by default, all heading elements, are going to be block level elements. They are not inline. So if I give H1's a background color, background color of, how about pale goldenrod? Sure. And let's give them a border, just a small one, 1 pixel solid black. And I refresh, we can see that the element itself extends, each one of them extends all the way across the available space. So in this case, that's the entire body. So these are block level elements. Headings are. Other elements like paragraphs are by default block level, but we can actually change this behavior. And then we have other elements like, spans. Let's add 2 spans in here. Span, I am span. Let's do another one. I am also span. And let's give each of our spans a background color. How about pale something else, pale turquoise, and a border of 1 pixel solid black as well. We refresh. No surprise, hopefully. Spans by default are inline. They do not take up an entire line of space. They don't push other elements or other content onto a separate line. There's no break, versus the block level elements like H1s. So the display property allows us to change that. For example, on my H1s, I can set display to inline. That word inline is very important here. Take a look at what happens. These previously block level elements are now behaving as inline elements, just like a span. They are bigger. That's just the text size. I could change that. I could set font size to be whatever this is, but ignoring that, they're behaving the same way. They are not breaking onto a new line. They're not taking up all the available space going across the screen. They are in line. And likewise, I can do the same thing. Actually, I guess likewise is not the right term. Unlikewise, I could set all spans to have a display of block. They're currently in line, but I could set them to be block. And there we go. Now, our previously inline spans are taking up an entire line or chunk of content horizontally. This one pushes whatever comes after it onto a new line. It forces a break. They're behaving as block level elements. So the reason I'm introducing this right now, I'm skipping inline block for just a moment. The reason I'm introducing it now is because of how inline and block level elements behave with margin and padding and width and height. So I'm going to make another example here. Just get rid of this. We don't really need it for now. I'm going to make a paragraph with a bunch of lorem ipsum text in here. So let's do something like lorem times 10. That might be a bit much. And then I'm just going to pick somewhere inside of this to put a span. And this span will just say something stupid. I am span. Okay, so I still have my styles being applied. So this span is a block level element. I'm going to delete all of that. Now it's hard to see, but there's our span. So I'm going to make it obvious. I'm going to give all spans for now. There's only one. Background color again. How about pale violet red? and then a border, 1 pixel solid black, and let's see what that does for us. Okay, so there's our span. Now what I want to focus on is what happens if I change margin, or what happens if I change padding, or why don't we start with width? What if I want this thing to be wider? It's a span. I'm going to make it have a width of maybe 500 pixels. That's definitely wider than what we see right now. I refresh, nothing happens. Why? Well, that's just what happens with inline elements. If an element has display of inline, width is ignored, height is ignored. What about things like padding? What if I do padding of 10 pixels on all 4 sides? Okay, so that worked, right? We can see that that padding is respected and it's added in. What if I do like 100 pixels? Very large amount of padding. It's a little hard to see because of this background color, but this span right now, this big old block with all that padding, it's not actually pushing content away. It is not taking up space. It's kind of just like sitting on top or sitting below, depending on how you want to look at it, the rest of the content. So yes, we do have padding, but if I get rid of that background color, you'll see that it's not really like a force field or anything. I don't know if that helps to explain it, but the content just ignores it, right? So the padding is there on the element itself, but it's not respected by the rest of the content on our page. So what about margin? I'm going to go back. Let's do something like maybe 50 pixels for padding, and then do margin 50 pixels on all sides. Are we going to have 50 pixels of space everywhere? No, we don't. What happens instead is that, yes, that margin is respected horizontally, at least on this one line that is in line with our element, right? I am span, it's in line here. So 50 pixels, but vertically, it's completely ignored. And that's important. That's a really important point to understand. And if we compare that with block, so if I just have, let's just do an H1 or maybe 2 H1s up top, H1, I am H1 again, duplicate that, I am also H1, all right, and then we give them, same thing we've done here, I'm just going to copy this to start, H1's background color will be pale, turquoise or something, black. Okay, so with block level elements, there we go, we've got 2 of them here. If I set them to have a width, we've already seen this before, a width will be respected. If I do width of 300 pixels, they are now 300 pixels. That was not the case with my span here. If I give them a height of about 200 pixels, that is also respected. So width and height work. They're not ignored like they are on an inline element. And if I do something like give them padding, how about just an extra 50 pixels of padding everywhere? That applies. So we do have that padding everywhere. And lastly, margin. If I apply margin, top, bottom, left, right, it doesn't matter where, it is going to take effect. It's going to be a real margin. So 100 pixels margin on all 4 sides, that is respected. Unlike this margin here, which only worked on this one line of text, everything else is kind of just like overlapping. They're living in the same space. It's not an actual force field pushing anything away. So that's important to understand the difference between inline and block with respect to these new properties we've learned, margin and padding, and width and height. Now that brings us to the third value that we're going to cover, which is inline block. So this is going to behave like an inline element, except width, height, margin, and padding are going to be respected. So I'll show you an example of this. Let's just have, I guess, should I do it up top? Sure. We'll have a couple of divs, just generic divs. Let's do 3 of them. And I'm going to give all divs a height. I'll make them squares maybe. 200 pixels, a width, 200 pixels. I'll give them a background color. Background color this time will be olive drab. Let's see what they look like. Okay, let's give them a border. 1 pixel solid black. Now before I refresh, why do they look like this? Why is it a rectangle? I thought I had 3 divs here, 200 by 200. Well, we do, but they are block level elements, so they take up a full block. Even if I made the width narrower than the rest of this page, the element itself is going to take up all that space, if you can see right there. So the background and the color itself, the green, is small, but it's not going to share space because it is not an inline element. So I'm going to refresh. Here's our border. Maybe something slightly thicker, How about 5 pixels? All right. And now if I want them to be in a row, I want 3 of them in a row together, and I want them to be a little bit spaced out too. I want some margin between them. Well, if I tried to set them to be inline, display of inline, oh, we run into some serious issues. Why is that? Because width and height aren't respected, as we saw, for an inline element. But if I do inline dash block, and I refresh, there we go. So now they are behaving like inline elements. They are sharing the space or sharing the row, right? They're sitting in line together. They're not forcing each other onto a separate line. But all of the other properties with respect to the box model are going to work. So width and height, they work. Margin will work. If I set margin to be, I don't know, how about 50 pixels on all sides? That works. There are 50 pixels on the top, left, right, bottom, and all of that. Okay. So I think that's good enough for now. Some key differences there between inline block and inline block. Confusing to talk about. We'll learn more about the display property as we need it. I guess one thing I could show very quickly is that we can hide an element very easily, setting display to none. So if I instead did display none, how about on our H1s? Display none. The element itself is not going to be completely deleted or anything like that. It's actually there in the document. Here are the H1s, but they take up no space. We don't see them. Their display is set to none. So later when we get to JavaScript, that can be useful. You may want elements to be on the page that are not showing at the beginning, and then later you could show them, or vice versa. But for the most part, what we've covered here are inline block and inline block. 3 different options for display. It all has to do with how elements fit in with other elements and how they're affected by box model properties. Okay. Well, the time has come for us to revisit CSS units. I know it's not the most glamorous topic or the sexiest thing on earth, but it really is important. We've covered some of them already. Really, we just talked about pixels, px, and then I mentioned, that there were other units we would come back to once we had a reason to. I didn't want to overwhelm you right at the beginning. So this is that time. We're coming back to these units, and we're mainly going to focus on the ones on the left here, relative units. So pixels are the most common absolute unit, as this slide makes clear. By far the most commonly used absolute unit. The other ones I don't think I've ever used in my life, except to explain that they happen to exist. These units, however, on the left-hand side, the relative units, are all relatively commonly used. So we're going to begin with percentages. A percentage value in CSS is always relative to some other value. Hopefully that makes sense. It's a percentage of something, right? So it depends on what that something is, what the property is that we're setting. As an example, if we use width, if we set width to be 50% on an element, we are setting it to be half the width of the parent element. And this can be really useful. If you have some container that's, I don't know, the middle of your page, it's like the main content of your blog post, and it's 800 pixels wide, and then you want something to go 40% of the way across or 80% of the way across, you can use percentages. You don't have to calculate the number of pixels. Then we have other properties where it actually works differently. Instead of being a percentage based upon the parent's value, it's a value from the element itself, and I'll show a demonstration of that. But let's start with the first scenario here, where a percent is relative to the property from the parent. It's pretty common to use a percentage value with width. So let's make a div here, not a dove. Or maybe we'll do a section, and then let's give it a specific width and a background color. I'm working in a new document, by the way. So maybe I'll give it this background color here. So section background dash color, like that, and I'll give it a width that is hard coded as just pixels for now. How about 800 pixels, and a height maybe 800 pixels as well. Okay, let's see what we're looking at. There is my section. So inside of that, I'll add, I guess, just a generic div for now. And this div is going to have a different background color. Background color of, let's steal one of these colors again. Maybe that one right there. Great. And I'm going to give it a width of 50%. And I also need to give it a height. We won't see anything because there's no content inside. So it takes up no space, really. We can't see it. But if I give it a height, I could just do 50% as well. In this case, what I'm saying is I want this to be 50% as wide as whatever the parent element is. And in this case, the parent is the section. And then same thing for height, 50% of the parent's height. And there we go. Half across and half, well, I don't know how to say that. It's 50% width, 50% height of this parent element. And I could do, something different. I could say I want you to go 70% width and 50% height, or 20% of height. These can be pretty useful to use percentages here. Otherwise, trying to figure out that exact number, right, is obnoxious. And of course, if I change that parent width, I make this 400 pixels wide, this is still going to be 70% of whatever that is. So it's a relative unit, and that can be very useful. But as I already mentioned, for some properties, percentages work differently. They are relative not to the parent, but to the font size of the element itself or some other value from the element itself. It really is on a per property basis. But generally, I'd say percentages are most commonly used with things like width and height anyway. So with line height as an example, if our font size on some element is 100 pixels, line height of 50% is not 50% of the parent's line height. It is 50% of the elements itself, its own font size. So I could demonstrate that here. If we take, how about an H1, just CSS units right there. Let's add in a little selector for our H1s and set font size, just to be very explicit, to 40 pixels. Okay, so there that is. And you can see as I select, that's my line height right there. I could also give it border, 1 pixel solid black. Okay, so you can see it there. There's my line height. Now, if I set line height to be, let's say 200%, that should be 200% of the font size for this element. It has nothing to do with the parent. And there we go. And we could calculate that out just to verify. 200%, 40, that should be 80 pixels if I was to be very specific, and nothing changes. So not that common to use percentages in a situation like that, but I just wanted to prove that it does behave differently depending on the specific property. But with width and height, it is referencing the parent width and height. Next up, we've got ems and rems. Next up, we have two units we have yet to cover, ems and rems. It's spelled EM, but it's pronounced M. As far as I can find, it's an old term from before CSS that has to do with the width or the height of the uppercase letter M in typography. Anyway, I've always heard it as M, so there we go. Ems are relative units, as are rems, so they are relative to some other value. And what's mildly confusing about them is that that other value changes depending on the property. So let's start with font size. On an element, if we set its font size to be 1em, it will have the same font size as its parent element. So 2ems will be twice the font size of the parent element. So let's just demonstrate that very quickly. Let's make maybe an article in here, and then put an H2 inside of that. I am H2, and then maybe a paragraph in there, lorem times 2. Okay. Then we'll hop over to our CSS, and then I'm just going to say an H2 will have a font size of 2ems. Now if I refresh here, here's our H2. It's supposed to have twice the font size of its parent element. Well, what is its parent's font size? Well, its parent is an article, and it doesn't have an explicit font size set. It's inheriting a font size. But if I give my article a font size, like, what if I say your font size is 30 pixels? Well, then our H2 will have a font size of 60. There you go. So I never set any, or I didn't change anything on the H2 itself. It's still just twice the parent's font size, but I changed the parent. So I could also say a paragraph should have a font size of, well, right now, it's going to be 1em, right? This is inheriting from the article. If I refresh, nothing changes. But if I want it to be slightly smaller than the article's font size, I could say maybe 0.8ems. Sure, it's kind of odd, but I could do that. Or I could do something like put an H3 in here. I am H3. And I want an H2 to be 2ems. I want an H3 to be maybe 1.5ems. Just like that. and I'll have a paragraph just be 1M. So I've established this relationship where this is the font size of the parent, this is 1.5 times, and this is 2 times. Kind of large for an H2 when you look at our H1 on the page, but it's not really the point of this demonstration. It's just to show you how this all works. So if I change that article font size to, 10 pixels, our paragraph is 10 pixels. This is 15 pixels, and this is 20 pixels, 2 times, 1.5 times, and 1 times. So that's the basic concept of M's when we're working with font size. Then we have other properties. For example, padding and margin, which are actually pretty commonly used, or it's common to use M's with those properties. And in those situations, 1M is not equal to the font size of the parent or the margin of the parent. Instead, 1M is equal to the font size of the element itself. So I'll show you what I mean. Let's go back to a different, how about 20 pixels maybe? If I set maybe margin left on this H2 right here, and I set it to be 1M, so margin left 1M, what I'm actually doing is taking the current font size, whatever that's computed to be. So that will be, it looks like 40 pixels, right? 2 times the parent, which in our case, we only have one H2. So this is technically every H2, but we only have one. So 40 pixels, and then whatever that evaluates to will be our margin left. 1M refers to the exact font size of the element itself, or 2M's or 3M's would be just a multiple of that. So I'll refresh, and there you go. You can see as our font size changes, this is actually going to scale as well. So if I made this, how about 5M's? Font size is 5M's. Margin left is still just 1, but it's going to grow because as I change that font size, that margin also changes. An M in margin refers to the font size of the element, and M in font size refers to the font size of the parent. It's kind of confusing, but this can be really useful. I'll show you a quick example. If I wanted to make a button, and I wanted this button to have rounded corners, so maybe I'll just do it, where should I do it? Maybe here, button, click, me, just like that, and then I'll select my button, and I'll give it a font size. I'll just do pixels to start. How about 30 pixels? And I want it to have some padding on the left and right. So I want it to be, 0 on top and bottom, 30 pixels left and right. Let's see what that looks like. And I want rounded corners. So we saw this earlier, border radius, and I'll set it to be maybe half of that, 15 pixels. What's that look like? Okay, so let's say I like how that looks. Yeah, the color's horrible. We could change that. Okay, and I gave it a new background color and text color. Now, what I want to show you here is that this button does not scale well at all. So if I wanted this to, grow depending on the context that it's in, like if I made this entire article bigger, I want the button to grow, or I want a smaller button, I want it to roughly proportionately scale. With pixels, that doesn't happen. If I change my font size to be twice as large, or even more, how about 80 pixels? It's not the same shape, right? The corners are still rounded, but it's a very slight rounding compared to before. Or if I exaggerate that even more, 200 pixels, those corners are barely rounded, versus what we had back at 30 pixels. Come on, there we are. It's pretty rounded. We could even go more if we wanted to, but I think that's fine. Now, if I use M's, I can keep things relative to the font size of the element. So I could say, I actually want this to be 1M for the font size, or maybe even, 1M's fine, sure. And then padding here will be 0, 1M, and border radius could be half of that, so 0.5 M's, half of the font size, whatever that turns out to be. So now the font size is not set in stone, neither is padding or border radius. It all depends on what the parent's font size is. And in our case, it's in an article, so it's going to be smaller. But there you go, you can see as that parent font size changes, let's see, it's 20 pixels here, so font size is 20, padding is 20 on left and right, border radius is 10. But now if my article font size grows significantly, how about 50? Our button still maintains that general shape. We still have a good amount of padding that grows in line with the font size. That border radius grows in line with the font size as well. So, okay, that's a little excessive here, but if we find that button, There you go. This is 200 pixels now. It's a very large button, and the corners are rounded appropriately. Okay, so I'm going to undo that. That was a disaster. So now I can take that button and put it anywhere else. So I could have it in this article. I could have it in an H1, which is kind of odd. And I could have it just on its own outside of the article. Its font size is going to change in each one of those situations. As you can see here, we've got a small button, a very large button, and a pretty darn big button too, and the proportions are staying roughly the same. That font size grows thanks to the fact that we're using M's for font size, but then everything else changes. It grows or shrinks depending on what that font size was evaluated to. So this is really nice, right? If we use pixels, I would have to tweak every one of these numbers, but if we use M's, things scale as that font size changes. So that's the basic idea of M's. Now in the next video, we're going to cover rems, and you'll see that maybe M's aren't always perfect. There are some issues that come up. So that's coming up next. Okay, so we covered M's. In this video, we're going to talk about rems, but in order for that to make sense, I want to showcase one of the shortcomings or one of the common issues with M's. So I've undone some of the super large fonts that we had at the end of the previous video, and I'm going to add some markup in, maybe just to the article here. In this article, I'll add, how about a bulleted list? And in our list, we'll have, what should we have in here? Maybe types of foods? Sure. Pasta. And then we'll have another type of food. How about salad? And one more. Pasta, salad, and gelato. Sure. Okay, and then inside of pasta, we're actually going to add a nested list. So we'll have a UL with different types of pasta. So ravioli and how about if I could spell pappardelle, I don't know how to spell that. Kind of butcher it. How about penne? Okay, and then almost there, inside of ravioli, we're going to have two types. So a UL with an LI. We'll have spinach, ricotta, and maybe we'll just leave it at that for now. Okay, so there is my nested list. The contents really don't matter. I probably just wasted about 40 seconds of your life on that. I'm sorry. What I want to show is that if I style my UL and I want to change the font size, let's say I want it to be smaller or larger, maybe a bit larger, and it's inside of this article, right? And the article has a font size of 15px. So I could say UL has a font size of, how about 1.5 ems? So just half larger, 50% larger than whatever the article's font size is. I'll refresh. Whoa, what's going on here? Well, we have nested ULs. This is sort of a forced example, but it does illustrate one of the problems with M's is that they can stack. They can grow or shrink very quickly, right? If I had done this the other way and said I want 0.7 EMs, our text gets quite small as we nest further and further, because M's, for font size at least, are based upon the parent's font size. So if this is 1.5 times the font size of that thing, well, we have another UL here, and that is going to get its font size from the parent and multiply by 1.5. Then we have another UL, another 1.5 times greater, and it keeps going. So this is one of the issues with M's, and it leads us to rems. So rems or root M's are similar, except rather than deriving the font size from the parent element, they derive the font size from the root HTML element's font size. So it's relative to this one font size for the entire document. So if your root HTML element has a font size of 20 pixels, one rem is always 20 pixels no matter where you are in the document, no matter what you're nested inside of. So I'll show you how this could work. So I've updated my markup just a little bit to make it easier to avoid conflicts. I've given this article an ID of M's. That's for everything we just did. So now I can have another article or a section or something with the ID of rems. So my styles are now very specific. They're based off of that ID, just so that they're not competing. Okay, so I'm going to duplicate this entire article. Come down here, change the ID to be rems, just like that. Okay, and then I just updated this heading to say using rems instead of M's. And I'll go in here, I'll select rems. And remember, this is all based upon the root element's font size. And the root element, in case I haven't made that clear, is this thing. So it has a default font size, but you can also change it. But let me just show you how this works. So if I want this this H2 to be larger than this, and I want this to be larger than this, and I want these to be smaller than this or larger than this, or whatever it is, I want to have some sort of ratio that I can maintain. And I don't want it to scale based upon parents. I don't want this weird jankiness to happen. I want it to be constant. That's where rems come in. So I could select the H3 in there inside of that ID of rems and give it a font size of, how about 3 rems? And that will be 3 times whatever the root element's font size is. And there we go. Now, I meant to do that to the H2. And then I could do the same thing for the H3 and maybe make it 2 times the root element's font size. Okay? And then I can do things like the UL in there. And this is the big one. I can give it a font size of 1 rem, or of, I don't know, how about 0.8 rems? And it's kind of small, honestly, but we don't get any of that snowballing effect, where it's all based upon a parent, and we're multiplying by 0.8 and then by 0.8 and so on. Instead, it's always based upon the root element's font size. So now we have this scale that we can use across the entire document. I want this thing to be 3 times the root. This is 2 times. This should be 1 time. I want this button to be 1.5 times, right? I can do all of that stuff. I could say rems, button, font size is 1.5 rems, if that's how I wanted to handle this. Often you'll see people mix M's and rems together because there are times you want something to be situationally dependent. Like this button, maybe the font size is based upon rems, but the padding, the border radius, should change depending on what this actual font size is computed to be. But if we set the border radius to be based upon the root element, that does not account for the actual size of the element. Now this is getting in the weeds a bit. I think this can be a little intimidating if you're starting out, but just remember this concept of rems. If you change the root element's font size, which I can do, let's just do it up top, HTML, font size, let's make it really small, 10 pixels. Everything that I used rems for shrank down. The other things didn't really change much. If I go very large here, 30 pixels, it's not huge, but everything based upon rems is now starting with a single rem being 30 pixels. So if I have 5 rems, or how about 2 rems, that's going to be 60 pixels. 3 rems is 90. It's not going to change unless that root font size changes. M's change based upon the parent element's font size, as we see clearly demonstrated here. Every single UL here has a font size of, 1.5 M's? Here, everything has a font size of 0.8 M's, or I could do 1.5 rems rather, and they're all the same size. So that's the main difference. It's a significant difference, and rems are often easier to work with. They're easier to predict, but M's do have a place, as I showed with this button, for example. When we want to make like a little component, a little thing that's reusable and might scale up or down nicely based upon that font size. Rems is really how something looks relative to the rest of the document. Okay, that's enough units for now. It's a bit of a dry conversation. Thanks for hanging in there if you're still there. We got to move on to some more exciting stuff soon. Welcome back. Still stuck in CSS land. I shouldn't say stuck. Hopefully you're enjoying CSS. We have a section with a horrible title, at least the working title, of Other CSS Properties. Wow. This is a bit of a hodgepodge of different properties that I want to show you that are, to some extent important. I won't say they're all crucial, as we'll see in this video. Honestly, what happened is that they were all grouped with the previous section, and then I realized, wow, this section is huge. Once I started editing and uploading all the content, I realized this is just too large. So I cut it in half roughly, and that leaves us with a bit of a severed section that it's not very cohesive, except that it's all CSS properties, but that's fine. So there are a couple of quick things in here. Opacity and alpha channel, that refers to how we can control transparency of different elements. I'll say it's important. It's not going to be absolutely crucial going forward. Transitions, I'll say is crucial. I won't say much more about it, but I think you'll enjoy transitions. Most people do. It's basically how we can add little animations between different CSS property values. Google Fonts, I'll put somewhere between important and crucial. I'll put it in important because it's not crucial to being a web developer or to working in CSS, but it is crucial if you want to make a good looking site and you don't have a lot of money to buy expensive fonts. So I'll put it in important. Then we get to some slightly meatier properties, including transforms, which is one of my favorite things in all of CSS, but I'm going to say it's nice to have. This refers to fancy transformations that we can apply to elements. We can scale them, we can translate them. I don't know why I said that weird. Translate them across the X or Y axis. We can skew them, warp and sort of distort them. There's a lot we can do. We can rotate them, but I'm just going to call this a nice to have. It's not going to make a huge difference for us going forward, but it is fun in my opinion. Same thing for the full story on the background property. Maybe I'll put that as important because I'm going to show you how we can set background images instead of just background colors. And we'll also see gradients and some other fun things. And then the position property is a pretty important property. I'm going to put it under crucial, but I will say that it's kind of a pain to learn, or it can be. You'll see that the values often can be confusing. It's easy to mix up the values. So while I'm saying it's crucial to CSS overall, it's important to know about, it is not crucial that you master it to move forward and go on to the next section. It's actually not going to come up a whole lot in the rest of the course, but I feel pressured by the world around me to say that it's crucial. So I don't know, this is kind of a wishy-washy explanation, but watch the video, definitely don't skip that one, and take some notes or something if you feel the need to, and then revisit this at some point. Right? It's important to know, it's just not crucial for the rest of this course. Okay, here we go. I need to just shut up. Next up, we're going to talk about the opacity property and also the alpha channel that we can use with colors. So basically, both of these have to do with transparency, but they are different. So we're going to begin with alpha channel, which sounds more intense than what it is. If you can recall RGB colors, red, green, and blue, we also have RGBA, where there is now a fourth channel called the alpha channel. And this governs the transparency of the color, how see-through is the color. So it's a value from 0 to 1, not 0 to 255 like the other three channels. 0 to 1, 1 is not at all transparent, and 0 is completely transparent. So I'll show you some examples. We can use this in place of any color. So let's go into our body here. I'm in a new document once again. I'll add maybe a section here with a div. And this div, I'm just going to give it an ID of RGBA because I'm going to show another example of something else, and I'll give that one a different ID so I can just easily select them. Okay, so in my CSS, I'm going to give the section itself a width of maybe 500 pixels, a height of 500 pixels, and I'm going to give it a background color of, how about magenta? So there is our background color for the container, and then I'm going to select that div itself, which I called RGBA. I'll give it a width of maybe 50%, a height of 50%, and then a background color to start of, how about just white? All right, so there is our first div that we're now going to give a different background color to. If I want an RGBA color, if I want it to be white, I could do 255, 255, 255, and then 1, which is just not transparent at all, and we shouldn't see a difference. But if I set this to 0, now our background is completely transparent. If I do something like 0.7, it's partially transparent. So it's white, but that pink or magenta is bleeding through. Now what's important to note here is that the A part, the alpha channel, this color, is only going to affect the background color of the element, or wherever I'm using this. I could use RGBA colors for text colors, but if I actually added text in here, right, let's just do some lorem, and I think just by default it's black, that text is still completely black. It itself is not changed in any way. So the background is transparent-ish, but everything else is not. Now, if we compare that to the next property, which is opacity. Opacity is different. It is not a piece of a color or a channel like RGBA. Instead, opacity is a property we set on an element that will make, or it governs the entire element's transparency, including its contents and any descendants. So if I made just a duplicate of this, but this time I give this div an ID of opacity, and then I hop over here, and I'll select the opacity ID. I guess I'll just duplicate this entire thing, but let's give it a different background color. Background color of maybe yellow. Let's see what we are looking at here. Okay, so there we go. No opacity in play at this point. Now, opacity is a property that goes from 0 to 1. So 0 is completely transparent, and then 1, not at all transparent. It's not hidden or anything. So if I give it a opacity of 0.5, halfway transparent, that applies to the entire element. So if you look at that text, I'm hoping it shows up in the screencast. Maybe I'll go with 0.3. It's very magenta-y, right? It's barely black. It's very transparent, so we see that magenta coming through. And there's also a very significant difference here between the two. On opacity, or with opacity, if I have a button or any other content, this is also going to be impacted. The entire element, this entire div, is going to be transparent. Versus with RGBA, I'm really just doing it on one tiny property, background color of this one element. So if I have other elements in there, they're not impacted unless I also give them a transparent background color. So that's all I want to show for now. I will mention that there are alpha channel colors for different color values, so not just RGBA, but if you use a hexadecimal color, so I'm just going to make one up here. Or maybe I'll use the color picker. Why don't I do that? So let's pick one. And I can change the syntax to be a hex. Let's go with maybe one of that color, sure. So that's my hex color. That is not at all transparent, it's just full color. Now with alpha channel for RGBA, we have an extra number from 0 to 1 that we add. For a hexadecimal, for a hex color, we actually have 2 digits, hexadecimal digits, going from 00 all the way up to FF. For full transparency, it's 00. FF is no transparency at all. Think of it as 0 to 1. So if I want to slightly, you can actually play around with it here, but if I wanted a different level of transparency, if you watch this last 2 digits here, as I scroll down in the color picker, they go from 00, that's completely transparent, up to FF, although if you get to FF, it will just be shortened because it's not necessary. But those last 2 digits there control that opacity of the background color, the alpha channel. So not of the entire element. So if I do something like, it's not that hard, especially once you get more practice with hex colors, but it's not immediately apparent. But I just want to show that to you. So we have hex is one option with our alpha channel. And then more commonly, we have RGBA colors where we have that explicit alpha channel, and we have to write RGBA instead of RGB. Okay. Next up, we've got a property that is really useful, but also can be very confusing to beginners or to everyone. The property name is position. It's kind of just like a generic sounding property in my opinion. It doesn't tell you a whole lot, and the property values that we can use are things like static, relative, absolute, fixed, sticky. They are easy to confuse. That might just be my experience, but I've seen lots of students have to refer to the docs for this property. Now, it's super useful. The official description, I guess it's not official, but MDN's little short description is that position sets how an element is positioned in a document. And what you need to know right now is that it establishes how 4 other properties we have not yet used, top, right, bottom, and left, it determines how they work, depending on how position is set. So I'm going to do a demonstration here. We're going to go through this slowly. Once again, I'm in a new folder called position this time. And this is what we have to start with. I have 3 divs. They are all, 100 by 100? And they have a background color. The middle one is what I'm going to play around with and change the position on. So I gave it a different color. And that's pretty much all you need to know for now. Okay, so if we set the position to static, this is the default. This is what every element we've been working with so far is positioned as. So I'm going to begin by setting this div to have a position of static. So I've made a section here with the ID of static. So I'm just going to select that section. And then I gave it the ID of middle just so I could call it out. This is honestly overkill, right? I could use nth of type or something, but just to make it very clear, I'm styling the middle div in, why did I write section? It's supposed to be static. And I'm going to set its position to static, and you'll see that nothing changes. It's what it already was. And these properties I've mentioned, things like top, we don't even know what they do yet, but if I try and use them, nothing happens. They have no effect if an element is positioned statically. So that brings us to the next possible value for position we'll cover here, which is relative. So relative is going to keep the element in the normal flow of the document, but we can offset it relative to itself using top, left, right, and bottom. So for now, it's static. I'm going to change that so it says relative, although that doesn't actually do anything. And then over here in my CSS, I'm just going to select that relative div or section that I created, the ID middle inside of it, and I'm going to set position to relative. I'll refresh, nothing changes, but now I can go in here and use top, bottom, left, and right. So this is going to offset my element from its current position. So if I set top to be 100 pixels, I'm basically pushing it down 100 pixels. But it didn't shift other stuff around at the moment, right? The space is still left. It's positioned relatively to where it would be if it was just normal, if I didn't offset it. So that space is there. I could move it left, right? Another 100 pixels, although I'm actually moving it right because I set left to be 100. I'm offsetting it, and we move to the right 100 pixels. I could also do negative values if I wanted to offset it to the left. And if I wanted to go up, I can do negative. I can use other units. It's not just pixels, but I'm just going to do something a little bit neater. How about 50 pixels and 50 pixels? Okay, so that's relative. The element is positioned relative to where it normally would be. Its place in the document is still there. That brings us to our next option, which is absolute. So I'm just going to copy this again, duplicate that, absolute. Absolute. Okay. So when we position an element absolutely, the element is removed from the normal document flow and no space is created for the element. So this is really important to understand. If I set absolute, which is that parent container, that middle div, and I set its position to absolute, and I refresh. It looks like we only have two divs here, but that's not what happened. There is a div behind it. The other blue div, that dark blue div, is behind this, and this element, the green div in the middle, doesn't take up any space in the document. It's removed from the flow, so it's like this space just collapsed, and they're stacked. Now if I use top, let's offset it, top 50 pixels. Where'd it go? Whoa, all the way up here. Why is it doing that? Let's try left. Let's do left 50 pixels. Why is it behaving so oddly? Well, if we go back to the docs, you'll see that the way absolute works is that, yes, the element's removed from the normal document flow, but it's positioned relative to its closest positioned ancestor, if any. Otherwise, it's placed relative to the initial containing block, which you can think of as basically the body. It's positioned relatively, as we saw, to the top of the screen here, if it is not nested inside of a positioned element. This is the part that trips people up. What it means for something to be positioned is that it basically has a position set to anything other than static. So I could position its parent, which is this section with an ID of absolute. So if I give that section absolute a position of relative, for example, all of a sudden, this div that I have positioned to have position of absolute and offset by 50 pixels top and left, it now has an ancestor that's also positioned. So it's no longer going to be positioned up here. Now it is relative to its ancestor. Now there's margin here, and this is what's probably throwing you off. But if I select that section, that's the section itself right there. So it's offset from that corner right up there. But these divs each have margin, so they're not actually, up against the edge of that div. And we've got that H2 in there that says absolute, but it's positioned absolutely, this div here, so it does not take up any space, unlike this right here. And it is now positioned relative to its parent, which also is positioned. It's very confusing to talk about, but it's positioned relative to that. So if I, set this to be 1 pixel, or even, 1 and 1. There you go. That gives you a better idea. So that one can be tricky for some people to understand because it does depend on the parent's or some parent's position property. And then we've got one more that I'm going to highlight here, which is position fixed. So I'm going to make one more div here, fixed, and then change this title here, this H2, to say fixed. Now for this to really make sense, well, I guess I could just show it to you first of all. If I position that element, so fixed, the middle div inside, we'll have a position of fixed. And if I refresh, okay, it doesn't seem like much happened. It looks like the same thing as when we had absolute. Now I'm going to give it a top of, how about 100 pixels? Okay, it's up here. Let's do a top of, how about a top of 0 just to make it easier. Top of 0 and left of 0. It has no offset. It goes all the way up to the containing block, the top of our page essentially for now. But what's really important is that when something is positioned fixed, it's going to stay there. Its position is relative to that containing block always. So it's kind of like absolute, except it has nothing to do with any parent elements or anything like that. So yes, it's removed from the normal document flow, no space is created, but it's positioned relative to the initial containing block. There is a little caveat here, but we're not going to go into that for now. So what I'll show you though is if I add a whole bunch of stuff down here. Let's add like a paragraph with lorem times 100. Whoops, did I not hit tab? There we go. And refresh. Take a look at that. It's fixed to the top. How cool, huh? Well, that might have been a little overly enthusiastic, but it's going to stay there, always offset from that initial containing block, in our case, by nothing. 0, 0. Or I could do something like, 400 pixels on the left. And this is how you can make certain things like a nav bar, for example, that stays up top on your screen as you scroll. There's one more value I'm not going to go into for now, but it's kind of cool. It's called sticky. And sticky looks like this right here, where something begins not fixed to the top. It will scroll along with content until it hits the top, and then it stays there. So it sticks. So that one can be nice too, if you want something to start out not fixed, but then get fixed later. So that's position. It can be confusing. The terminology can trip you up, absolute versus relative versus static and fixed. But just take your time and keep the docs open. These are super useful. So next up, we get to talk about one of my favorite CSS properties, transitions. Really, it's more than one property, in the same way that border is more than one property, even though there is a single border property you can use as a shorthand. So transitions allow us to animate the transition of one property value to another property value. I'll show you a very simple example to start. I'm in a new document, empty, nothing very exciting to see in here. There's some content in here that I'll come back to. I'm ignoring it for now. I'll just comment it out. And I'm going to add in, how about a div with a class of circle. I'm going to style it as a circle. Okay? And let's see, I'm going to leave it completely empty. Then in my app.css, I've got a whole bunch of stuff in here too. I'm going to comment that all out. I'll explain why it's here momentarily. But I'm going to begin by just styling that circle div to have a width of, 300 pixels, a height of 300 pixels, and a color, or background color rather, of, magenta. Okay, there it is. Now I did say it has a class of circle, so let's actually make it a circle. Border radius, 50%. And now we have a beautiful circle. Okay, now when I hover over this circle, I'm going to change the color to be cyan. See if that works. Okay, that works great. I'm also going to, maybe I won't have it be a circle now, but when I hover, I will have it be a circle. Like that. Okay? So, no transitions involved at the moment. We have multiple properties that are changing on the page, or on this one element, right? The background color and border radius, but it's an immediate, like a switch, right? It's flickering between them. It's not very graceful. but I can transition them. I can say that I want the color and the border radius to take 1 full second to change. So don't just flip immediately, but take a full second to fade between. And to do that, I can set transition to be 1 second, just like that. 1s. And now as I hover, ooh, look at that. So that's 1 second, right? I can do like 3 seconds if I want to. Okay, very slow. But you can see that both of those properties, or if I had other things that were changing, they would all be animated. That transition would be animated. Now, it's not always just hovering. That's a very common example, but in JavaScript, you'll often apply classes or remove classes and change styles on the fly, and you can still apply transitions to that. So it's not just about, when you hover over something and switch from one CSS property to another property. There are other situations. But for now, this is the easiest way for me to demonstrate. So that's a very, very simple example, setting everything to transition for 3 seconds. But the syntax actually goes a lot further than that. I can specify a specific property name, how long I want that one property to take to transition, a delay, and then the most confusing part when you're beginning, a timing function. So why don't we start by just singling out property name. So instead of saying 3 seconds for everything, which is what I'm actually saying here, if there were other properties changing, they would all be animated during that transition. I can single out background color, just like that. And now only the background color will take 3 seconds. You can see the border radius changes immediately. So, you probably don't want that, but we can single them out. I also can do things like specify a delay. So let's see, I want a 1 second delay. So now when I hover, it's going to take 1 second before that transition even begins. It's kind of hard to see because of how slow the whole thing is. But if I make this a 1 second transition and it takes 1 second before anything happens, so I hover, nothing, there we go. Okay, nothing, and then 1 second. It goes both directions. 1 second wait, 1 second change. 1 second wait, 1 second change. Now we're just talking about background color. If you want all properties, you can also just specify all like that. And now the same thing will happen. 1 second of nothing, and then 1 second, both properties change. All right, so that's the basic idea of transition. I'm just gonna go back to background color. I can also specify different transitions for each one. So background color could take 1 second and border radius can take 2 seconds. And you'll see first 1 second of color, it finishes before the border radius finishes. It's a bit hard to pay attention to, but hopefully you can see that. This thing will be fully cyan before it's a circle. Okay, now there is this third thing that we can specify, which is a timing function. And to illustrate that, I actually have a demo I've already pre-made just to save some time. So I've got these sections here, or one section rather, with 4 divs, and I'm just going to add some styling in here really quickly. Okay, so I added some styling in here. They each just are a turquoise 100 by 100 square, and they have a transition on their margin left, which typically we don't actually animate. In the next video, I'm going to show you a better property, a more performant property to animate to move things around. But you will see that when I hover over this section, every div is going to have a new margin left of 500 pixels. So they end up moving 500 pixels to the right. And I give them a transition on that margin left, 3 full seconds. Okay? So right now, there's nothing different than what we've talked about, right? It's a single property, a duration. But I mentioned we would cover this timing function. So when we specify a transition, there are many ways. If we have 3 seconds, let's say, there are many ways to go from red to blue in 3 seconds. Do we just go evenly, just, in a line as smooth as possible? Or do we start really quickly and then slow down at the end? There's a whole set of these transition timing functions that are built in. They have names like ease in, ease out, linear, cubic, Bezier curves, lots of different options, but they all specify. Actually, I think it'll be easiest to show you here. This is a linear transformation, or transition rather, where it's just happening smoothly. It never speeds up or slows down. It's just going in a straight line. Here's one called ease in. So when ease in, you'll see that it starts out slow and then it speeds up. it's easing into it. This is called steps. So we get 6 steps in this case. And then here's a cubic Bezier curve. Can you see that? It sort of goes forward and backwards. All of these take the same amount of time to go from the beginning to the end, but they get there in a very different way. So I'll show that here. I have 4 squares, 4 divs. They look exactly the same, but then I give them each a different transition timing function. So I could specify, all the same, just transition, margin left, 3 seconds, ease in, but that defeats the purpose. I want them to have a separate timing function. So I'm using the named property, transition timing function. Just like I can set, border for everything at once, like I can do 2 pixels solid red, but I also have, border color that I can set separately, or border style. I'm doing the same thing. So I'm giving them all a 3-second transition on margin left, but then individually assigning them a timing function. Okay, so let's see what that looks like now. Here we go. Look at that, very different, but pay attention at the end. They all get to the same spot at the end at the exact same time. So a very different journey. This one takes forever to get started here. But when it does, it speeds way up versus... What else do we have? The first one is ease in. The second one is ease out. So you'll see this first one starts off slow and then speeds up pretty good. The second one starts off quickly and then slows down. It eases out. And then the bottom 2 are cubic Bezier curves that I found online. I didn't type this out myself. There are websites like this one here, which is easings.net. And this just demonstrates, it shows a chart, a diagram of a timing function, but it also allows you to see it in action when you hover. That little bar, or this little thing on the right-hand side is being animated. So if we start with an obvious one, here's an ease in, you can see, versus something like this, where we get a big bounce in the middle. Or here's ease in exponential. It starts slowly and then really speeds up. You can click on one and then just copy that curve there if that's what you want to use. So this is just a very quick intro to timing functions and to transitions. But just to summarize how it works, there are 4 things that we can specify. A property that we want to animate, a duration. That can be in seconds. It could also be in milliseconds, but usually I prefer 0.5 seconds personally instead of 500 milliseconds. They're the same thing, obviously. We also then after that we can specify a timing function, which I'm not doing here, but I could do ease in as an example. And then after that, a delay if I want a delay. The default is no delay. So you probably won't notice this ease in on the background color, but I can try it. So this background color should start slowly. Well, I guess you can see it. It starts changing slowly and then speeds up. It's a little hard to tell. It's a lot easier to see the timing functions in an example like this. So that's why I did it. And that's it for transitions. Very, very useful, especially commonly used with hover effects to make nice little transitions from one state, a button not being hovered, to the second state, which is a button being hovered. Often we call attention to the buttons that are being hovered or selected, and we'll probably do a little demo of that in the next video, just a quick little button that we'll build together. Actually, 2 more videos from now. We're going to cover transforms next. Anyway, that's transitions. You'll see them come up here and again. The one last thing I would mention is definitely single out the properties you want to transition. Don't just do transition all, because eventually you'll make some changes to your code. You'll update something in your hover CSS, and suddenly you end up with transitions you're not anticipating, you're not expecting. So even if these are the only 2 things right now, and I want to say just transition everything that changes, what if down the line something else is added in here and I don't want it to transition? That's why it's better to single out the properties you want, rather than just being lazy and saying transition all. Okay, next up, we get to cover one of my absolute favorite CSS properties. It's called transform. So transform allows us to do a lot. We can rotate things and warp their perspective. We can scale them and stretch them and skew them. We can translate or move them across the page up or down and all sorts of things. We can do multiple at once. I can rotate something and scale it. Really, the thing that ties all this together is that we are transforming elements. If you have ever used Photoshop, there are similar transformations or transforms that we can apply to an image. You can rotate it, you can skew it, and I think they used to be, I don't know if they still are, but they used to be under a transform menu. Same concept here. So there's a lot to it, but we're going to step through one at a time. Before I do that, let me just show you the setup I have here. I've made a new document in a folder called Transform, just like the pattern I've been following. And I have a bunch of H1s, which honestly, as the comment says, it's not a good idea in the real world to have multiple H1s. But here, really, we're not following any rational structure for a page anyway. It's just a bunch of headings. There's no content. So this is just for educational purposes. Don't copy that. Don't do a bunch of H1s in a real document. So I've done some nice fancy colors from one of these color palettes, and I've created different elements for us to transform. But before we do that, what I'd like to do is hop over to my CSS. I want to center these elements. I'm going to show you a way of doing this we have not yet seen using something called margin auto. So with a block level element, like an H1, if I set the left and right margin to be auto, that element is actually going to be centered in its container. So whatever space there is in this container will be automatically distributed to the left and the right. So I'll keep margin 20 pixels for the top and bottom, but I'll do auto for left and right on all H1s, and there we go. So it really doesn't matter for this video, but I figured I should show you at some point. Next up, let's actually take a look at transform. So as I showed you, there's a bunch of these different transform functions that we can use. And why don't we start with a simple one? Well, it's not that simple, but why don't we start with one of the easier to understand ones like rotate. So rotate takes a couple different units. It will accept, let's see, angles. We can specify as degrees, as radians, if you remember geometry, as gradients, G-radians, I don't think I ever learned those, and then also turns. So for example, we could do 360 degrees or 180 degrees. That would be a half turn. So we could also write 0.5 turn. Usually you'll see people using degrees, sometimes radians for certain things where it makes it easier, but generally degrees. So let's take this first H1 right here and let's rotate it. So I'm going to just select H1, nth of type. I'm going to do nth of type just to style each of these differently. So the very first H1, transform, and then rotate, and then a number of degrees. So how about 45 degrees? So this is a little different than other properties we've seen before. We have these parentheses, but overall same approach, property name and a value. So let's see what that looks like. Whoa, take a look at that. 2 rotated, transformed H1s. Now I actually wanted to just do the first one, but I broke this up into 2 sections for a reason we'll see later. So what I'm going to do is just say the first section, the first H1 inside of that. So section first of type, first H1 inside of that. Okay, so we've rotated it 45 degrees. You know, I could do something like 180 degrees. Totally upside down. I can also actually change where this rotation is happening from. So right now it happens in the middle of the element. Think about putting a pin right here and then rotating around that. But I can actually change the transform origin. There's a bunch of different ways of doing it, but frequently I'll just use these keywords like center or top left, bottom right. You can also offset it by number of pixels. So I'll show you what that would look like. If we go back to 45 degrees, this is happening around the middle of the element. What if I did the bottom right? So transform origin, bottom right. Now it is starting, basically putting a pin right there and rotating it to the right clockwise 45 degrees. So we lose most of that. If I did, top right, now it's rotating from this portion right here. So I'm not going to do that, but I'll keep that so you can just have a reference to transform origin. So that's rotate, traditional rotate. We're rotating an element around a fixed point on the 2D plane. But we also have things like rotate X and rotate Y, where we rotate around one of the axes. So you can see things like this. Imagine, it's kind of 3D space where we are rotating it away from us. Versus if we rotate on the Y-axis, we're rotating it as if it's on a pole or something. And then we can rotate on the Z-axis as well. So I don't use those as often, but they are sometimes useful when you're making 3D effects, like a card that turns around and shows another side behind it. But again, this is just an intro, so we're not going to go crazy. Next, let's take a look at scale. So scale is another transform function that we can use that will change the size of an element. We can grow it or shrink it. And there are different variants of scale. Once again, scale X, Y, Z, scale 3D, or just scale. Let's just go with regular old scale for now. So let's take this second one right there. So I'm just going to copy this whole thing. First section, nth of type 2, so that's second H1. We're going to set scale to be maybe 0.5. Need my semicolon. Refresh. And it scales down both on the X and Y axis. It's shrinking equally by a factor of half. It's half as large. We could scale it up. If I did 2, I'm going to double its size. Much larger. And we also have options to pass in more than one value. So I could do 2, comma, how about just 1? And you'll see what happens here is that the height stays the same, but the width is scaled by 2. So we also have separate scale X and scale Y. So I could do scale Y by 2 to get the same, or the opposite effect rather, where we double the height along the Y-axis, but the X-axis, the width stays the same. So this is another transformation. I'm scaling something. I think I'm going to go back to just shrinking it down though. So scale, how about 0.6? It just expects a number. Next up, we have translate. Translate allows us to take one element and move it around. So we can move it to the right, move it up, move it down, or do both at the same time. So we have a translate X, translate Y. Also, we're ignoring the 3D stuff, at least for now. So let's just look at X and Y. So if I want to move something horizontally, I can use translate X. And I need to pass in, there's a couple different values, but it's either a length or some percentage. And that length can be really any unit that we've seen. It could be ems, rems, pixels, even centimeters or inches if you wanted to, or we can pass in a percentage. So let's try it. Let's do a translate X on the third one down here. So nth of type 3, translate X, how about 200 pixels? Okay. So I'm going to refresh our page here, and it's moved over 300 pixels. And let's do the one below it, nth of type 4, but we'll actually, instead of translating X, well, I'll just show you can do negative pixels as well to move it to the left. We also have translate Y. So if I did negative 200 pixels on the Y-axis, it moves up. Or if I did positive 200, or about, I don't know, 100, so we can see the other ones, it moves down. It's translated down. And then we also just have translate, which takes two values, an X and a Y. So let's say I want to move it left and I want to move it down. So left will be, I don't know how much we want to do, negative 200 pixels, and then downwards maybe 100 pixels. And there we go. Well, maybe I won't do 100 here. Maybe we'll do 50. Sure. Okay. So that's translate, right? This is going to move something across the page. The last one we'll take a look at here is skew. So skew is going to skew an element on a 2D plane. We also have skew X, skew Y, and it accepts angles. So degrees or radians or turns or gradients. So let's play around with that. Let's go back to our document here. Let's do our next section. So that will be section nth of type 2. Take the first H1. And now I'm going to give this a transform skew. How about, I don't know, 30 degrees on X and Y. And there you go. That's what one example of skewing looks like. Let's do one more. We can also pass in two values. So I could do 10 degrees for our X skew, and then, I don't know, 25 degrees for the Y skew. And there we are. Now let's maybe dial that back a bit, maybe 5 degrees. Okay. So those are all examples of individual transform functions that we can apply. And we can also apply more than one. We can combine them if we just separate them by spaces. So I could rotate something. Let's take this third example. I can rotate it and make it larger or shrink it down or whatever I want at the same time. So I'll do that here. Let's select it. So nth of type 3. I'm going to rotate it. So rotate, and how much? Maybe 90 degrees. And I'm going to scale it by a little bit, maybe 1.2, maybe 1.3. Let's start with that. Okay, so it's bigger and it's rotated. Maybe instead of 90, we'll do like 20 degrees. Can you tell? Hopefully you can. We can also do negative degrees. I haven't shown that, but you could go the other direction. There's negative 20. And then we'll do one more at the very bottom, nth of type 4. Let's also move something around. So let's translate it all the way over to the left, maybe. Not all the way over, but significantly over to the left. Translate x, maybe negative 300 pixels. Let's just see what that looks like. Maybe even more. Okay, I think 500 pixels will work. And then let's also, how about we turn it upside down? So rotate it upside down, which will be 180 degrees. Or, just to mix it up, how about half a turn, which I never really use, but we can. It's upside down. And is there anything else we should do? How about we scale it upwards? So we stretch it out upwards. So that will be scale Y. How about 1.5? And there it is. Okay. So crazy looking web page. The other thing I'll just mention about transform that's important is it's actually going to apply to whatever the contents are of our element. So it's not just limited to our H1, but if we had a button in the H1, which is not very common, but if I'll put a button right there, I'll delete it, but you'll see that button is also transformed, in this case, rotated. Or the reason I actually put sections around this is that I can select one of these sections. What should we do here? Maybe take the bottom one, these guys, and let's shrink the whole thing down or rotate the whole thing. So section nth of type, I'm now operating on the section. I'm going to scale the whole thing down, 0.7. Take a look, everything shrinks in that section. Or I could rotate it, right? Rotate, or why don't I translate it? Translate X, maybe 500 pixels to the right. There we go. So that's very important to understand about transform as well, is that everything we do is going to apply to not only the parent element, but also its contents. And this makes it super powerful, right? We can do all sorts of animations and cool effects with transformations. We have yet to do any of that, but we can. So that's a rough intro to transform. There's a lot to cover, right? And you'll always be referencing the docs, and especially if you get into the 3D stuff, if every time I do that, I have to remind myself how it works. It's not even reminding. I have to relearn the whole darn thing. So there's no shame in that. We didn't cover matrix and perspective, but we covered the basic ones, and those are really commonly used. So that's transform, one of my favorites. All right, so next up, we're going to take some of what we've learned around CSS transforms and transitions, plus a couple of other properties we've seen along the way, to build a very simple but somewhat effective little CSS hover button effect thing. So it's just a button, but when you hover over it, it rises off the page a tiny bit. Obviously, it's not supposed to be incredibly impressive. It's just a nice effect, and you'll see things like this employed all over the place. Maybe not exactly this, shape and this color and this exact shadow and exact font and all of that, but you'll see a lot of very slight interaction effects on websites when you hover over something. When you click a button, or when you're about to click a button, when you hover over a menu, a nav bar, these sort of things play an important role. I'm no UI designer or any sort of designer, but even I can tell you that providing that sort of feedback to a user that you're hovering, that this is an interactable thing, makes for a better experience. Okay, so there is starter code for this video. Here's what it looks like when you run it in the browser. Stunning. It's literally just a button in the body. There's one reason I gave you starter code, which is that I also gave you a font. Now, we haven't talked about fonts yet, and Google Fonts, that's coming up in just a couple of videos from now, but I just decided, to make this look as nice as possible, I'll give you a font. So that's there, and that's really the only reason that it's there. And then the CSS file uses that font and applies it to the body. It's called Roboto. So that one line right here is linking to a font. If you get rid of that, then you won't be able to use Roboto. So we're actually going to start with a bit of advanced cheating stuff that we haven't talked about yet. Just to get our button in the middle of the page vertically and horizontally, we're going to cheat and use Flexbox, which is something we have not yet covered. We're going to move on to that in just a couple of videos. So for now, just wipe this from your memory. Don't ask any questions, okay? I'm kind of kidding, but also you're going to have questions if this is new to you. And we're going to cover them all in a couple of videos. It will all make sense. And right now, it probably won't make any sense. So I'm going to set display to flex, align dash items to center, and justify dash content to center. 3 properties we really haven't seen. Well, we've seen display, but not the value of flex. If I refresh, did I mess something up here? Oh, I forgot to set the height of 100 VH, 100 view height units, viewport height. Okay, so now we have a button centered vertically and horizontally. I'm also going to give a background color to my body. So background dash color of, I have this written down, I'm not just pulling this out of nowhere, 1F1B29, obviously. And there we are. Okay, so that's it for the body styles. Remember, don't worry about any of this stuff with Flexbox. Next up, we're going to add some basic styles to our button, pre-hover. Just make it look like this button does before we hover over it. So what we're going to do is set on the button, background, just to be none. Get rid of that default ugliness. And there it is. Now we do have this lovely border we also want to get rid of. I'm going to set the color of our button to another color I just have in front of me. It is a hex color, FFA260, sort of a light orangey color. There it is. I'll just stay zoomed in here. Then we're going to set the border to be 2 pixels and solid instead of that. I think the default is like inset. Is that what it's called? Yeah, inset. That makes it look like that 3D effect, a very poor 3D effect. I'm going to make it a solid border. There it is. And I'm going to add some spacing in there. So how would I do that? Just a quick little quiz here. If I want spacing on the inside, between the border, I'm zoomed in. There we go. So they don't look quite the same. But how do I add that spacing there? It's padding. Padding between the content and the border. So I'm going to do padding and 1M on the top and bottom, 2 on the left and right. There we go. Looks all right. I'll also set the font size, font dash size to be 1M in this button just from the parent. That just makes it slightly larger, and it should scale as the body size changes, or whatever the parent is. And that's pretty much it for the basic button. Next, I'm going to work on what happens when we hover. So let's add in our basic hover selector there. And for now, just all buttons. There's only one on the page, so that works. Okay, the first thing we're going to do is just change the border color. And if you take a look at what we're going for, we give it this yellowy greenish, I think it's more of a yellowy color, when you hover. So just change the border color. And I have this color in front of me, F1FF5C. There we are. Let's go to our version. We'll hover. Cool. I also make the text white. So that's just regular color white. And that gives it, I think, I mean, you don't have to do this. You might want it to be that yellow color. But to me, it kind of makes it seem like it's glowing from within, especially once we add the box shadow down below, which I guess we'll do right now. So box shadows allow us to add a box shadow. There's box shadow and text shadow. I never remember the syntax for box shadows because, I mean, look at that. What is that? I can tell that this is the color of the shadow. That part's easy. If I change that to red, we get a red shadow. Now, I do know this because I just looked it up. We've got the X offset, the Y offset, the blur radius, and the spread radius, I believe. So if I change this, the spread radius, or let's do the blur radius to be like 10 pixels. Can you see how there's a lot more blur there? And then the spread radius will be 10 pixels. That's just how far things spread, I guess. I'm not sure what the terminology is, but you can always consult the documentation here. If you pass in 5 values, offset X, Y, blur radius, spread radius, and color. So I have a box shadow pre-written down, and it's just box dash shadow only when we hover. And it's going to be 0 for the X offset, and then 0.5 ems for Y, 0.5 ems for the blur, and negative 0.4 ems for the spread radius. And the color is exactly the same as the border, that yellowish color. Refresh, and we hover. Okay, there we are. It looks like it's lighting up. Now the next thing to do is make it move. Make it move upwards just a tiny bit when we hover. And we just talked about in the previous video, the best way to accomplish that in terms of performance is not to set a margin or something, but instead use transform. So to transform something, right? We have lots of options, but the one that we want, transform, the one transformation that we want is to translate. So we're not rotating or scaling or skewing or anything like that. We're just moving it. So translate, and we're really just moving it in one direction, which is up. So we can do translate Y. And then I need to pass in a value, and I'm going to do a small number like 0.25 ems. Now a positive number will actually move down, and that's not what I want. So I want a negative number, negative 0.25. Refresh, try again, and that's pretty much it for the properties we want to change when we hover. Now we just need to smooth it out, add a nice transition. And fortunately, we just learned about transitions, nice and easy. The simplest option is just to say transition all, even though I advised against doing all, we'll just start with that. And then you can play around with the duration. So I think 5 or 0.5 seconds is too long. Well, that's not it. That's the solution. Here's the one we're working on. That's just too slow. It feels like things are lagging and just bad. We don't want that. So I think 0.2 or 0.25 seconds at most. Again, I'm not a UI guy, I'm not a designer, but in my experience, you want something that's just on the edge of noticeable and not noticeable. You definitely don't want it to be distracting. So this makes it clear that you can interact with this, but we're not sitting here just waiting for the button to move so that we can click. It's very quick. So I think that works well. Like I've said, if you don't want to say transition everything, because potentially down the line you might have other properties and you don't want them to transition, you can list them all out like this. Just duplicate this border. Unfortunately, you do have to list them one at a time. You can't just say color, border color, 0.25 seconds. You have to have a pair. So I've got box shadow. And is there anything else? Yes, transform. Transform. Like that, and we shouldn't notice a difference. And we don't. Another thing I would do is add in a change to the cursor when you hover to make it clear that you can interact with this button, because it doesn't look like the default button. If we change that cursor to be a pointer, you'll see, you may have seen this, well, I'm sure you've seen this in the real world, where my cursor looks like a little gloved hand now, like a Mickey Mouse hand, versus the traditional just like triangle pointer. All right, and that just makes it clear that we can interact. So that's kind of it for our button. Yeah, I think it's somewhat effective. It's simple. Obviously, it's not an entire application yet, but it is something you can take and integrate into other apps. Tweak all the colors, tweak the shapes, the sizes, the durations, and come up with your own hover effects. And that's it for now. So a simple demonstration of some of the concepts we've been covering recently. Next up, we're going to talk more about the background property, which is actually shorthand for a bunch of different properties. There's a lot we can control with our backgrounds on an element. We've been working with background color. That is just one of the possible background values we can manipulate. We can do things like a background image. We can position that image up or down or left or right. We can scale it. We can have the image repeat if it's too small. There's a lot that we can do. We're not going to go into all of it, but I'm just going to show you some of the most common things. And one of the most common is adding a background image. So I've got a new document, surprise, surprise. I'm going to add a section in here maybe. Sure, section, we'll have an H1 in there. I am heading, sure. And I'm going to make this section very large, or at least larger. Let's close down some of our old stuff. And in my app.css section, let's go with, what should we do? Width of maybe 80%. And our height will be 800 pixels or something like that. And I'm going to just start by giving it a background color so we can see what's going on. Okay, there we are. And now I'm going to center it with what we know so far, margin auto. And that's good enough for now. Okay, so I'm going to make my H1 slightly larger, I guess. H1, font size. What am I doing, 100 pixels maybe? Well, let's see what 100 pixels looks like. Sure, and we'll give it a color of white. Alrighty, so what I'd like to do is give this a background image, not a background color. And there are multiple ways of doing that. We have an actual property called one of these here. Where are you? Oh, there we are. Background image. And background image actually allows us to set a gradient as the background image as well. We're not going to cover that at the moment. But generally what you'll want is a URL where you specify a path to your image. And that can be in a folder like these examples, or that can be hosted online. So I've got this image I'm going to use. I'm going to copy the image address. It's coming from Unsplash, a great resource for free images that we have full license to use. So then I'm going to head over to my document. Totally lost it. Here we go. Instead of background color, I'm going to set background image, URL, and then in quotes, paste that massive URL. Refresh the page, and there we are. Now the thing is, I'm pretty sure that that image is far larger, and it is, than what we're actually displaying here. So that brings us on to some of the other properties. For example, background size, which will decide how the image is sized. We have different options like cover, contain. What else do we have? Auto. So contain is going to scale everything as large as possible without cropping anything or stretching the image. Cover will scale the image as large as possible without stretching, but it will crop it. So I'll show you what that looks like. Background size, cover. You can see there it grows the image as large as possible, or actually rather shrinks it down as large as possible to fit in this box, but then it crops stuff off if needed. And then we have contain. And it keeps the image as large as possible in this box without stretching it or cropping it, and instead we get a repeat. So generally I go for cover, not contain, but we do have the option to play around with background repeat. We can say no repeat. We can decide how it repeats if we're going to have multiple repetitions. So you can use this if you want a pattern or something. Generally though, I don't want my backgrounds to repeat. So I just stretch the image, or I change the size of the element that I'm trying to cover. So I'm just going to go back to that background size cover, and there we go. Okay, we also have a couple other things that we can play with, including background position. This allows us to decide where that background actually starts. So is it aligned to the top left or the center, that sort of thing. So I can show you that. Background position, like if I do bottom, the bottom of this image is going to come up. It's hard to see that there with this. This is sort of a poor choice, even though it's cool. If we do one that's a bit easier to see, sure, like this. I'm going to copy this, put it back in here, refresh. The bottom part of the image is what's being used, or that's where it starts. Versus if I position it based off of the top, we'll see the top of the image aligned with the top, and then we miss a whole bunch of other stuff. But yeah, we're getting the top. We can do left and right and so on. So that's background position, that's background size, background repeat, and that finally brings us to the background property, just background, which is shorthand for all of the properties we've seen and others, including background attachment, including background clip. We didn't cover those. They're not as common, but they're worth taking a look at. So it's shorthand, meaning we can set all of them at once, or just set a couple at once, or even just set a color, like green, as the background. There are a couple things, really one thing that you should know. The order generally doesn't matter. So I can do something like, if I want to replace what I have here, let's just copy that URL and comment all of this out and just set background to be that image like that. That will work. Okay, there we go. It is repeating, right? So I could say no repeat, no dash repeat, refresh, and we don't get that repeat, but it's also not covering the entire thing. But I could also put that no repeats, whoops, at the very beginning here, no dash repeats. And we still get the same result. But there is one thing that does matter, which is if we want to specify that I want this image, let's say I want it centered for background position. So I'm going to set center, and that looks pretty good, except I want it to cover. I don't want it to repeat like we're seeing here. So I want to set background size to cover, which we talked about earlier, and I think it's what we had already. So if the order doesn't matter, I should just be able to do cover like right there, but it breaks. So this is the one thing you need to know. If you are using background size, it may only be included immediately after position, separated with the / character, like this right here. I don't know why. It has to do with, I guess, how it's parsed and understood. But if you want to include that, you have to put it afterwards. So it has to come immediately after the position. So we have center, then I need /cover. And it should work. And there we go. Kind of looks a little trendy. Maybe not. So I could put that at the beginning and it would still work. They just have to follow one another. It has to be the background position and then size. Still works though. Okay. One last thing I'll mention is that you can actually have multiple backgrounds. So let's make this image way smaller. Instead of cover, I'm going to set it to 20%. It's going to be very small, maybe a little larger. How about 40%? And I'm going to say no repeat. So no dash repeat. And now we're going to have a bunch of empty space behind our image. What I can do is now set a different background if I wanted to. I'm just going to do a color to make this obvious. How about a blue burly wood? Sure, that's not even, whatever, blue violets. Okay, refresh, and there we go. We're getting that background. Now this could have been a different image even. I could have two images. The point is we're not limited to one background, but generally it's not that common to have more than one. So I'm just going to go back to what we had before. Center, cover, just like that right there. Okay, so we covered a lot of different background properties, background image size, position, background repeats, and then we saw the background shorthand, which does it all. And you can use this to set the color. I like to use background color just to be more specific. Not specific in terms of CSS, but just in English. It's easier to see, but it really doesn't matter. So that's a ton of information about backgrounds, but backgrounds are all over the place. Okay, moving on. Next up, we're going to cover one of the most useful free resources online. It's called Google Fonts, and it enables us to use all sorts of interesting, crazy, but also just nice-looking fonts. If you can recall back to when we first covered the font family property, I'm in a new document once again, just some random placeholder stuff. If I wanted to set something or change something's fonts, we use font family, and then I have to pay attention to, or I have to be careful around which fonts I use. I could put whatever font I want. It might work on my machine, but I have no guarantees that that same font will exist or be installed on your machine or the average person's machine. So there are these web-safe fonts that we talked about, a pretty small list of fonts that we can use or that we can assume most people will have. But obviously, websites use a lot of different fonts. And one option that we have is to actually include a font as part of our document. We can include a font file. So you can buy a font, you can download them. They get pretty expensive, hundreds and hundreds of dollars. And some of these fonts that are paid actually charge you per page view and the number of times the font is loaded. So Google Fonts is free, and it gives us, 992 different font families that we can choose from for free on any web page. So it's just fonts.google.com. You can read more about it if you go to About. And then what we can do is search. There's all different fonts in here. You can look at trending fonts or just the most popular fonts. You can also sort by or filter by different types of fonts if you want a handwriting font, monospace font, and so on. Different languages. You can view them at different font sizes. And then if we find one we want, how about, these are pretty popular ones. So why don't I just go the most popular? Roboto, really standard fonts that a lot of people like, and it looks nice. There's a bunch of different font weights, and we have to decide which font weights we want. Each one increases the size of the download, if you will. So you don't want to include every single font weight if you're not going to use it. But let's just go with maybe a normal font weight. Sure. Regular, and then a very thin one. Okay. And I get this sort of shopping cart looking thing. And I can take this as it is and just go to embed. I can also download, but I'm going to embed and then copy this link right here. It gives me a link tag. And then it also shows me the CSS rule that I should add, Roboto. So font family, Roboto, sans serif, whatever. Okay, so I'm going to copy this, put this in my document. That won't do anything for me right away, right? I mean, I have the font, I have access to it, but I'm not actually adding it or assigning it to anything. So let's do my H1s, or should I just do everything? Maybe just the whole body. I'll do font family, Roboto. You don't actually need those quotes. And then sans serif as my backup. Just the generic family. Let's refresh. And there we go. Immediate improvement. So it's already changed, right? We see everything now is using Roboto. Why don't we also just give the body, should I do the body, or maybe I'll add a main element. I want to center things a bit. Just like that. I'll select the main, give it a width of maybe 80% and a margin auto on the left and right, as we've seen before. Maybe even a bit more, or a bit less, maybe 60%. Okay. And then what I want to do is make my H1 use the light font weight. So font, whoops, that's not H1, are you? Let's do H1, font weight 100. I think I included 100, and I did. Now, I did not include a bold font weight. If you see here, right, I just did 100 and 400. So if I try and do, 700, it's just going to go for the nearest one, which is 400. Okay, so let's also include another font. And you can do whatever you want, but Google Fonts actually has a pairing section where it shows fonts that it's commonly paired with. So here we have Roboto used as a header, or the heading font, and then our body font is Open Sans. I can swap them out. I can try some others. Sure, let's try this. I like Montserrat there, or we could swap them. Nah, I think I like Montserrat as the body font, and then headings will be Roboto. So if I want Montserrat, how do I get you? Where are you? There we go, plus sign. And then I can decide which font weight I want. I'm just going to go with 400. And then if I look at my embed link, it now has Montserrat in here and Roboto. So this link is not actually downloading the fonts to my computer right now or anything like that. It's simply telling the browser, go and get the stuff at this URL when you load this page. So it goes and fetches those fonts, Montserrat, Roboto, the different font weights that I specified, and then I can use them. So I'm going to give everything the font family of Montserrat. Is that Montserrat? Yes, okay. Like that. Let's just make sure it works. Everything should now show up as Montserrat, and it does. But I want my headings to be Roboto. So I'm going to do H1. Let's do this. H1, H2. I think I have H3s as well. Font family will be Roboto. Sans serif. I just have this habit of adding the quotes. You really don't need them unless you have a space in the font name. And then we can decide if we want that lighter font weight for all of them or not. Maybe we do. Let's see. Sure, maybe that's fine. And then what I might do is make the font size of my H1 larger. So H1 font size, maybe 3 rems. That looks decent. And then I'm just going to remove the margin bottom on it. This really has nothing to do with fonts, but let's, I don't know. Should we set it to 0 and see what that looks like? And then we've got this margin top, I believe. I just want these to be spaced together, or closer together. Yes, we've got margin top on our H2 there. So I'm going to just do something kind of janky. Adjacent selector. We'll do margin top 0 and see what that looks like. Are they too close to one another? Yep. So let's do something smaller though. How about, sure, 10 pixels. Okay, so we have 2 different fonts we've included here. We've got Lato, no, we have Montserrat that we're using on everything that is not a heading, which right now just is paragraphs, at least on our document. And then we have, what do we use? Roboto for the headings, at least H1s, 2s, and 3s. And we don't have to pay for any of this. It's free. It's super useful, and it's used all over the place. There are so many great fonts that you can use, ranging from very nice, trendy ones, like the ones we've been using, up to some very fun ones. Like, I think there's like a dripping and blood font. If you're making a vampire social network, we've got sort of sci-fi looking fonts, cursive handwriting fonts, lots of stuff on here. But I generally use it for, oh yeah, that's a fun one, monotone. Anyway, I use them just so that we can have nice looking fonts without having to worry about users having certain fonts or not having them installed. Everybody gets the font for free when they load this web page. So that's Google Fonts. All right, so next up, we're going to take some of what we've learned around CSS to build a very simple photographer's homepage, portfolio site, something like that. It's, again, very, very simple. It's maybe 10, 15 lines of CSS and nothing crazy at all, but I think it looks half decent. In the real world, each one of these would probably be a little gallery you could click on to expand, right? This wouldn't be the entire website, just the homepage or a portion of it. Anyway, let's go ahead and get started. There's a few things I need to explain. There is starter code for this video if you want to follow along. In the downloads folder for this particular video in the resources, you'll find the starter and solution code. And so the starter code just looks like this. It's a single HTML file, and it tells you put your name in there if you'd like instead of my name. And then also it comes with the images already added in because they're a huge pain to add yourself. You could copy and paste or, download these images. These are images that I did not take myself. There are 3 different photographers that I found. All of them are licensed for us to use, fortunately, and they're all conveniently black and white images. All right, so if you want to follow along, go ahead and open that up in your text editor, and then this is what you'll see if you open it in your browser. Not as attractive. So we've got a couple of really just 2 things to tackle. First of all, the images and wrangling them into somewhat of a grid. And then second of all, the header up here, the little nav that has my name or your name or whatever that you decide, whatever the name of your site is. We need to figure that out second. But let's start with the images. So we need to just get them to be a standardized width to begin with. So I'm going to make a style sheet. I don't have that at the moment. So I'll make that. I'm going to work in the solution folder just so that, at the end, the completed code is in the solution. The starter is exactly the same, but I'm not going to touch it. So if you're confused why I'm working in solution, I'll call this photos.css. And then let's connect that, of course. So link photos.css. And then in there, I'm just going to select all images, and then I'll just give them a width. How about like 100 pixels to start? Hard code that width. Refresh, and there we are. Okay, so we've got our images somewhat under control. The next thing we're going to do is talk about how we would achieve this where we have 3 evenly or equally sized images going across, and then space divided between them evenly as well. And as I resize, you can see they scaled down. So they are not a hard-coded width like what we have at the moment over here. 100 pixels, these are always going to be 100 pixels. So instead, we're going to use another unit. We're going to use percentages. So why don't we do, 40%. Let's start there. We refresh, and this is what we see. 2 images per row, and they look to be about 40% each of that width. We've got, about 20% left over here. So that 40% is 40% of the body, of the parent element, and we get 2 of them side by side. Let's go with something, though, like 30%, and that should give us, 3 of them, plus a bit of space that we can then distribute, and you can see that space right there. Right? If I give the body a border, I don't really need to, but you can just see we've got this extra space, additional space, and I want to distribute that between these 3 images on each row. And now if I do resize, right, they do scale down. So that's the good news. It's pretty easy. But what's not as easy is figuring out how to space them out. So in a couple of sections, we're going to talk about Flexbox, and you'll see a much easier to use and just simple way that doesn't require mathematical calculations to add space between elements. Because the task in front of me is basically take whatever space this is, I don't know how many pixels, but take whatever that is and evenly distribute it across my elements or between them. And that's exactly what Flexbox helps us do. But we're not at Flexbox yet. So there is a way of accomplishing what I want to do. If we take that each one of these elements is 30% of that parent's width, that means we have 30 plus 30 plus 30, right? So that's 90% taken up, meaning I have 10% left. So if I want to distribute that space, 10% around the images, I can use margin, right? We can just set a margin on each image. Just to begin with, if I do margin, how about 20 pixels? That's all 4 sides. I do have to comment that out. We do have some space, right? Okay, 20 there, 20, 20, 20, 20, and so on. And that's working. But I don't want to hard code that because for one thing, that just doesn't respond to the size of the screen. Doesn't look great anyway, but it's not even, right? I have this extra chunk. So this is where we have to do some math. If we have 10%, we can divide that percent up into a smaller number, right? So this is 10%. How many places do I want to distribute it? Well, I've got this left side here, then I've got the right side of this image, and then I've got the left side of this image and the right side of that image. So that's 4, and then the left side and the right side. So that's 6. 6 total spots for margin, because remember, we add margin to the left and the right of an element. Theoretically, we could just do it, I don't know, on the left of this element and nothing on the right, on the left of this one, nothing on the right, but then we have to worry about this margin over here. So we're just going to add it to both sides, left and right. We'll also do top and bottom so we get this effect as well, but we're going to focus on the left and right for now. We need to take 10% and divide that by 6. So what does that give us? 10 divided by 6. Well, you can enter it into a calculator. The answer is 1.666666, so on, percent. So this is kind of obnoxious, to be honest, to have to type that out, to have to do that calculation. And then if you want to change things, let's say we wanted to, resize this to be 25% or 40% or whatever it is, we want more images in a row, then we have to recalculate that margin and do more math. But I'm going to refresh, and there we are. This is now evenly dividing that space between our elements. And you can tweak this, of course, come up with a different margin if you don't like how it looks, but you can see this does respond to the size of our window. The images shrink down because we used a percentage. If the body width changes, then the image width changes, and we use a percentage for the margin, so that changes as well. And this used to be very common to see all sorts of weird decimals and mathy looking numbers in our CSS layouts because we needed to do that math. We needed to figure out, if this thing is going to be, if there's 5 of these going across, or 3 or 7 or whatever, how much space do we put between them? We've got to divide, got to calculate, and then we have all these weird decimals in our style sheets. These days, there are easier options. We just haven't seen them yet. But I think it's important for you to see this because sometimes you'll still need to have a margin like this or, percentage-based width. There's nothing wrong with that. That's still very, very common. It's just more setting up that spacing between them is kind of janky. But as you'll see soon when we cover Flexbox, there are better options for spacing. Now, there's actually a better option. Instead of having to write 1.6666, there's an easier option where I can write something we have not seen at all. It's called calc, and it requires parentheses. And then I can pass in some mathematical thing for CSS to calculate, like this, 10% divided by 6. So this is just another option, but the reason I like to do this personally is that you can see the logic here, right? You can see, all right, we've got 10% that we're trying to split 6 ways. Instead of just 1.6666, that leaves a lot to you to figure out. But we end up with the exact same result, as you can see here. Alrighty, so that is our basic grid of images set up. It's not ideal, it's not an amazing solution, but it's very simple, and it does use margin, right? And it uses width and percentages, and now this fancy new calc thing we haven't seen. I'll leave this original 1.666 in here so you can see it. And then next we're going to move on to just creating this header up top, which we'll use some Google Fonts, we'll use some margin and padding, and some of the other things we've seen so far. So that's coming up. So next up, we'll work on this piece of text, the nav at the top of the page. We want it to look like this. So a nicer font, everything's uppercased, there's some spacing, right? It's in line here, and it might be hard to see, but there's this very long extended line going underneath in this light gray color. It's just a border on the bottom. So that's actually a bit of a hint. If this is a border on the bottom, it tells us that the element itself, if I inspect it, is quite wide. Let's go back, right? You see all that green there? It goes all the way across here, basically the exact same width and the same margin as one of these images. So that element is just set up to be a nav right now in our HTML. Right there, put your name in there if you want that slash for this very hip minimalist effect. You can do that. You can put a logo in there, a little emoji, an icon, whatever you want. We're going to begin by styling it. We'll ignore the font for now, but we'll work on the width and the border bottom. So let's go to our CSS. Let's select that nav. Technically all navs, we just have one. Kind of being lazy about that. But if we expanded our markup and added more navs, we definitely would want an ID or a class or something. So what I'm going to do is start by, here's a quick win, text transform uppercase. We saw this a while back. Just uppercase all of my text. I could just do that in the markup itself, but sometimes you don't want that. You want to preserve your markup and just display it with uppercase letters. Next up, let's add a border bottom. So border bottom is going to be 2 pixels, and then I just have the color in front of me. It's a hex color, F1, F1, F1. Like that. Okay. It might be hard to see, but there's that border bottom, and it goes all the way across right now. So what I'm going to do is just replicate exactly what we did for our image. I'm going to say, don't go all the way across. Just go 30% of the way. They're in the same parent container, the body, so 30% is the same. But this isn't quite matching up because there's margin on this image, and there's not margin on this nav. So we can add that margin in, the exact same margin if we want. Refresh, and now they're in line. But I kind of screwed things up by saying margin on all sides because I don't want this space here. I don't want that space up top, or maybe I do, but I definitely don't want it down here. So I'm going to revise that to be margin left. Okay, great. What else? If we look at how this is spaced out, ignoring the font, there's a lot more space between that element or between the text and its border. Here, no space. So how do we increase that space? Padding. And I'm also going to add padding on the top. So it will be top and bottom. And you can figure out what number works best. For now, I'll just do pixels if we want. We can rework it with M's or something, but I'll do 20 pixels, top and bottom, 0 left and right. And there we are. 20 there, no padding on the side. Okay? And then what else do we have left, really? We need to add in the font, and I think that's kind of it. Otherwise, we're in good shape. We want to change the font and the font weight. And I used a Google font, a really common one, Railway. So if we go to Google Fonts, it's probably in the top most popular ones. If we sort by most popular, you can also just search for it. Okay, here it is. I'm going to select, I think the only font weight I actually want is 800. So that's all I'm going to use. You could use a lighter one if you prefer it, but here is 800. And that's it. So I'm going to embed this in my HTML like that. And then all I need to do is set font family to Railway. So I'm going to do that for my nav, just like that. Let's take a look. And there we are. I think the only remaining difference at this point is the font size itself, which we could definitely increase, and we could play around with here just in our dev tools. So select the elements, and then if we go to font size, which I never set, font size, what would look best in there? We could start with a hard-coded number like 25 pixels, and that looks good, but then what about on a, that's a bit extreme. Well, actually, looks okay enough. On a mobile-ish layout. We don't want this to scale and get super small, so we almost never use percentages for font sizes. We could use something like M's if we wanted to, maybe 1.5 M's or so. Yeah, that looks good there. And I think that's pretty good. We could use M's for the padding as well. So if we're going to set the font size to be 1.5 M's, 1.5 M's. Then for that padding, instead of doing 20 pixels top and bottom, we could do 1.5 M's top and bottom. Let's see how that looks. Might be a bit too much. So let's do like 1.2 M's maybe. How's that look? I think that's pretty good. And the nice thing about doing that is that if we do increase this font size at some point, like to 3.5 M's, that padding will increase as well, which you may or may not want, honestly, but I'm going to use M's here. I generally prefer M's over pixels. Let's do 1.2 for padding. Okay, and that's it at this point, so nothing crazy. Very simple web page, only at 10 elements, and 9 of them are images. There is one very important note that I am going to cover in this video that some of you may have encountered. If you tweaked some of this code in here, This is a separate topic, so we're not going to change the styles. We're done with the app, but just a little note here that I'm sure will come up. What happens if I have my images on separate lines like this, which is how you probably would type it up yourself, right? This is at least how I would approach it. Instead of having them the way that I gave them to you, I put them on the same line, like they all just start and there's no space in between. Let's see what happens. What happens here? Why on earth do they go onto separate lines? We don't get 3 across anymore. Well, this is a really annoying thing in HTML. It actually has to do with white space. Here, there's a white space character between our images. And here, there's a white space character as well. Think of it like this. If I have 2 spans and images are both inline-ish elements. And if I have like, hello, and then another span right here, world, and I put a return between them, can you see that there's a space there? It's not just hello world jammed together into a single word. Versus if I did it like this right there, there's no white space character. And where are they? It is jammed together into a single word with no space between. Well, the same thing applies to our images. And this is just a very well-known, obnoxious part of HTML. If you are working with images like this, when we get to Flexbox, this won't be an issue whatsoever. But here, where we have these very specific calculations for width and for margin, they all get thrown off because we're calculating everything, assuming that the only elements we need to account for are these 3 images on each row. But in reality, there's actually a space in between and another space, a white space character in HTML in between here, and that has a width, and that screws everything up. So that's why I gave it to you like this, which is weird, but there's a reason for that. So if you run into that issue, just make sure that you get rid of any spaces between your images, delete all spaces, save the file again. You can format it nicely like I have here so that it still looks like separate images, and they are separate images, but they are running into one another, and they don't each get their own line. So kind of annoying, but with Flexbox, we won't have to worry about it. Welcome back. Next up, we're talking about more CSS yet again, but a very different topic than anything we've talked about so far. We're covering Flexbox, which is a newer thing in CSS. It's really useful for laying out elements and adding space or sharing space, distributing space to make a web page. Anyway, I'm going to teach it in this entire section. That's why we're here. So up front, you'll notice there's a lot of yellow here, and there's also a lot of properties. And frankly, they're hard to remember. Their names just don't really tell you a lot about what they do, at least up front. I mean, justify content, align items, align content, align self. They're so easy to mix up. And that's totally fine. I mix them up all the time, especially if I have been away from Flexbox for a little while and I'm coming back to it. It's a nightmare. I have to spend like a couple of minutes at least reteaching it to myself. But it is very useful and it's important to know about and be familiar with, which is why I'm including it here. So the first thing I'll say is, as I say often, focus on the concepts, not memorizing the specific CSS properties. That's probably the most important thing to take away here, because if you have a conceptual model of how Flexbox works, that's going to really help you out. Even if you don't remember exactly which property you need to do one thing versus the other, at least if you have a model of how the pieces fit together, it makes it way, way easier when you do find that property or you find that tutorial or the documentation on MDN and it gives you the answer, you're good to go. But if you don't actually understand how things fit together and what they do, then you're gonna have a bad time. So focus on concepts. With that said, all of these properties are going to be important in no particular order. I'm just dragging them over. When I say important, I mean, this is all stuff that I want you to know and understand, but I don't expect you to finish this section and be a master. Like I said, I pull up a cheat sheet for Flexbox all the time. So what I really care about is that, if you had that cheat sheet up and I asked you to do something, would you be able to look at the cheat sheet and then build whatever I'm asking you to build? So no memorization, no mastery. It's all just conceptually important. Then we get to one little outlier here, a different topic at the end of the section, media queries. This is very important, very, very crucial for building responsive websites. Web pages that look different or have different layouts on different screen sizes, just as one example. We will talk about that at the end of this section. So it's a juicier topic. It's in yellow, and it's also very, very important. I'll put it up at the top here. It's one of the main takeaways from the section. So we are getting close to being done with CSS. This is really the last big topic. There's a million other CSS properties we haven't covered and we're not going to cover. A million is an exaggeration, but there are quite a few. But this is the last big thing that we really need to know about. So be patient, have faith in yourself, keep your head up. What's another platitude? Stay strong. You can do it. I believe in you. I hope that gives you a lot of confidence. All right, so next up, we're going to begin our CSS Flexbox journey. You'll love it. Well, you might not, but you'll probably end up using Flexbox a lot. I do. It's just incredibly useful. So what is it? Well, Flexbox is a newer part of CSS, so it has not been around for very long at all. It's really only become pretty standardized across browsers in the last maybe 2 years, maybe 3 years. And it is a tool, or it's really a series of properties that we use to lay out items on our page in a box of content. So this is something we do all the time. We have some container, and we want to distribute space inside of that container. How do we distribute that space? As an example, pay attention to this nav bar up here. There's some container, a nav element, or it might just be a div. Who knows what it actually is? I mean, we could look it up. But there's some container there, and then there's elements inside, and then there's space between them. And it's distributed between them. It's not quite evenly, right? You can see that as this moves down, as I shrink this down, these get closer and closer together. There's still space here around the input, the search field, and then eventually they start stacking. They go on top of each other. And then if I keep going, well, then they disappear, and that's done with JavaScript. Here's another example. Notice these three things right here. They're one on top of each other in a column. They're stacked. As I grow this, now they're not. Now they are in a row, and there's some space between them. Shrink it back down. No space, not horizontally at least, but they're in a column layout. Here's another example from Airbnb's website. Notice this little middle search input. I don't know what to call this, the main way that you find something on Airbnb. So there is a container here, just this entire container, all that space. And then we've got 5 different things in here, a button, and then 4 different inputs. And the space is not entirely divided evenly, right? This is larger than these, and they are larger than the button. So we could manually go in and say, make this thing, 500 pixels. This is 300, this is 300, this is 300, this is 150. But then we're hard coding those values in, and you might be on a really wide, long monitor. You might be on a smaller browser window. And if you look at what happens here, that's no longer, let's say it was 300 pixels here. I'm just totally making that up, but it's shrinking. But that space is still being shared, and there's some mechanism for deciding how much space or who gets the most space. And we can see that this input, the location field, gets the most space throughout, but that space does get eaten up eventually, and now they're even. So how does that all happen? Well, the main tool or mechanism is Flexbox. Further down, we've got these. Let's take a look at these right here. We've got 4 different images, little what do you call them? Captions below, and they're going to share some space. But as I shrink the screen down, they're sharing it differently, right? And now they're sharing it completely differently. They're all the same size. This is all over the place on websites. All of this here, all of this stuff, all of this stuff. As I shrink this down, they turn into a column, one on top of one another. They're sharing the space differently. It's being distributed in a different way. So that's the main concept of Flexbox. How do we, within one container, how do we distribute space across different elements to make those elements larger, or just add space in between those elements, move them to the left, to the right, split up the space evenly, make sure that the first thing gets more space or the middle thing gets the least amount of space. We can create flexible layouts. The boxes, the elements inside are flexing or flexible, right? This input, these guys, as I resized, they're not set in stone. Their sizes are flexing, and it's not even just a percentage. It's not always a percentage, at least, because you'll see that they change. It's not like this is always 25% and this is always, I don't know, 30 something percent, because at some point they're all even. So that box here is flexible. So that's enough of an overview with Flexbox. Let's actually dive into it. That's coming up next. All right, so now that we've had that basic overview of Flexbox, let's start by learning some of the properties. Before I do that, I just want to show you the code setup. If you want to follow along, which I highly recommend you do, there's a starter here, Flexbox starter, and it just has some basic styles. It has a container that we're going to work with, and then it has 5 divs. This is actually what it looks like. You don't see the divs yet, but we're going to style them and make them different sizes and arrange them in this container. So if you want to follow along, please do. You'll write all of your code in the app.css. And yes, I used inline styles, which I said is always a horrible idea, but just to keep things brief and to keep this out of the CSS file. Otherwise, I'd have to do a bunch of nth of types to get the first one to give it a different color than the second one, give it a different color, a third one. It would just be annoying. So I did it inline. Anyway, so I mentioned this previously, that Flexbox consists of a bunch of properties. Well, not a whole lot, but 8 to 10-ish properties. And they're all important. They all work together. But the first one that we have to begin with is actually a property we've already seen before. It's the display property. So we've seen display, display block, display inline, display inline block. What we have not seen is the value display flex. So what I'm going to do here is just show you this container that's already on the screen. It's just a regular old section, has the idea of container. And it has a background color, it has a width, it's centered thanks to margin auto, it has a height, and it has a border. I don't even know why it has a border, but there it is. There's our container. Now before we do anything with Flexbox, I am going to select all of my divs in that container div, and give them a width of maybe 200 pixels and a height of 200 pixels. And you'll now see the background colors I added. So there are the 5 elements I created. We might make them 100 pixels or something, but there we go. This is 200 by 200, and it's totally fine if they're overflowing. As you can see on mine, they are. These are block level elements, each div, and they're inside of a section, a block level element. What I'm about to do, though, is set display to flex on this container. All right, display flex. And this is going to change everything. Take a look. Now they all line up in a nice row from left to right instead of what we had before. So this is the first really important part of Flexbox. We're basically turning it on. We want Flexbox properties on this element, our container. And you saw it changed how it behaves. Now we can cover all the other properties that rely on display being set to flex. All right, before we go any further, we need to understand some basic terminology. In Flexbox, or in this Flexbox world, when we designate some box or some container, a Flexbox, we set display to flex. In that box, there are 2 axes, the main axis and the cross axis. And these are very important for the other properties we're going to discuss. By default, the main axis goes from left to right. As you can see, our content goes from left to right. The green box is first. If we look in our markup, it's green to purple. So this is the first thing, that's the last thing. But I'm going to show you a property right now that allows us to change that. This property is called flex direction. Flex direction allows us to decide on the main axis direction in our container. So the default is flex direction row. So if I go to my container and I set flex direction to row, we're not going to see anything change whatsoever. Still left to right. It's the default. That is our main axis direction. But I can actually change that. One option is row reverse. Row dash reverse will then make our main axis go from right to left. So still horizontal, but the reverse. Row dash reverse, you'll see that they reverse. We now go from the right side over to the left. So still a row, but opposite direction. We have 2 very different options, column and column reverse. So I'll show you that. Let's do column, which is going to go from top to bottom. Our main axis goes from top to bottom. And notice my elements aren't 200 by 200 pixels. Why not? Well, I set a height on this container, 500 pixels. So if I made this, 800 pixels, they're going to grow to take up that space because I enabled Flexbox. But they're not actually 200 by 200, which is what I said they should be. Now, if I gave them enough room, if I gave them, 1200 pixels, now they're 200 pixels each, and we have extra space. But just to make it fit better, I'm going to stick with 500. It also just shows some of what Flexbox does. Okay, we can also turn that off or change this behavior. So that is flex direction column. Our main axis now goes from top to bottom. Not left to right, not right to left, but top to bottom. And then I can do column reverse, which will go from bottom to top, green up to purple. Now this is really, really important to understand up front. The terminology will take some time. That's why I spent a lot of time making these slides so you can reference them. Don't feel like you have to get it all right now, but just try and understand this concept, this main axis in every flex container. And anything we set display to flex on, it has a main axis. The default is left to right. We can change it to be right to left, top to bottom, bottom to top. It just determines how the content flows in this container. Okay, so that's our first property. Well, display flex and flex direction. The next property we'll see is an essential one. It's called justify content. And this determines how the actual elements, how the content is distributed across the main axis. So the default is going to be flex start. That is the property name flex-start. And it's not always on the left-hand side. Let's be very clear about that. But if our main axis goes from left to right, the start is on the left to right. So what I'm going to do is go back to a row, just the standard row for our flex direction. And then I'm going to set justify content to be flex start, just to show you nothing changes. It's still piled up on the left-hand side. Then we have flex end, which is going to take the content and move it to the end of the main axis. So that's how it's going to be aligned along that main axis. If it's going from left to right, the start is left, the end is right. So it gets piled up on the right-hand side, as you can see here. Now we have some other options. We have center. This will center our content along the main axis. So let's try that. Here we go. Centered along the main axis. And then we have some others that are a little different. We have space between and space around. Now, space between is going to take all of the extra space and distribute it between the elements, but not on the outside edges. So between elements, but not between the element and the container. So we've got some extra space in here. If we do space dash between, just like that, there we go. So there's a border, just to be clear. That's a border I added. Otherwise, there's no space in this flex container. And the space is all evenly distributed between the elements. Then we have space around, which gives each element the same amount of space around it. So this element has that much space, and then it has that much space again. And then this element has the same half of that, half of that. So it ends up with half of the amount of space on the left and right, which is a bit wonky. There's one more option, which is space evenly. And space evenly just ensures that the space is even between every element and between the elements and the container. So this is all along the main axis. And one of the questions I get a lot from students is, why is it named justify content? Why not name it something more obvious like horizontal alignment or something? But you have to remember, the main axis is not always horizontal. It could go right to left, sure, but it might be top to bottom or bottom to top, in which case the property name doesn't really apply anymore if we called it horizontal alignment. Now, justify content is still kind of confusing. Maybe there's a better way to name it, main alignment or main axis align. I guess that's a bit long. But let me show you what happens here. If I get rid of this here and I set flex direction now, well, let's just do row reverse to begin with. It starts over here. The main axis is right to left now. So flex starts, if I do justify content, is on the right side, and flex end now moves our content to the left side. So very different. I mean, not hugely different, but a different result based upon that direction. Or if we now go and do flex direction column, as you can see here, we're not going to get much to play with at this point. our elements go from top to bottom, we don't have much space to move them around. But if I made this thing a lot taller, like 1,000 pixels, wow, I'm an idiot. That's exactly the amount of space we need. There we go, 1,200 pixels. I'll just zoom out so you can see the whole thing. Now I can do things like, how about space between or flex end? The main axis goes from top to bottom. So we're distributing space along that vertical axis with the same property. So justify content is not horizontal or vertical. It can be either, depending on flex direction. And that's why it's not called horizontal align or something like that. So if I do flex end, where's it going to go? Well, refresh, bottom to top. It's the end of the main axis. Our main axis right now is a column. It goes from top to bottom. So bottom is the end, top is the start. I can also do, space evenly, and we get our nice even spacing vertically. So that's justify content. It depends on flex direction. The way that it behaves depends on the main axis, and that main axis can change. Let me find my slide. There we go. So left to right, right to left, top to bottom, bottom to top. Really is up to you and how you have configured your flex direction. That impacts justify content. And we have yet to even mention the word cross-axis, or I guess it's 2 words. That's coming up next. Okay, I should stop. I'm going to stop talking. Next up, we've got a quick one. It's a property called flex wrap, and it determines whether our elements are going to wrap along the main axis onto a new line, if it's horizontal, or a new column, if it's a vertical main axis. So right now, if I go back, I don't think, we have too much space here for us to actually wrap it anyway. But let's say that I shrink this down. Instead of 1,200 pixels, we go back to, maybe 500 pixels for the height of our container. Well, what happens immediately, as we can see, is that these elements shrink way down. They're supposed to be 200 pixels tall, but instead they squash down so that they fit in this height. But I can set flex-wrap to wrap. There's really only 2 keywords you need to know, wrap and wrap reverse. So I'm going to set it to wrap, and you'll see what happens. All of a sudden, our elements go top to bottom, and then a new column, top to bottom, and a new one, top to bottom. Now, what do we have for our main axis justify content? We have space evenly. But if I change that to, flex start, for example, you'll see that everything is aligned to the top because our main axis is top to bottom. We're in a column. So we also have wrap dash reverse, and you'll see what happens here. Our elements still go from top to bottom. Our main axis is unchanged. But if you remember all the way back in this diagram, there you are. No, there it is. There's a second axis, the cross axis. So in our example, right now, the main axis is top to bottom. But because we set wrap reverse, or we set flex wrap to be wrap reverse, our cross axis now goes right to left. So this is the first thing, second, third, fourth, fifth. So vertical, top to bottom, right to left. If we just went back to wrap, now our main axis is still top to bottom, but the cross is left to right. Now let's switch it up entirely, and let's do this with rows instead. So I'm going to get rid of that. And if I leave everything as is, well, I'm an idiot. I didn't even go back to a row. But if I leave it as is, everything fits just fine in our row. But if I give them a much, much larger width, how about, 600 pixels wide? Well, they all squish down to fit in there. But if I set flex wrap to wrap, there we go. They now wrap onto the next line. So what is the main axis here? Well, it's a row, left to right. What is the cross axis? Top to bottom. But I can change that. Wrap, reverse. Now, before I refresh, what change do you think we'll see? Here I go. Well, we're still going left to right, but now we wrap upwards. So we go main axis, left to right, cross axis, bottom to top. If I instead did, row reverse here, or column reverse, main axis changes direction. But that's the main principle of wrapping. It's really common to have elements in a row that you want to wrap over to the next row, or, you can leave it off. The default is to not wrap, or you can explicitly set it to no wrap. So there's actually 3 values: wrap, no wrap, and wrap reverse. and it will dictate the direction of the cross axis. So here I've pictured it going vertically, but of course we know that it can go horizontally if your main axis is vertical. So the next thing we need to learn is how we distribute space along the cross axis. So the next property is align items, and align items is going to distribute space, or distribute our items, along the cross axis. So justify content is along the main axis, align items is on the cross axis. Once again, it's not as simple as saying, it's always vertical space or alignment, or how we distribute things vertically, because the cross axis could be vertical, but it could also be horizontal. And within each one, it could be left to right, right to left, top to bottom, bottom to top, and so on. So it's called align items, and it has some similar values. Flex start, for example, will align along the beginning of the cross axis. So if we visualize this, our main axis in a row goes from left to right, and the default cross is top to bottom. So the start of the cross axis is up here. So our items are being aligned to the start of that. So they're spaced out evenly on the main axis, justify content, but they're aligned to the top vertically in this case. So I've gone back to smaller boxes, 200 pixels, and why don't we justify them to the center to begin with? There we go. So nothing new. That's the main axis, left to right. But now let's say I want to align them to the bottom of my container. Well, that's the cross axis, which goes from top to bottom. So the end of that cross axis, I could use flex end, just like that. So let's do it. Let's do align items, flex end, refresh, and now our items are still centered on the main axis, left to right, but on the cross axis, top to bottom, they're at the end of it. The default, as we just saw, is flex start. Whoops, I have 2 semicolons there. Go back, and they go back to where they were. So we also have center, super useful. If we want to center something horizontally and vertically, we can set justify content center and align items center. Awesome. Now you should also know that this is going to work for different elements of different sizes. So I'm just going to be obnoxious and give one of these maybe a height of 300 pixels and just do it in line here. I'm going to undo this in a bit, and a height here of 450 pixels. Okay. Let's see how that looks. There we go. You can see how center works. It's taking the center of our content based upon that height. In this case, it's height. Now we also have one more option I have yet to show you, which is called baseline. And in order for this to make any sense, what I'm going to do is actually add some text. How do I do H, E, L, L, and then and O. Okay, so I've added hello as my text in there. So each div now has a letter. And I'm going to change that font size, absolutely. So let's do font size, maybe 4 Ms, see what that looks like. Okay, and then I'm also going to stop making these super large ones. Maybe we'll do 100 pixels, so a smaller one, just like that. Perfect. So right now, these are aligned on the center of the element itself, based upon the height of the element, because our cross axis is vertical, top to bottom. So the text is not centered, or it's not aligned on the text, if that makes sense. But if I set align items to baseline, it's now going to use the baseline of our text to align those elements. Now I'll show you another example. This looks like they're just aligned to the top, and they are. But if I change one of the elements' font sizes, so I'm just going to do it in line again. Font size, how about 8 Ms? Take a look at that. Oof, that's hideous. I should have done it on a different one so it's not overflowing. How about on this element here? There we go. All right, so they're no longer aligned to the top of the container, right? This one is, but all the others move down to accommodate it so that the baseline, think of drawing a line through the bottom of each letter, that is what they're aligned on. So that can be useful if you have different heights for your elements, but they do have text and you want it all to be aligned, you can use baseline. Okay, so I'm going to undo all of that. Lots of changes there. And now what I'd like to show you is just how this works when we're not working in a row, because we're not always working in a row. So I'm going to change that, get rid of align items, get rid of that text on the inside, get rid of font size, almost there. Okay, should be back to normal. So in this case, our content is not wrapping at all. We fit perfectly comfortably in here. And the cross axis by default goes top to bottom. But I can actually change that. So if I set align items, we'll take a look at this, align items, flex end, right? Our end is down here. That's the default on the cross axis. But as we just saw, if we set flex wrap to wrap reverse, that changes our cross axis, changes direction. So even if we don't have content that's wrapping, our cross axis still changes. Now, our cross axis goes from bottom to top. So if I had a lot more stuff in here, or if their widths were a lot larger, how about I make them, 800 pixels wide again? Now you can see we go left to right, so green is the first one, this light green, left to right, but we are moving upwards. That's our cross axis, bottom to top. Okay, so I'm going to undo that, but flex wrap is how we change that direction of the cross axis. And I'm going to undo that 800 pixels as well. And the last thing I'll do here is show you what happens when we're working with a column. So let's make a column here. Okay, so now our main axis is top to bottom. Our cross axis is still left to right, but they're aligned over here because I set align items to flex end. So why don't we try something else? Why don't we do center? What's going to happen to my elements? Well, now they're aligned in the center of the cross axis. So main axis, top to bottom, there's not enough space really for anything to happen. But if I set flex wrap to wrap and refresh, now we've got a lot of stuff going on. My main axis, top to bottom, that's unchanged. My cross axis, left to right. And I turned on wrap. So now my elements are wrapping, and I set align items to center. And that has to do with the cross axis, which is now horizontal. And if we switch this to flex end, now they align over here on the right side. If I do flex start, they go to the start of the cross axis. So main, top to bottom, cross is left to right, and I could change that. If I did wrap or reverse, wrap reverse, geez, tripping myself up. Now main, top to bottom, cross, right to left. Oh, it's a lot of terminology, I know, but with practice, with time and patience, hopefully it will all make sense for you. So that is align items. It's how we align our content along the cross axis. Justify content is the main axis. So again, it's not always horizontal and vertical. They could change the flip of a switch, right? Very different. At this point, justify content right now is set to center, and that's how they're centered on the main axis, which is vertical. But if I go to a row, all of a sudden justify content center is now horizontal, left to right, centering them. Okay, so next up we have align content, which we use to control or distribute space along the cross axis, but only when we have multiple rows or columns, depending on if we're in a row or column based layout. Basically, if we are in columns like we have here, align content controls the space between those columns. If we're in rows, the main axis is left to right, right to left. The cross axis is vertical. We're controlling space between the rows. So here's an example. We can use space between, space around, flex start, flex end, the different properties we've seen before, or the different values rather. So here's space between. Here's flex start. We still have our rows, 1 row, 2 row, 3 rows. They are moved to the left in this case, the beginning of the cross axis. Or we have flex end. They move to the right-hand side. We've got center. So let me show you how this would work. I've got this layout right now. So we have a column layout, justify content center, align items flex end, okay? And then we've got flex wrap set to wrap. Now, if I want them to meet in the middle here, I could do align content center. Align content center. I'm controlling the space between the columns. There we go. Now, if we only have one column or one row, we don't have flex wrap turned on, align content does nothing for us at all. It just doesn't mean anything. It's only when we have wrap or wrap reverse for flex wrap. So if I want to move them to the left, I could do flex start. And if I wanted to spread them out and distribute the space between, I have space between, I have space around, but I'm just going to do space between. And there you go. Now let's switch this entirely to a row-based layout. So flex direction row, I have justify content center, and my items actually aren't big enough to go onto multiple rows, so let's make them wider. Let's do 400 pixels. Nope, still need wider. Okay, how about 600 pixels? There we go. Now we have 2 rows. So align content will distribute the space between those rows. Let's do space between. There we go. Let's do center. And those rows will be now centered vertically on that cross axis. So that's align content, space between rows, or space between columns, depending on the orientation of the cross axis. It does nothing if you don't have flex wrap, you don't have content wrapping. And then the next property I'll show you while we're here is align self. Align self is very similar to align items, except it's actually a property we add to a single element, or it doesn't have to be one, but to individual items in the flex container. So it's the first property we've seen that we don't actually apply to the flex container itself, but to individual elements. And we can change the alignment along the cross axis for a single element using it. So here's our row. I did align items flex start, so everything is aligned to the top. But I did align self flex end on this one item. So let's undo some of what we've just done. Let's go back to 200 pixels. Okay, and I'm going to do align items to the start, so flex start, just like that. And then I'm going to pick one of these. I'll just use nth of type probably. So div nth of type. How about the third one? And then align self center. And there we go. It's aligned to the center of the cross axis. Or I could do flex end. So this is how you can position one thing at a time within this flex container. So I could do, just one more example. Let's duplicate this. Let's do nth of type 2. Let's do center. So let's see what that looks like. There we go. And that's kind of all that there is to it. Of course, if we are in a row layout, rather a column layout, this does work differently, but it's the same idea. Yikes, it's a bit of a nightmare to look at. Let's undo these changes for a moment. So here's the original layout where our elements are in a row or in a column, multiple columns, they wrap. And then I can align items, which I have already done, align items flex start. Let's do flex end. Okay, so they move over there. And now I can align one of these within this space. Let's do this one, this purple one, which is the 5th one, I believe. So let's do div nth of type 5, and then align self flex start, which should be to the left. And there we go. Okay, so that is align content and align self. They both have to do with the cross axis, as does align items. They just all have a slightly different role. Next up, we're going to learn more about making our elements flexible, making them grow, shrink, depending on the amount of available space. So next up, we're going to talk about 3 related properties that have to do with individual items in a flex container and how they grow or shrink when there's available space or when there is too little space. So the first one is relatively straightforward. It's called flex basis. It is going to determine the initial size of an element before it's placed in, sort of the starting point before it's added into our flex container. So I'll show you what that looks like. Our divs right now are 200 by 200. If I go here, I just have them in a row, right? It's 5 of them in a row. They're all squares. Now I could give them a flex basis of something different, and maybe something like 400 pixels to start. I do have flex wrap on, and I'm going to refresh. So now they are set to 400 pixels wide, even though I said their width is 200 pixels. Flex basis is 400. I can get rid of width. It's completely ignored. It doesn't matter. Flex basis is going to be that measurement, the width that is used when we're in a row. Now, some people think, okay, why bother with flex basis? Why not just set the width? Well, flex basis is along the main axis, and that might be horizontal, but if I change to a column, let's do that here. Where are you? Flex direction column. And refresh. There we go. We're still at 200 pixels height. I'm now going to set flex basis to 400, and now we get much taller elements. They're 400 pixels tall. So flex basis is just the initial size that an element should be added into our box as. And it might be a width, it might be a height, depending on the main axis direction. Then we have two other properties, flex grow and flex shrink. We'll start with flex grow. Flex grow is going to control the amount of space that an element takes up if there is available space. So if we have extra space, let's go back. Let's do flex basis of 200, just the same as the width and the height. And let's go back to a row layout. We're going to have additional space. Right now, my elements are not growing to take any of that space up, but we do have quite a bit extra space. I can assign the flex grow property, flex-grow, to any element. So why don't I just take the first one? So I'll just do div nth of type 1, and I'm going to give it a flex grow of 1. So flex grow accepts a unitless number, and you'll learn more about how that works. But for now, flex grow of 1 to this box. Wow, check it out. It takes up all of the additional space, all of the available space. Why don't I also do it to this purple one? So that's nth of type 5. It's also going to have flex grow of 1. Now they are equally eating up that available space, and these middle three aren't touching anything. Now if I gave all divs a flex grow of 1, flex grow of 1, just like that, none of them are 200 pixels anymore. They're all growing to take up that space evenly. Now if I shrink this down, they're all sharing that space evenly as well. So here we are. They're probably about 200 pixels each here, but then they start to grow. And I do have flex wrap turned on. So this is interesting. Once we spill over, take a look at that, you'll see that we have 1, 2, 3, 4 in a row. And then this one takes up all of the available space until this guy gets booted off right there. Once it goes smaller than 200 pixels, it goes on to the next line. It's wrapping. Now they're sharing that space. And that's what we end up with. Now you can change this behavior. We can decide, actually, I don't want this one to go past a certain width or a certain height. We can do things like set a min width or a max width, just as an example here, max width of 300 pixels on every div. So now they do grow, right? They start at 200, and they're going to grow to hit 300, and then there's just extra space. And you can do the same thing with min width to prevent them from getting too small if you want. Anyway, what's important about flex grow, though, is that I can assign a different number to other elements. So let's give all of them flex grow of 1. Actually, let's not do that. Let's give the first one flex grow of 1, and then the last div a flex grow of 2. It's all about proportions. So what this is saying is any available space, twice as much of it should be eaten up by this div, the fifth div, the purple one, as this green div. So both of them will eat the available space. So let me get rid of that max width, by the way. Here we go. They both grow, but this one grows twice as, or it takes twice as much of the space as this one. And if I open up my DevTools, I'm sure we'll be able to see. Let's move that. Hover there. So this one is, 520 something pixels? This one is 360. Let's go to an easier size. Here we go. So each of these are 200 still. This one is 250 roughly. It grew 50 pixels. And this one is 300 roughly. So it added 100 pixels. 100 versus 50, it added twice as much as that left one. So that's how flex grow works when there is additional space. How is that space divided? Now, if there is not additional space, if flex basis is much larger, I don't know, 500 pixels. Oh, well, I have flex wrap on. But if I turn flex wrap off, right, they're all going to be the same size. They're all trying to hit 500 pixels. They're probably actually not even 500 pixels. They're probably smaller. So it's not always going to make things grow. It's just if there is space available. And then that brings us to flex shrink, which is kind of the same concept. It governs the rate that elements shrink when there is not enough space in the container. So let's make them larger. I'm going to turn flex wrap off. And then I'm going to make one of them, or I'll give all of them a flex basis of something large, like 600 pixels. They're not going to fit as 600 pixel elements. Right now, they're all evenly shrinking. So let's give this first one a flex shrink of 2. Refresh, and it shrinks faster than the others. Now, I don't know what size these are. I could open up my DevTools here and pop this out. Let's see. So this is 433, 433, 433, 433. This one is 267. Now, if I wanted to make it shrink faster, I could do flex shrink of 3. And now it shrinks even faster. So I'm not telling it exactly how many pixels to shrink by. I'm just telling it how much it should shrink relative to other elements. So I could give, the last one here a flex shrink of, how about 0? Now, it's not going to shrink at all, and it should be exactly, let's take a look, 600 pixels. It's just not going to shrink. Everything else will shrink, including this first box here, that light green one. That one shrinks incredibly fast. This one does not shrink at all. And the others, the default value is just 1. They'll all shrink at the same rate. And there you go. You can see we've totally altered how these elements shrink down when there's not enough space. All right, so we just saw these 3 properties, flex basis, grow, and shrink. What I didn't show you is that there's a shorthand property called flex. So we use these properties so frequently that flex was created. It allows us to set all 3 in one go. There are a couple different options. You can pass in 3 different values, and the order here, if you scroll down, if there are 3 values, is flex grow, flex shrink, and then flex basis. If we have 2 values, it's just flex grow and flex shrink. If you have 2 values, but one of them is a width, pixels or ems or something, it's going to be flex grow and flex basis. And then if we just have 1 value with no number, or a unitless number rather, it's going to be flex grow by default. So we'll play around with it. We're going to make a new demo. So I've just added in a new container down here. It's a main element. I have 3 sections. And the goal that I'm going for, I'm going to have 3 sections. One is our main content in the middle. I want it to be a lot larger. And then 2 sidebars that are less important. So we're not going to use flex grow, flex shrink, and flex basis, or we could start with them, but then we'll refactor to use flex. So here's my main element. I'm going to start by giving it display of flex. We won't notice anything. Now I'm going to give the sections in there. So I'll do main, I think I called it sidebar. I'll give that a background color of this purpley color. And then I'll get the next one going, our main container, or main content rather. So main content, which I'll give this bright green background color to. So we won't see anything at the moment. There's no content inside of either one, and we haven't told them to grow to take up any space. So I could start by just giving all of them flex of 1. So I could do flex 1 right there. Now if we only pass in 1 unitless value like I did right here, it's going to be treated as flex grow. So the 2 sidebars, top and bottom one, are going to grow, and they're purple. So we can't tell that there's 2 things there. But if I give them a border, border about 2 pixels solid white, you'll be able to tell that there are actually 2 elements. And then in between, there's this guy, main content, who has no width. So if I give him or her flex of 1, that's going to be flex grow as well. And now they all take up the same size because I didn't give them a flex basis. Now I can give them a flex basis either by flex dash basis, or I can just add it here to the flex shorthand. So I want my main content to be larger, let's say 600 pixels. I'm not sure how wide this entire thing is, but let's go with 600 there, and then maybe 250 or 300 for each of these. We'll see. Okay, so let's actually look at that size that we got at the end, the actual end result size. We're looking at 790. 490. Okay, so about 500 and 800 and 500 on my browser on this machine. Okay, so now I can control how they shrink down. And actually, I might want this one to grow more. So flex basis is the minimum space, or it's not necessarily the minimum, but it's the initial size that I would hope for it to be inserted at first, and then it can grow or shrink from there. So I'm going to give this more space. These are pretty wide if these are going to be sidebars. Let's say they're ads. Maybe a nav bar on the side, table of contents, an ad over here. So instead of 300 and 600, I could start with that. But maybe I'll make flex grow 2 on main content. So it'll take up twice the amount of extra space, and maybe I'll increase that flex basis to 800 pixels. Okay, now let's talk about flex shrink. So I can control the rate that these things shrink, and I can do that using flex or flex shrink. Let's say that I want these to shrink much faster, these sidebars. So I'll give them a flex shrink of 2. Just to remind you the syntax, if we have 3 values, grow will be first, then shrink, then basis. Basis will be whichever one has units. Flex grow and flex shrink are supposed to be unitless. So I'll do flex shrink of 2 versus 1 for our main content. Let's see what that looks like. So as this shrinks down and we run out of space, okay, those sidebars are shrinking much faster. Yeah, it's a little odd. What we'll do shortly is learn how at a certain screen size, we could actually move them onto a new line. We could just hide them entirely. We could stack them in a column instead of these 3 in a row. There are different options, but there we go. This is how we can use the flex shorthand to control those 3 properties: flex grow, flex shrink, and flex basis. This is pretty common to see. It's super useful, although every time I see it, I have to stop for a moment and remind myself how it works, which one is which, compared to seeing flex grow written out and flex shrink. They're longer, but they're more explicit. Totally up to you. They work exactly the same way. It's just shorthand, just like we could do, border 1 pixel solid red, or we could do border color, and then border width and border style. So that's about it for the main Flexbox properties. There's quite a few that we've covered. We're going to get some more practice, and we're also going to learn something called media queries, which will allow us to change properties as the screen size changes. So that's coming up. So next up, we're going to talk about responsive design and media queries. So the term responsive design is something you may have come across before. It refers to basically making a website that is able to respond to the device that it's on, whether that means the screen size, if it's on a small device like a mobile phone or a super large monitor, or the orientation of the device. There are other parameters and other things that we can look out for, but the goal is to make a single website that is responsive to something around the device that it's being displayed on. So originally, early days of the internet, it was pretty much just computers, just monitors, and they were pretty standard size, right? They weren't like huge monitors and then super tiny ones. There just weren't very many computers. So it was easier to design websites. But then over the years, different devices and different sizes exploded, whether it's tablets, extra large displays, super tiny displays. I mean, even websites that you can view on your watch. There's all these different screen sizes. And early on, when it was mainly mobile devices and computers or laptops, whatever you want to call them, people would create actually separate websites for mobile. You might remember this. You might go to like reddit.com and then mobile.reddit.com or m.reddit.com or google.com or m.google. These were completely separate websites. They didn't really share anything in common. Yeah, the same branding and logos and stuff, but it wasn't the same markup. It wasn't the same style sheets. More recently, like the last, 7-8 years, the term responsive design has become a lot more popular. And it's, well, I already explained what it is. It refers to creating a single website or application that is able to respond to different screen sizes or different features on a screen or on a device. And the way that we actually do this is by using media queries. Media queries are features or things that we can write in our CSS, in our style sheets, that allow us to change our styles or add new styles depending on some parameter, most commonly screen width or device type or device orientation, landscape versus portrait. So we can do things like, if this is in portrait mode on a phone or landscape mode, display this. Hide it on portrait, show it on landscape. If we're on a super tiny screen, let's collapse the nav bar so that it doesn't take up as much space. Now, we're going to spend more time in the next video diving into media queries, but here's a preview of what it looks like. We have @media and then some parameter or multiple parameters, and then we write our styles inside. So these styles will only apply at a certain screen size or below. So let me show you an example of a responsive site. I promise I'm not being paid by Stripe. I just like their website. They have a lot of nice pages on this site. Here's their main landing page. This is their customers page back here. Nice animated header with all of their customers, or I guess some of their customers. Now I'm viewing this on a pretty large laptop display. I don't know what, I think it's 15 inches, 16 inches. Now I can shrink the screen down, right? And we can see that certain things resize, right? This text right here resizes. So it's pretty large here. There's space on both sides. That space shrinks, and then it resizes right there. Now, what else happens? Let's look at this little nav bar. So if I go back to the top, we have 5 pieces showing at once, but then I shrink down small enough. Now it's scrollable. So that's slightly different. What about the very top nav bar? This nav bar here is spaced out. I've got the logo. I've got the 4 links or 4 little things I can hover over and then sign in. Now, as I shrink this down, they're going to go closer together, I assume. Yes, they do. And then they collapse. So they're not there at all, and it becomes a drawer that I have to click, or a little pop-up. What else? Well, let's keep going down. Let's look at some of this here. So we've got these 8 companies, and we've got this layout here, and I'm going to resize. Okay, so that text is shrinking down, and then eventually they stack. So the layout is different. It's not just scaling everything down, like zooming in or zooming out, which is what a lot of early mobile websites were, just a horrible experience, a very tiny version of the same website. I remember when I first got an iPhone and I went to read the news on New York Times, it was just the regular New York Times website, just really small, and you had to zoom in with your fingers to read anything. So that is not very common these days. We've got a totally different layout, right? So this goes on top. It takes up a lot more space. This text gets a lot more room to breathe, and this layout changed. We're now in a row of 2, or I guess in columns, however you want to view this. It's 2 across instead of 4 across like we have right there. Another thing you can do to view websites as they would actually display on a mobile device is open up your DevTools. And if you go to this button right here, Toggle Device Toolbar in Chrome, there's also a shortcut. I think it's Command-Shift-M. Yeah. This is going to open up our website in a different view, whatever page we're on. And we can actually select a mobile device to mimic. So here's what Stripe's website looks like on an iPad. I can actually click and drag to mimic scrolling with a finger or clicking on something. I can change the device orientation. So now we're in landscape versus portrait. Let's look at a Pixel. Let's do a smaller phone. An iPhone 5, I think, is relatively small. So let's see what the nav bar looks like here. Look at that. It's narrow. It fills basically the entire screen, that drawer. Now let's go look at it on an iPad again. Click on, it's actually expanded into the nav bar. It's not shrunken all down like that. Let's look at an iPhone X. Okay, so it responds. As you can see, it's a slightly different shape, different size. The point here is not that you need to use these dev tools all the time, but they're here for you to view your own website and see what they look like, especially in the next couple of videos as we experiment with media queries. We'll learn how to change things. We'll learn how to do something like, first of all, let me turn this off, like make this text shrink down on a smaller screen. Okay, well, I didn't just shrink it down and stack at some point. There we go. Totally different layout. We've got these 2 cards, one on top of the other. They'll go side by side, I assume, and they do. So in the next few videos, we'll learn how to do that. It's really just learning how to toggle the 2 or how to switch between them. We already know how to make something, go 2 across or go 4 across, or we know how to make text